ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Hell yeah.
Good morning, friends. Welcome to day 2 here from Dallas. My name is Behemoth. With me is Nathanius. That is a suitably Western shirt, Nathanius. I don't know if it is or not, but we're going to call it anyways. We got 4 best of 5s here today. That's the West.
Yeah. Wait, we're getting to the meat and potatoes of the event, right? I mean, I think yesterday it was like we have all the great players. We kind of get acclimated to them. Everybody shakes off the rust, etc. But nobody loses. Like you can lose, but you're not out, lose type. But then today players are going to go on the chopping block, and then obviously we're going to find out a champion tomorrow. So we just have to get there. I'm excited to be here, Bayo.
Yeah, and it's going to be a good day. Although, Nate, you say no one really loses, and yes and no, right? We had no one. Well, we had people lose, but we had no one get knocked out of the tournament because we were in the winner stage all day yesterday. But if you took a look down in that open bracket, I mean, I don't know if you were.
It did turn into a bloodbath.
Bracket C was, man. There were like there were more Shopify players than could qualify out. So I felt actually so bad for them because if you looked at bracket C and D, which is where all the Shopify players were, there are 4 Shopify players, right? Hearthstone, Lambo, Beyond, Scarlet. Not a single one of them lost to someone who was not also a Shopify player. and still Hearthstone got knocked out.
Is this like the old school? Like if we're drawing for like you mentioned yesterday, history doesn't always repeat, but it does rhyme. And I say, well, it's kind of, you get some Team Liquid vibes here. All the Team Liquid players always just run into each other, knock each other out. Now, I mean, I guess there are still multiple of them here, so I don't know how off the table that is. But there's the Shopify guys, man. That's rough. They got a great roster too.
They do. So hey, luckily for them, 3 of the 4 are still in. Hearthstone knocked out by Lambo in kind of a crazy game at the end of bracket C at like 11 o'clock last night. So marathon days. But we should probably talk about what we're gonna do today, because yes, yesterday a bunch of players got knocked out, but we get to knock out even more. So we get 4 best of 5s today. This, of course, is the schedule not only for us, but all the side streams, everything that's happening. We're gonna be, what is that, 8? Yeah, there are going to be 8 knockout bracket round 1s, 4 knockout bracket round 2s. We go on from there. A stream, of course, for the first set is going to have Rogue and Clem, which is, by the way, Rogue. I don't know that, I really don't think he beats Clem, but he did ace his group. I think it was
That
Group A.
matchup's gonna be awesome though.
Good.
That's such a sick series. Definitely catch that.
That is very exciting. But also, as we get started, of course, we got to thank our sponsors: Monster Energy, U.S. Air Force, ESL Shop, Blizzard, allowing us to sit here and watch some truly fantastic StarCraft. And Nate, again, I know we talked about this a lot yesterday, but as players get eliminated, it becomes even more poignant. There were 4 slots available for the Esports World Cup that'll be happening in August in Riyadh, and it's $1 million prize pool, and it's really important. And hey, some players, Cyril, Clem, Maru, have already qualified through their runs through Atlanta, through at-large bids and things like that. But there are still 4 slots available in this tournament. And as we see, Trap just got signed at the last second by GNG. Rogue just got signed by Falcons. Not only does this mean that, well, the players need to qualify for Esports World Cup, that also means that their teams are in the running for, I think it's like $26 million. Might even be a little bit more in the team challenge. So
it's a lot of money.
There's a lot riding on how well you do in this tournament as we move forward.
Yeah, we always talk about like stakes, and like there's the memes about storylines, and what is the player's motivation? Of course, you want to win. Everybody wants to be the best. We know that. We know somebody's going to be a champion and walk away #1 at the end of this weekend. But all the other things that you mentioned, the investments we've seen coming in from outside with the Esports World Championship, lots of esports organizations that haven't previously picked up StarCraft or RTS players at all, picking up a bunch of guys, and this is an opportunity for them to strut their stuff. I think there was some musings on social media in the last few weeks about deadlines for teams to register, and that means if you were going to pick somebody up for this, you're running out of time. So it's super important for these guys, even if they don't make it as far as maybe they want to perhaps make that splash and inspire or catch the attention of one of these clubs that might be looking to pick up more StarCraft players.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of those things where it's like, it's also kind of interesting as you look at it, because the initial signings were Gumiho, right? They were there were other players that were kind of guaranteed, the entirety of onside gaming, that were guaranteed to qualify directly into Esports World Cup. You don't have to worry about it. You have this opportunity to immediately start gaining points. And then it was like, okay, we're going to start signing, and there's this initial feeding frenzy. And now it's like, well, we're going to sign players that we think might have a shot to go and qualify through the open qualifiers, through something, through at-large bids, whatever it is. Because all of the players that have already qualified, they've been signed to these teams. Or, if it's like Cyril, Basilisk treats them too nicely, so there was no poaching there, none of that available. If
look, Basilisk guys are nice, right? They're not stealing. They're very polite about how they go about their business.
Yeah, I mean, Nate, if you look at it, if they're gonna take him out to like really good barbecue when you go down to Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to barbecue, if you're in Texas, if you have the opportunity to go out and get food in Texas and you go for barbecue, you're making a good choice. That's all. It's hard to go wrong. It's like getting pizza in the Northeast. It's the only other thing I can ever relate to, but you're not gonna find a lot of bad places.
Nate, I live in the Northeast. Right, I live in New Hampshire.
Oh, well, you're in New England, first of all. So you've got like your I don't know, you're like a Patriots fan or something. Okay, we're like diametrically opposed forever. Okay, I can't help it.
No. I'm from the DC area. I'm even sadder. I'm a Commanders fan. But
okay. Well, then I have no beef with you. That's good to know. You said Massachusetts off stream, and I was like, oh my, this Peter Griffin mother. Okay.
Well, no, that's why I have to fly. But the point is you say there's good pizza in the Northeast, regardless. Let me tell you about that. Like, once you go north of New York, it's not really true. I can give you a lobster roll. That'll be great. But
imagine going north of New York, though. I play.
Yeah.
I've had some good pizza in Boston. I've been out there for PAX once or twice, and I've had good pizza in Texas to bring it back to this. But I probably had I don't think I've ever had barbecue in New York, and that's probably for the best. Texas barbecue is fantastic, though. As we're like in the lobby, we've got one of our players in here, so we're getting there. Yeah.
Yeah, we should probably talk about what this matchup means, right? It's stats, it's stats, it's creator, excuse me, not classic. We had that idea early on. And this is kind of a tale of two cities, right, Nate? We have Creator, who was the best Protoss player before Hero came back from the military. He made GSL Finals Season 1 2 years ago. He should have beaten Rogue and then kind of threw a couple games away, unfortunately, and lost 4-2 instead. But he was the guy that looked like he was going to finally give a championship back to Protoss. And then it didn't happen. Hero won the next season. You're like, okay, there it is. Finally, Hero's done it. And now on the flip side, Creator's been kind of mellowing out since then. He's not the peak anymore. He's very good, but he's not the peak. And Stats has just... He came back from the military, he was a little okay for a bit, and then he just skyrocketed, just exponentially started increasing his skill. Top 4 in the GSL, making these deep runs. But it's also PvP, Nate, and it's a mirror matchup. And even as we can talk about Creator and Stats as these players that are, maybe they're following different trajectories, anything can happen in a mirror.
Yeah, I think so too. When you look at Stats and you look at Creator, I think you basically painted it perfectly. Like Creator, kind of in the absence of some of those other Protoss players, he filled the spot and he remained competitive. But it's probably also worth mentioning that's that period of time that we've talked about the last few years where Protoss also hasn't been able to win. So does that mean Creator is the player that needs to be stepping up still? Does that mean that if Stats and Hero are back and people are finally believing again that Creator's the guy that's down a notch? I don't know, but that question perhaps gets answered here, as this is, as we mentioned, now getting into day 2, pretty high stakes matches.
That they are. And talking about high stakes matches, it means we get to start to take a look at the games themselves, because we are ready. It's game 1 here, knockout bracket round 1. No more lives available. You lose this, you're out. You win it, you move on to round 2.
Sudden death.
I can't do it. There we go. In the upper left, in the red, his name, of course, is Stats.
He faces off against the blue, a Protoss player in the bottom right. He is Creator. They've both been around for a while too. I mean, Creator's been around StarCraft II wise for a tremendous amount of time. If I recall, it's like we've gotten to the point where certain players have retired and then new players with the same name have come up. So I don't think I'm getting this wrong, but he was all the way back on Prime with like MKP back in the day. Creator Prime is a name that probably brings back some memories. That's why I like to say, even though he's not on the team anymore, you say CJ Hero, it kind of invokes a certain image of an era. And these guys have been around for so long, and it's awesome because normally I feel like we try to talk about in big tournaments because these guys are over there, right? They're at the venue. There are people being loud. There is a match on the main stage. There's that pressure. There's a little bit of that being on the B stream. Maybe not so much, but still that experience plays into dealing with, the difficulties of traveling and playing abroad. And hopefully we get to see the best of both of these guys as we start things off on day 2.
Yeah, Nate, you talking about the B stream, maybe not there or not. I was told, someone sent me a picture that they did have the B stream up on a side TV. So finally, That's there. Love that. I've been looking for that to happen for a while. So I'm very happy that gets started here. By the way, we get to take a look at Korean PvP, which is a very different thing. Is Creator just being an absolute, this is horrible. This is so annoying. But the thing I want to talk about as we get started here is that this is Korean PvP, and 9 games out of 10, you're going to see it's going to be a 2-gate expand. You're going to go and put it on the high ground. But he's doing it. This is illegal. This is not okay.
Pylon block. he's going for a new high score. It's hard to. Okay, so maybe I need to ask Roddy about what exactly the value gained here is. I wonder too. He still ends up getting the Nexus up before Creator, but Creator has gone for his Stargate super fast during this. So is this like he's trying to bluff him out? Like, oh, I'm going to expand before you with the pylon block, and then you're not going to expect any kind of tech. So that's why I do the Stargate. Or I don't know. Maybe this is just standard PvP mind games, which is you love to see it.
Yeah, no, what really, and part of what this is so you go Stargate, that means you're getting Oracle out, right? You're going to run across the map. You're going to try to get some damage done. And anything you can do, and if you don't go Stargate, right, you get your Nexus down. Theoretically, you're building a worker lead because your Nexus is done quicker, and therefore you're going to be able to build that eco lead, and then suddenly the Oracle has to go and get damage done to make sure that, yeah, okay, we're balancing this game out. And if you can slow the Nexus down by 45 seconds for the cost of 125 minerals, right? Nothing really, actually less than that, right? Because the probe is 50 of that. For 75 minerals, you slow it down by 45 seconds. All of a sudden, that economic lead that Stats should be able to create for himself is not quite as strong as it otherwise. It's still there, 100%, but it's not quite as strong as it might otherwise be, which means you have to get less damage done for the Oracle. And as we talk about this Oracle, by the way, look at this. Zealot Stalkers on the front as well. So
yeah,
it's a 1-2 punch. And I don't think there's a shield battery in the main.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. He's like kind of getting inside of his head, right? Like, I'm blocking your base. I'm trying to get the expo up faster. He's got Stats focusing on the economy, but at the same time, he's also in a defensive position because of what happened anyway. It's like moving out doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense for him, since I think for Stats he has to be a little nervous that probe was the only thing he was able to get out earlier. And at least for Creator, even though he couldn't really kill anything with the Oracle, he still has some of that map control. We could see Stasis Trap, but on the other side of things, Bayo, Blink is much further along for Stats, but is it going to be done faster enough to matter? I feel like maybe there's not that big of a window that'll end up if Creator starts his immediately.
It's always funny when you take a look at that, right? Because yes, Blink will be done a lot faster, but I mean, how many PvPs do you get to take a look at where it's like, okay, Blink's done, whatever, but we're not touching each other until the third base happens? Right? This is just not really going to be a thing. And well, Stats wants to take the third base right now, but Probe shows up, and now, hey, he's let a bunch of Adepts in the main base. So Adepts, are they going to shade forward into the main base? They will, and that means with 3 Stalkers here, 2 Adepts, and Oracle's thinking about diving in, this is some guaranteed damage. Now, is it going to be enough? I don't know, but 5, 6 workers have died, and that is absolutely enough to justify everything that happened. And behind this, the third base looks like for a Creator is going to be just that little bit faster. He's sending the Probe out. Stats lost his, so hey, round 1, I guess round 2 really, because the first round didn't really do all that much. Round 2 there for Creator works really nicely.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he comes in with the second Oracle, and he'll pop this probe hidden back into the natural, but he should be able to see, or at least infer, to scout from that probe coming back that the third base might be up. So some awareness there. As you mentioned, Creator has his up a little bit faster. He also has the forward gateway, so he's already thinking like, okay, maybe I'm in a spot where one more trade in my favor, and I might be able to just overwhelm him. As far as production goes, just getting a little look-see. There's a lot of Stalkers out for Stats. Like, he's not been slouching with his macro, and I think coming into this match, there's probably a lot of people that would say Stats is coming in as the favorite. So even though Creator's made a few moves here, Stats does not really appear to be rattled.
No, not really. And again, this is one of those things where I think it's important to talk about. You mentioned yesterday there's some players that really wear their heart on their sleeve, and they have the highest of highs and they have the lowest of lows, and players that are just very stable, and you know what you're going to get 100% of the time. And that's what's going to happen here as well. Creator is this player that, I mean, he has the highest of highs and he has the lowest of lows. And Stats is the shield of hierarchy. He's very good, very stable, very defensive. So it's one of those things where if Stats can stabilize, things start going wrong for Creator. Maybe, gets in his head a little bit. But for now, Creator, he's got his Blink done. You talked about that timing. That's not really there. And Blink's on top. Just knocks Stalkers down, knocks Sentries down. And the Pro's having to get bulled here. Already with the Oracles diving on top, this is a massive move coming out of Creator. Stats was just clearly not prepared for this. So even as Oracles die, that's a couple more workers. It's a positive trade in the Stalkers. A couple more Stalkers run in. They don't really want to do that. But regardless, hey, again, another really nice move for Creator, even as somehow Stats, well, he actually built himself up, despite the damage he's taken and everything else, he's built himself a 6 worker lead.
That's like every time I try to look at this, I'm like, Creator's making some moves here. I'm liking the pick. This Blink micro is fantastic. Somehow the numbers are still heavily favoring Stats for a bit there. And I think now is where he's finally started to spin it back a little bit as he gets into the natural with the Oracle. So 8 probe kills finally for the first time in a while. Creator is actually ahead in probes, which is again very bizarre since it feels like he's been in the driver's seat this game. But Stats is just, he is being cool as a cucumber. And we've got 16 Stalkers to 14. The first Immortal is out for Stats. So he's starting to bolster up that army into something that can play a little bit more for the long game. But of course, we know on this map with the setup here, Creator is just going to be looking to shark picks with all those Stalkers is kind of my assumption.
I like what he's baiting out here as well. He's got like 4 Stalkers just on a task force. Hey, what can I find? Can I get a Stalker? Meanwhile, the other Stalkers are right there. So Stats trying to fight up into the high ground into this as he really wants to take that 4th base. But I mean, the Stalkers, yeah, sure, eventually Stats might hold the position and get that 4th base up, but in the meantime, Creator goes, he targets a probe down, he's got his own 4th base halfway done. The one advantage that Stats has, as we talk about this game, he's got his +1 then. He does have those immortals. That does mean that even as Creator is playing this really quickly, doing a nice job of getting damage done over and over and over again, the straight up fighting power for Stats is significantly more. So the other way to take a look at this is, well, Creator has to get this damage around the edges because he can't really take that straight up fight.
Yeah, it's such an interesting spot. Like in PvP, forcing the engagement, unless your opponent like aggressively blinks onto you and they don't have enough to kill you, and then you can counter aggressive blink, what have you. It's just tough to force the engagement sometimes. So the immortal charge light coming into it helps bowl over the stalkers in terms of like they're obviously not as good at killing the zealots specifically, but you still need to get them in a spot where they have to fight you. So we'll see how he tries to create that opportunity for himself as charge is just about past halfway done for Creator. He's getting a warp prism up, quite a few gateways being added, so he's kind of ready to explode into his production as Stats is fourth, is just about to finish, but Creators is fully saturated. He's got a battery, he's got a cannon, so he's feeling comfortable being out on the map. And even though we've said Stats has been cool, he's still mostly been contained. He hasn't been able to really get out there and do anything yet.
He has, and we can't even say, well, he's been contained, he's been playing defensively, but he's been trading better. Defender's advantage is a really nice thing. Can't really say that one. He's actually lost just a little bit more, so by every metric. Well, I guess not +2, but really every other metric.
He's held it together extremely
Yeah.
well. It's just, it's surprising that I'm like, oh yeah, has he been able to get his army or go across map, try to recall, forceful trade? No, he's just been, I'm super patient. I know you're sitting outside my base with a ton of stalkers, and I'm trying not to get caught off guard. And as I say that, I mean, these zealots are going to run past the middle, so he kind of sees, okay, you have a lot of stuff here. You can clean up the gateway, and maybe feels like the risk of a base trade isn't that high if Stats or if Creator returns his army home.
Yeah, I really like the move out from Stats. He's got that army supply lead. He has the upgrade lead as well, so he gets on top of these stalkers. And now he's got a prism, so it's not like he's on the other side of the map. He does have this ability to reinforce just that much faster, although prism goes down. Did he send it somewhere else? I actually don't see the prism with the army anymore, but he is taking advantage of this timing with Archons, with +2, with these zealots that are just that much better with these immortals. So first of all, the army supply for Stats is like 40 more than what Creator has, but also that army is just better. So I like what he's doing here, trying to take advantage of this timing, but eventually, hey, +2 is going to be done, and Creator's going to take advantage of that superior economies he's had for a while and build a little bit more. But for right now, this is a tough situation for Creator to be in. Again, the army is just not nearly as good.
Yeah, it's he's got such a force outside of his base, and the hardest part about engaging this type of army is like the zealots. Yeah, you can try to run from them; they're melee. But when you're up against a wall, when it's the only thing to retreat past becomes your base. But then the zealots are also happy to kill that too. So he's got this huge chunky force. The Archon count is still very low for both players, just one on each side. So punching through that won't be that easy. Stats actually does have a second one in the back, so the more of those are going to help with the zealots. But he is set up for somewhat of a flank too if he pushes too far in. It's like, on one hand, he doesn't want to get sandwiched. On the other hand, I kind of with you, Bayo. I really like his army, and I think he could. I think when he decides to take the fight, I believe he will come out on top. But it's because of this patience, and even I'm just staring at here, waiting for him to go for it. He loses the prism though. Really nice grab by Creator, cuts off the reinforcement potential, but it's still a maxed out Stats.
Yeah, the crazy thing about this, and I think Stats probably should have gone. They were like 40 supply of zealots, 30 supply of zealots on that 5th base. They're really zoned out, thinking about going for a run by. And if Stats just kind of like bulldogs into the natural, he can take the fight against the army before things are properly ready. So that heavy supply of zealots that Creator has, they're not, and Archon and Stalkers and everything else. Oh, he's going for the full flank here. Look at this warp in. He's got so much on that north side, sandwiching everything here. This fight from Creator, it's boom or bust. He's got an Arc on the backside, shredding these zealots. And the Stalkers on the right, they're not doing quite as much here, but the upgrades seem to be pulling through despite the sandwich, despite everything. The Archons are Creator, they're not fighting the Zealots, they're fighting the Stalkers and the Immortals, which is exactly what Stats wants. So despite everything, and despite this massive surround from Creator, none of it works out in Stats. He takes game 1.
What a bizarre way for us to start off. He goes for three pylon blocks in a row. They both more or less end up expanding around the same time. He gets the Oracle pretty fast, but it doesn't end up killing anything until he gets the follow-up Oracle. So Stats just kind of ends up in this spot where by just being patient, not trying to push anything, not getting baited or aggravated by the block, not overcommitting, he just says, yeah, I'm still just going to expand, get blink, do my macro thing, and when I feel comfortable with my army, then I'm going to step out onto the field and go kill you. And that's exactly what happened, which is still bizarre because Creator ended up like losing off of the fight that he took outside of Stats' base. So he's like, I'm going to fight you in the middle of the map because I think he can just surround your army. And he was just wrong. It did look cool, though. He hit him from like 3 angles. So that was, it was cinematic.
Really, the problem was, as much as anything else, he had 3 Archons. So Creator had 3 Archons. You really want them to be going, and you want them to be fighting your Zealots, right? You want that, or you want Archons to be fighting Zealots. That really is the goal. His Zealots, his one Archon fought some of the Zealots, but the rest of them were fighting Stalkers. They were fighting things that, well, hey, they actually fight them fairly well. So it was, I liked the surround, but Stats had his army set up a little bit better to handle everything that had to be handled, which at the end of the day does mean that Stats was able to make that happen, even if he was, well, maybe not in theoretically the best possible spot with a full surround. But at the end of the day, hey, 1 map lead for Stats, and that's kind of what we expect. I don't know. I go into this, and I kind of think that this is a game that we expect Stats to win, or a series that we expect Stats to win. I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, well, coming into it, I think my perspective was more or less that Stats is that consistent guy, right? We talked about him kind of coming back, but even while he was gone, even while Hero was gone, Creator was in the mix, but it's not like he was up top of everybody else, right? So there's definitely room for some shouldering out of the Protoss players here, especially considering how hard it's going to be to make it into that top 8. That playoff bracket is going to be so unbelievably competitive, and I feel like that game kind of demonstrates it, right? It was Creator doing something a little bit, trying to do something a little bit flashy, trying to kind of get in his face, and Stats is just like, yeah, I'm just gonna hit cruise control, and there's not gonna be much you can do unless you really surprise me. So does Creator have a surprise for game 2? I kind of hope so, because otherwise I feel like it's gonna be a little bit of a rerun.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to, I think Creator put himself some pretty solid spots. Regardless, though, friends, we have game 2. It's on the way. It's Creator. It's Stats. We saw what happened game 1. Let's see if Stats can do it again, or Creator tie us up. And in the bottom right, in the blue, down a game in this series, but we'll see what he can do. He had opportunities and certainly got decent damage done. It's Creator.
And his opponent in the Northwest as the red Protoss player, leading the series 1-0, he is Stats. Yeah, I always like in PvP. I feel like when I see players that I like watching play, or exciting players, obviously my mind goes to Hero, and I'm just going to continue to reference him infinitely. But Stats is another player who comes to mind, is the Prism control. And seeing people kind of go out there, always keeping something on the map that they can use to harass when opportunity comes up. So when you see somebody kind of put in that position where their opponent may be the aggressor and they kind of dial it back a little bit, it's always interesting how you can see them shift gears and be like, well, as much as I would love to be the one doing something or taking the assertive action, I also recognize this is how I would throw in this situation too. And it's a great dance in terms of the meta, the mind games. And we got Stats in a probe to the bottom left corner of the map. Bayo, what's he cooking?
This is just Schrodinger's pylon, right? The whole I'm putting something down there because I know you're counting pylons, and I'm also up a game in this series, so this is the perfect time for me to go and proxy something. So I actually, because the probe's away, I don't think that Stats is gonna do anything with this. This is just a, hey, Creator, go check the maps, lose some mining time, be a little bit afraid.
Scouting.
Yeah, right.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. Just putting it in probably the most awkward spot to go and check. It's just, yeah, it's like, okay, well, if you see that, it doesn't really say anything other than gotcha, because there's nothing of value to find down there. And of course, if a stalker or something like that gets sent around the map to look for it, then you might be vulnerable at your base. Things to keep in mind. We do have double stalker being made inside of Creator's base. It's going to shield battery block the main, just I guess keeping the probe inside, making sure no adepts can get through if there was one outside. But Stats, on the other hand, he's gone for the sentry and the stalker, so giving himself the opportunity to get the hallucinated scout later on if he needs it. But otherwise, he is sending that probe, by the way. Creator's looking around for it. He's like, where's the proxy?
Yeah, Nate, it's funny as well. You talk about these sentry openings. I know we talked about it a lot in the regionals, but I'm still going to talk about it. The best chains that we've seen in PvP in years was this sentry chains. That means the sentries do bonus damage to shields. Because all of a sudden you're seeing these sentry openings, you can use them aggressively, defensively, but it has done so much to stabilize this matchup, to allow players to not just 3-gate robo every single time, which I don't know, Nate. Do you appreciate 3-gate robo 5 games in a row? Is that how you want to play the game?
You know, Bayo, I am a lover of strategy, and I believe giving people more options to choose from is the answer to solving the difficult builds or the difficult metas of our time. So I absolutely am all on board with stuff like this. I love the sentry change. I think that's one of those things, especially people talk about volatility in matchups. Give people an answer to volatility. Give them more, actual agency in what their decisions can influence in the match, and you'll get less frustration, happier people playing more, better games. Boom, we all win.
Yeah, we do. So as you take a look at this, by the way, I don't... Oh, well, okay, actually, here's the question. Yeah, okay, one more stalker was made. I was going to say, Stats' blink is going to be faster. His Twilight was about 10 seconds faster, and I don't quite know why that was, but what we do? Creator built an extra stalker. That's gas that you're spending. That's not into that Twilight. So Stats, very comfortable with the army that he has going into Twilight. Gets that out a little bit faster. Nate, in answer to your question from last game, I don't think it's going to make a difference, right? You don't generally go on these blink timings, but Stats, no, it does cut the corner, right?
It's like a caster trap. It's got to be a caster trap. In all my years of doing this, I have to say there's maybe only been 4 or 5 times out of like hundreds of games where that 10-second or 20-second gap is ever really and the few times where it happened, it was some of the most crazy games, but mostly that margin, that small margin, is made up for in just, well, it takes 10 seconds to walk across from one base to the other sometimes, and that can be, typically that is going to be enough. So as long as he's not starting it like 60 seconds later, then he should be okay. We hope anyway.
It's also super hard to identify that you have that timing window, because like hitting a timing window when you like, I have blink for 10 seconds, and yeah, sure, you can dominate the fight if that's true, but how do you know that you have that 10 seconds? Because otherwise, if you're attacking into your opponent that also has blink, into defender's advantage and shield batteries and better, maybe closer warp-ins, you're gonna lose that fight. It's not gonna be the easiest thing for you to do. So it's just generally better to say, I'm gonna wait for a more demonstrative edge. I can click on a unit and see they don't have +1 and I have +1. I can click on them and see or I can like look at the move and see they don't have charge and I have charge. I have things that are a little bit easier to figure out.
Oh, I play with the default settings. I actually can't click on my enemy units at all. You can do that?
Oh, Nate, that's a skill issue. I
had to tag you a little.
Look, Nate, I played MMOs when I was younger, and we had a phrase if you played a healing character, saying, you can't heal stupid. And
that's true. That's true. Well, that's why we like TF2, because at least you can do a little bit more than just that. Creator's gonna go for a little blink into the main base. Stats is pretty much ready for it immediately, though. He's gonna pick off 3 stalkers, and the recall comes out almost instantly. And Creator trying to go for a little fancy step, does actually get a couple of adepts into the natural, worth pointing out. So he got 6 probes during that. So the stalkers maybe a little bit rough on the loss there. But getting 6 workers when you're already down a little bit, that's nice, because now Creator is about 3 or 2. He's within the production deviation of the 3 next side of his opponent's economy. He's not down 10 workers, so that's nice, I guess.
Yeah, but he also did force a recall out of Stats, because I don't think Stats had blink available.
The recall probably hurts more too. I think if he had been able to blink out and get the adepts in, that's maybe more what he was hoping for.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think more importantly, so he did force recall out of Stats, which is something, because I think Stats' blink was on cooldown. But I don't know that trading 3 stalkers and 2 adepts for... You resign yourself to losing the adepts, but trading 3 stalkers, damage on more, when you're in the situation where you're already behind, you've kind of traded one disadvantage for another. It's like, okay, my economy is kind of caught up. Kind of. Stats' 4th base is on the way. But now my army's not as strong, and now I have less mobility and less agency on the map, and that does mean that, hey, yeah, Creator, you've equalized the economy. Was it worth it? Probably, but it's still a little bit less comfortable.
Yeah, when we think about this game, there's some similarities already to map 1, right? Where even though maybe it wasn't like the super weirdest beginning outside of, he's going to hide a pylon to kind of keep Creator honest, and some of these stalkers actually do get caught blinking away off cooldown, grabbed by those force fields. But the immortal count was another big thing from the first map that I was paying a lot of attention to, and I think in that final fight, Stats had about 2 or 3 on the field, and we didn't have any from Creator. Creator has made one so far, so he's at least added one in. He's just now getting the Templar Archives, and then he's going to make an Observer. But I feel like you kind of pointed it out, but when the Zealots are on the top side in that fight, if those Immortals are able to hit the Stalkers at all, it's a huge tide turner, especially if one player just doesn't have any.
Yeah, no, that's the problem. As well as, like, so Stalkers are very good units, but they're not very happy fighting against a bunch of Zealots. They'll just chase them down, charge and charge and charge and charge, and well, that life gets complicated. So Creator loses a couple more Stalkers, has to get forced back once again. And you know, Nate, despite the damage that Creator has done, he sold Stalkers off to get probes. He sold Adepts off to get probes and did that over and over again. Stats has still built an 8-worker lead. He still has developed this economic lead, or this army supply lead off of that once again. So you're right. You know, history doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme, and that's what's happening in this game too. Again, Stats, despite taking his licks early and maybe not being in the most comfortable position always, has still built this advantage in the mid game. And I think this is really what we expect out of him as well. As, oh, that recall is gonna hurt. That's like 4 dead Stalkers. This is what we expect from him as well. Who knows what happens in the early game, but you let it go to 4 or 5 bases, and the Shield of Ire is just so stable that it becomes, I mean, you just gotta outplay him. And Creator at this point, he's not quite been doing that.
Yep, you mentioned it perfectly too. It's just like Creator likes to play this style. He's out on the map. He has a lot of these Stalkers trying to poke, but they're not great against the Zealots. And if he forces this head-to-head fight, yeah, the armies look somewhat similar, but it's 3 Archons for Stats instead of just 1. It's 2 Immortals instead of just 1. He's got the Prism there. He can reinforce immediately. They both have a tremendous amount of Zealots, but the extra, having 3 times as many Archons can really help. He's getting a 4th one now, so when those Zealot balls start to trade against each other, if the Archons can actually land those hits, that could become devastating for him. And Stats kind of is holding the Stalkers at the front, ready to blink them behind the army as the fight initiates and Guardian Shields get popped. He's just trying to create himself a little bit of an arc around this base, and there's the next weapon coming through. Zealot's going to be chasing the Stalkers into the mineral line on the right side. Shield battery overcharged, gets popped, and Stats just going to step back and wait for that to cool off. Dude,
the power of these new sentries as well. Stats did such a nice job of keeping them as part of the army, which means that they can go, yeah, with Zealots in the 3rd base, the whole position is going to be fine. That means that he can start to get really heavy damage on these Archons and knock them down to a point where it's really hard for Creator to keep things alive. So yeah, Stats in the 3rd base is going to get cleaned up, but he's got Archons in this 4th base. Zealots getting on top of the Stalkers, and Creator, he spent a ton of Zealots onto that 3rd base to try to keep himself alive, and that means that Stats here, the army of Creator, was not where it needed to be, which means, well, the 4th base is dead. Stats blinks forward even more, and for the 2nd time in as many games, Creator gets damage done early, makes something happen. But at the end of the day, Stats, that macro-powered lead that he has,
looking so good.
Yeah,
he's looking so good. You know, Bayo, I think the biggest takeaway I have from this series so far is what you said in game 1, when it looked like he had done all that harass and all these cool moves, and then you're like, actually, Stats is up like still 15 workers somehow. I don't understand. I'm like, yeah, that's his macro's been nuts. He has not tried to play as much for that map control, but he's just making sure that everything at home is running so smoothly. By the time all these fights happen, it really is that it's 4 Archons versus 1. It's two Immortals versus 1, and then Zealots and Stalkers aren't enough to make up the difference in those higher tier units.
Yeah, it's kind of funny as well, Steve. It's this distillation. So if you are someone new to StarCraft, you're like, I'm gonna start playing this game. We're gonna see what happens. I'm gonna learn it, and you look for advice, and you say, well, I want to learn to get better at micro because that's fun. And people says, like, stop microing, don't even worry about it. Just learn to build units, and you'll be fine up until like Diamond or Masters. And it's one of those things where you run into these players. You know, Nate, maybe I'm targeting you a little bit because I'm going to talk about Terran players for a second. They're just like desperately microing that Reaper in your base over and over again. And then you look at it and they're floating 2,000 minerals. And this is not exactly fair enough to Creator because he's not floating 2,000 minerals. He's still extremely good. But
it's a reminder that there are parts of the game people enjoy, but though, you know, it's like anything. You have too much of it, it can be a problem, right? You want to micro that early unit. There's nothing wrong with that, but if you do it a lot, there's going to be consequences.
Absolutely, and it's again kind of this game state we're talking about, where Creator does all this fancy stuff and he multi-prongs and puts Stalkers in the main base and gets damage done, but Stats like, yeah, I'll build probes. This is fine. I'll get my 4th base faster.
The best part about not macroing while I'm microing my battle cruisers around is that they cost so much. Actually, floating that 2K bank is how I get my next wave of production. So, you know, I kind of got ahead of that system a long time ago. But I can see for these mortals, yeah, it's expensive. Those cheap units, you got to be building them regularly and quickly.
Yeah, I don't know. My dopamine from playing StarCraft is I'm going to build a lot of drones, and I'm going to build more drones, and I'm going to hit my inject timings perfectly.
And they
it's going to be
look
great.
so good when those, especially that blue flame animation on them, right? It's just, it's like we're in Texas having barbecue.
I was going to say,
I
like,
can smell it now.
this is topical. Although, drones kind of, they muck in the creep a little. I don't know that they would be the tastiest barbecue. I mean, realistically.
Yeah, you have to wonder if the creep would like burn off, right? Or if it gets like kind of baked into it, that, and maybe in the lore, muta wings are a thing, but they fly. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was no creep on them. I don't know how that affects. I haven't really eaten Zerg that many times either, to be honest. But
so mutas by the lore, so they have wings that they fly in atmosphere, but they have like gas pouches that allow them to go through space, if I remember right.
Oh yeah. They release gas to move in zero gravity, I believe.
Yeah,
like overlords, them and overlords.
So the point is there, technically, you're going to be able to go then, and you don't even need to really pack up your grill. They already got the gas right there. You just take a torch and there we go.
You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. We're in best of fives now, so even though this has been a pretty tough series so far for our boy Creator, he's still gonna have an opportunity to try and turn this into the reverse sweep of a lifetime. But I feel like at this point it would almost be a disservice to say that I expect stats to drop this year, because he's just looked too clean. He hasn't done anything fancy. There hasn't been any sort of flair to it. But I also think this is maybe that point where it's still fair to say he doesn't want to pull out everything if he's going to potentially be facing Hero, later on or something like that, whatever it turns into. So we don't expect him to show everything before the finals or those last couple of series, but also he's making it look super straightforward.
Mm-hmm. And the other way to look at this is if Stats can take down Clem, who arguably has the best TVP in the world. I say arguably, Maru might be able to say he's got that cure maybe, but certainly one of the best TVP players in the world. And if Stats is able to 2-1 him and do that, and obviously he didn't end up winning the entire thing. Apparently Oliveira is better than Clem in the matchup. I don't know. But results don't lie, Nate. Transitive property. Regardless, if Stats is able to do that and take down Clem, that shows that he's playing at a really high level, which means that, should we be surprised that Creator is maybe struggling a little bit? I don't know. I do think it's interesting, by the way, that Stats, he had a 3-minute break, so that's what we've been waiting for. And if you think back to the World Championships, the last World Championships that we had, Oliveira went on record. He said, I took a page from, I forget whose book it was, but I took a page from someone's book where I went to go, and when I was down 2-0, I went to go use the restroom. I went to go take a break because I wanted to give myself time to reset, and I wanted the guy who was in the lead. I wanted Raynor the chance to kind of stew in the possibilities for a little bit of time, and then I was able to recenter myself, and I was able to make the reverse sweep happen. Well, Stats was the one that called for a break this time, but Creator still has that opportunity. He had a 3-minute break to just sit down, recenter himself, and maybe tell us a different story.
Yeah, if there's a moment for the inspirational anime speech for our boy, it was right there. It was right there during that moment, and this is going to be his opportunity here. If he wants to change the story, he wants to tell the world how he feels about stuff, then this is it. He's gonna have to bring it all out and give us 3 absolutely bonkers games in a row.
That we will, but for now, he's down to playing for Blacklist Rivalry, one of the new teams entering the scene. It's Creator.
And his opponent in the bottom right, leading the series 2-0, he is Stats. I've seen some of those other results already updating. At the behest of not me insta spoiling them, I'm just like, okay, some matches are moving pretty fast here at the start of day 2, Bayo. We're gonna be finding out pretty shortly if we have another one of these series ending quickly as well. But coming out for blood this morning. They just got up and they were ready to roll. Stats didn't need a warm up. He's just feeling good, man. Came out of bed ready to bring out his A game.
Yeah, it looks like there was a warrant out for some of these players, and it was not dead or alive, Nate. It was not even alive. It was dead.
Ooh, I like that. Let's keep this saloon talk going, boy. Okay. Good times.
Crack whip. Anyway.
Yeah. Well.
So Nate, we've told the same story 2 games in a row. We've had stats go playing very defensively, not going for Stargate, nothing like that. Just very solid. One time it was a 1-gate, but other, it was 2-gate. Same idea every single game this series. Do we tell the same story? Again, we're going to see that proxy pylon, but again, it's not going to be something that stats is going to go and going to put something on the map with. So I guess for now, to answer my own question, the story appears to be the same.
Yeah, right. It's like it's not a signal. It's a warning. It's the warning that when you scout my base, you're immediately gonna have the fear put into you that you've seen all the GSLs over the years. You've tuned in to all the international tournaments, and you've seen stats that really great macro player be somebody who will occasionally take that moment. And you're like, well, I have to respect it. It's PvP, and I think a hallmark of being a good Protoss player, in a way, it's almost similar with Terrans, because a lot of the guys that struggle to make that next gen leap to that next level, they don't take those kinds of risks as often. Like almost all the guys that we laud, that we really talk about as being the big inspirational figures, they'll throw those proxies out there in those big series when everything's on the line. And I think it says a lot that you can never completely count out certain builds from certain players, and that even though they might play macro most of the time, and it makes it just that much more terrifying to play them.
That it does. And at the end, as we take a look at this game, so stats goes, his natural's a little bit delayed. It's not a big deal. It's probably worth 1 probe, maybe. But he does, again, get that Twilight very quickly. And also, he did force, just by proxying that pylon, he talked about having to go and give some respect to your creator. He forced the Zealot on the map. Creator has, first of all, he built the Zealot, which is not something you do all that often. And to me, that's a marker of nerves, a marker of, well, my back's against the wall here. I cannot afford to make a mistake. I cannot afford to lose a game. And, I don't think that's the way you want to be approaching this. You're in this situation. If you're already giving your opponent kind of this, okay, I'm going to build a Zealot to keep myself safe, I'm going to do whatever to keep myself safe, that's handing advantages to stats over in a silver platter already. Those are just, you're building things that you don't have to, and that puts you behind if they're not necessary.
He's got to be feeling the pressure, right? It's like you're not playing this game from your bedroom. You're out there. This is a high stakes match. You want to qualify for this $1 million tournament. You want to make sure that the people that have your back, that this is something that you can deliver for them, for what they're doing for you, right? There's so much weight sometimes on these guys' shoulders, and the Zealot into 3 sentries, I do like, because we had this little conversation about the role of the sentry and how it's kind of changing. So if he's mixing up what he's doing, even in the slightest bit, then I think there's a chance he gets to a more rounded army composition by the time there's a fight. So I already like the fact that he's just not doing the same thing as last time. I like that he's not just rushed into Blink, getting stalkers on the other side and staying outside of Stats' base, and kind of, I think, like you said, just trading a couple stalkers here and there, so that by the time the big fight happens, he's missing all these gas units from having to replace the stalkers. If he doesn't have to rebuild a dozen stalkers between now and the first real fight, I'm feeling a lot better for Creator.
Mm-hmm. And at the end of the day, we talked about, okay, well, maybe going for the Zealots is a little bit, I don't know, maybe a little bit too safe. But on the flip side, that's not a gas unit. So if you get 3 sentries, your opponent gets 3 sentries, you get a Zealot, your opponent gets a Stalker, you can do what Creator has done, which is a much faster Forge, which is a much, much faster +1, even with the Blink timing being the same, even with the Robo actually being faster for Creator as well. So, maybe I need to change what I said. I talked about Creator playing too defensively, but this has also allowed Creator to build himself a pretty decent tech lead. +1 faster, Robo faster, Blink right around the same time, 3rd base done right around the same time. At the end of the day, this means that Creator has that tech lead going into the mid game. But again, Nate, we talked about tech leads and in mirror matchups, how much they matter. They can matter a ton, but also they don't really tend to impact things all that much. Although with a Prism on the way, this might be the exception.
Yeah, depending on what he does with the Prism, his charge is just starting. So, and it's a natural progression, right? You go Blink into charge, and you kind of get the Immortals, make the Templar Archives, and you get a little bit of a Mortal Charge, a lot of Archon kind of mixed in there, because that does so well versus the Stalker Ball. But it's definitely going to be interesting to see if he's able to get some kind of drop play going, since we have not, again, this has turned into a somewhat passive game as a result of the last 2 matches, because Stats has just been, he's been out macroing him for the most part, regardless of what's been taking place, and even still able to get up a couple of probe leads. So unless it's a deliberate cut by Creator before he goes into mass production, then this is it's going to put a bit of a timer on his situation, more or less. So if he's going to cut probes to try and get this next wave out, he needs to make sure that timing is very sharp, because Stats is getting that 4th base set up. And yeah, I think this is going to potentially be he's not, I don't know, this army just doesn't look that scary from Creator to pressure this 4th, but he does have a lot of stalkers. But I fear with the 2nd Immortal coming out, if Stats gets that over there and doesn't have the base canceled, then there's a little bit of opportunity here. It just feels weird. It's just gateway units for Creator.
Yeah, okay, so charge isn't done for Stats, not for another 15 seconds or so maybe. So there is this charge time that you have, which means that these Immortals,
there it is.
Not great. Force Field's actually going to keep things out for now, but it also does kind of zone the army out a little bit. And I think Creator, with his timing, should be able to cancel the 4th base, but now Stats is going to go down the ramp. He doesn't want that to happen. This 4th base is solo. Honestly, if I'm Creator, I just target this down. I blink away. I say, this is fine. 4th base gets canceled.
Great cancel. Great. That's a great pick for Creator. I really felt like he shouldn't have been able to get away with that, but per our conversation last game, Bayo, well, there it was. Literally a 15-second difference in when charge finished from one player to the other, and he just couldn't move down the ramp. So we get a little bit of instant karma there on a nice little subject. But I think for the audience, that demonstrates exactly what you were saying, which is those minor tech leads actually can become very nice, even though he doesn't have Immortals with the army, because he had that blink, the charge, thus just barely a bit faster. He's able to delay that 4th and possibly get his own up at about the same time now. So Creator, he's making some right moves. We just need to see him turn that into a control victory when the real engagement happens, because those big fights just have not gone his way this series.
And the problem, you talking about minor tech leads, Nate, I want to talk about a major tech lead, and that is the fact that a Templar Archives has been done for quite a while for Stats here. So he had and now the Templar Archives is done, or the Archon count's going to equalize, but he had that Templar Archives done for quite a while, which meant that even as Creator had the +2 lead, and even as Creator had the charge lead and everything else, very hard to go and handle this army, because if your opponent has Archons and you don't, and you're playing this mass gateway style that has really become the mode du jour of a lot of PvP recently, without those Archons, if your opponent has them, it is a problem and a half to deal with. But luckily now, Templar Archives is done. Even that major tech lead has been equalized. But these Stalkers in the middle of the map, they don't represent a lot, right? Stalkers going to blink on top. Hey, they're going to give themselves a little bit of a flank, though. Archon's a little bit behind, so Stats Archon's fighting a little bit better. We have 2 Immortals to 0, but the Stalkers are running away. And this should have been, again, a pretty good fight for Creator. Even still, Stats are going to punch through. Archons continue to go down, and 3 games in a row, these fights that look like they should be so good for Creator. These incredible flanking setups. At the end of the day, Stats, he controls better. He puts the Archons where they need to be, shelling away at Zealots. He gets Immortals on top of his opponent's Archons and just bursts them down. And even though, again, the fight setup is really good for Creator, the execution's not quite as good as what Stats is able to bring to the table.
Yeah, it's just absolutely gnarly. He has the backbone support of all the additional Archons, but also the Immortals, right? They've just been there for all of these games, and trying to it's hard to think of a reason to say that the Immortals aren't this important when he just crushes all of these fights. He has such a strong backbone that he can't really be dived on that easily. So it's tough. I checked the battle report. You see like almost 20 plus Zealots die on each side, and a lot of the tech units for Stats get popped, but he's just been so good about replenishing those and keeping again the Immortals, but also the Archon count very high. What is this fight turning into all of a sudden? Once more, it's just Stalkers and Zealots versus a reasonably well-rounded Protoss army.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Stats killed 3 Archons, his opponent killed 1. That is the story that we have to tell. 12 Stalkers died as well. So again, gas units dying for mineral units, and that is always going to be the story of a late game matchup. Gas is the important economy, especially here as you're only on like 3 gas right now. So Zealots are going to continue to move forward. Stalkers trapped against the corner. You mentioned it the other game that, well, Stalkers are great. If they're in a corner, Zealots on top of them, they really do not fight. So 3 games in a row, Stats takes the fight with a better control. Stats makes something happen, and the macro's there. So once again, Creator puts up a good fight, does something fancy, and loses the game. Anyways, Stats is going to be able to move on to this next round, and he is looking very scary in this matchup.
Oh, so fresh and so clean. Stats didn't have to do anything weird. He didn't have to pull any of the rabbits. He's still got a whole baker's dozen of them in his hat to pull out later. Just fantastic. Just fantastic to see. It's bizarre that my takeaway from a PvP that we start the day with is I was just so impressed at how Stats just played a very clean, straight up game, and just made everything creator did look like it just did not matter at all. It's unreal how hot stats is looking in day 2 here.
I'm looking. Yeah, it's wild. I think we had this experience like 4 or 5 times in the
Just
game
like
where it's like
deflected him like Neo style. I don't know.
yeah, like we had this experience where it's like, wow, creator's doing this, he's doing damage, and you look down and you're like, well, stats is up 10 workers despite that, and he's got an army lead, and he's got a
doing
tech
all
lead.
these moves. He's doing all these like cool moves and poses, and he's got like this supercharged attack, and then stats is just like, no. See you next round. See you next tournament, buddy.
Are you a stats boy right now, Nate? Because I know you love
He's getting
Hero.
me hyped up. He's getting me hyped up. He's getting me hyped. Truthfully, again, I come into this, for me, the most exciting part about this Dallas event, a big part of it outside of the EWC seeding, is that it does feel like one of the more even playing fields as far as, could we get a Protoss in that finals? Could we possibly have that, that shake up? As long as it's possible at all, I'm happy. I like not being certain of who's gonna win, since Cyril has to be a little more human at this event.
That he does. And either way, we'll talk about the round of the knockout bracket first half results when we get on the other side of this break. But for now, we do have to go to that break because we had a PvP that was actually pretty cool that we just finished. That was a 3-0. But we have a TVZ up next, and it's a banger. It's Spirit, it's Lambo, it's that classic European matchup, Nate. We're going to be back in just about 6 minutes, and when we are, that TVZ.
Love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone. My name is still Beowulf. With me is still Nathanius, and we have still more games. We had the PvP. We saw stats look actually incredibly dominant, but now we get to take a look at a TVZ. It's Spirit, it's Lambo. This is a matchup that has happened a ton. Nate, first thoughts about this? Again, where do you think we stand here?
Well, we get TVZ, which is always a good time. You get Lambo, who is one of the players that when we talk about, these new maps, these new eras, he's somebody that generally pushes the strategy bar forward for Zerg players. He's someone that a lot of Zerg players look to as far as practicing for events or coaching or figuring out new builds. He's a smart guy. So I'm interested to see what he brings out, but we're also starting on Golden Aura, so that's not necessarily relevant here. And Spirit, well, what can we say about him other than he doesn't mind playing a long game of StarCraft? That's kind of the energy he gives me. He's like, I'm happy to play greedy, macro, but he's also shown us some 2-base timings in his other matchups throughout this event as well. So I'm curious how aggressive Spirit will be, and I'm interested if we get to some of those weirder maps, what kind of strategies Lambo breaks out.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at the context of this series, Lambo Spirit 75-71 all time in Lambo's favor. Very, very close. They've played a lot of games too. So a lot of history, a very even series. Game 1 here is ready to go. And we're going to start our second knockout game. And the bottom right in the blue, playing for Team Na'Vi now. It's Spirit.
And in the top left, as the Red Zerg player playing for Shopify Rebellion, he is Lambo. Yeah, it looks like, and I'm checking the brackets, looking, I took out a Terran player Disrespect in the upper bracket qualifiers, took out Harstem 2-0, and then, well, you fall to Beyond, and I feel like when we talk about the players that we think could win a tournament, or really any tournament that they show up to, it's pretty fair, I think, Bayo, to say that Beyond is someone, even if he's not your favorite player, you have to respect the fact that if he's on, he can be unstoppable. So there's no shame in that. Lambo's got a bit of a journey to make, and Spirit, of course, here represents a great challenge for him to start off here.
Yeah, I've long considered Beyond not the best player in the world, but the best online player in the world, or at least the player that has that greatest delta, because it's well publicized, right? He's got these wrist issues, they're psychosomatic, they're stress-induced, and he is so good when he's at his home, at his own setup, and when he starts to go on stage, though, it's always a question of how long can he survive, how long can he hold up, and the good news for Beyond fans is that it seems like over the last couple tournaments, he's been able to go deeper. He's been able to get closer to that World Championship Beyond form that we used to see, where he actually was able to go and, keep his stress, I guess, in check, keep the wrists all together. And we saw him play actually a really nice series against Cyril back at Atlanta, and he was actually doing a nice job. We didn't have any pauses. So good news for Beyond fans. Maybe we'll see him make a deep run in this tournament. That'll be very exciting. But for now, this is a different one. This is Lamb, or this is Spirit. We're going to see double orbital on the way, of course. The question, though, is how greedy is Spirit going to be? Is this 3cc play? Does he have something a little bit more aggressive? I got to assume here on Golden Aura, Nate, that this is going to be that 3cc, maybe even a quick 4th base play. It's so turtled up.
He's already got SCVs pulled off of the double gas, so he's not mining the full amount of Vespine he could be getting. He's getting just a couple extra bucks, so that's going to allow him to, I assume, go for the quick 3rd command center and also be able to make his Hellions early. If you try to play, the thing that we always talk about, especially when it comes to players that can do unorthodox strategies, is that they are usually also comfortable if you try to do something unorthodox to them, because they get into a lot of atypical game states. So if things aren't going, according to the meta or standard schmandard, sometimes a player can get really frustrated or thrown off by that. Some guys excel in those straight up games, but I don't think you try anything super tricky here, because again, that is Lambo's wheelhouse. He's the guy, he's the cerebral type of player that kind of figures stuff out. So I don't think you're going to weird him out too much. Maybe he tries to just play really greedy. We see the crazy fast 3rd CC, maybe not quite as fast as Mara's yesterday. I don't know 100%, but pretty fast regardless. Taking that game straight up, that just seems like the way that Spirit likes to play.
Nate, it's not a quick 3rd base. It's a quick 4th base.
Oh my. I feel like I'm watching one of my own replays now. Hot damn. There you go. It's got that, well, you know, even as someone who does this, I don't think I can typically ever justify it, but maybe this is the legendary, I don't want you to be able to attack my third planetary. No, I just assume he just wants a lot of money. This is the cash money. Okay, so think about it this way. If you're Lambo, what do you think when you fly your Overlord and see that? As a Zerg player, Bayo, what goes through your mind? You just, some level of frustration, or you're like, I wish I could do something about this, but I know that I can't. So it's like, what is he trying to bait him? What's going through your mind?
I think it's like, I gotta bust this, but I don't know that I can because it's Golden Aura. And I think Lambo's actually approach, I kind of like it. I don't know if this is where he's going for just yet. We gotta, actually, I probably isn't, because if we track the gas, he's only on single gas. He's not adding more. But my answer would be, hey, you're getting 4 command centers. That means your Marines, your stim, everything else is going to be supremely slow. Why don't I get Aspired? Mutas, I can dance around your 3 bases. That is maybe, or I can dance around your 4 bases because Spirit's been super greedy. Maybe that's going to be the option, because clearly attacking up this ramp or, you know, into this choke with a bunch of roaches is not going to be the solution. Not like there's a ton of space in the main base. There's this like one hidden spot that you could maybe get a Nidus in, but it's not like a Nidus is a really good option here. So you just go and you, I guess the other option is you get as greedy as possible. You get this 4th base a little bit quicker than you would have. But it is that awkward thing, and I know I've gotten some flack for saying this, but like Zerg doesn't have good all-ins. So not against Terran. So what is, okay, it's gonna be the Spire.
No, that's the reason why everyone loves TVZ so much, is because you can pretty much always get a macro game. If the Terran doesn't proxy Reaper, it's very, you don't, I mean, on the ladder, some people will still try, but in pro level play, you almost never see anyone try one of those 1 or 1.5 base pushes. They don't exist at this level. I couldn't agree more with you, Bayo.
They're just not good. But Aspire getting all this gas, and again, this is your 4 base Aspire play, so you do get your gases a little bit later. But because again, yes, Stim is done, Combat Shield's not done, 1-1 is not done. Spirit committed so much money to getting these bases early on. It means that he's not going to be aggressive. He's not going to move out with a bunch of stimmed bio, because it just doesn't really exist, not for a while. It means you can get these mutas out. You can get 10 mutas on the other side. And then if we take a look at this base setup, so there are 3 mineral lines, give or take, that are exposed to, by the way, this was a 4th orbital, by the way. So not only is this 4 base, it's 4 orbital, which is
the cash money build. That's what this is from Spirit.
Yeah, but if you look at this, so there are 3 mineral lines exposed to the dead airspace. Another one that you kind of dive around and it's like half exposed. If you're a Zerg player and you're like, I want to get a lot of economic damage done, the base setup here, how it looks, is actually really nice. It gives you this opportunity to go get the damage done. But again, you do have to sustain this first Terran bio push, which realistically, Nate, not all that scary. It's just creep clearing. There is a tank getting something done, but as long as you stay on creep, this is going to be fine for Lambo.
Lambo has so much stuff. The only thing about his style that he's done in this game that could maybe end up coming back to bite him a bit is his evolution chambers, right? He didn't focus on the upgrades super fast. He's just starting his 1-1 as 2-2 is beginning for Spirit. That being said, Spirit, he was pretty greedy with his setup, so it works out anyway, because Lambo has so many more units that I don't think it matters at all. I don't see any way this army of Spirit can push through. The moment he tries to go across that line of sight blocker, he's in trouble. So this gives Lambo the opportunity that you just mentioned, because there's no turrets, there's no defenses. So he flies in, kills a siege tank. He's okay trading a few of his mutas out here too, but he knows that Spirit can't really do anything else, because the moment he tries to step on creep to counterattack, that's when the Banelings smash you. And this is kind of like, it feels weird to say throwback, but this is like the old days of TVZ. What people love to watch and see is that Mutaling Bane, and he just has this huge Bane ball waiting. If the Terran ever gets frustrated into trying to base trade, they're screwed. But until then, the mutas just pick away as much as they can, and he's continuing to add mutas, so it's kind of exciting. Lambo gives us a Mutaling Bane versus Bio game to start us off today.
This is Mutaling Bane versus Bio is why I fell in love with StarCraft in the first place.
I think that's why a lot of us. It's good stuff.
Oh yeah, Scarlet Bomber games back in the day, just creme de la creme. Although,
back.
The downside with this is mutas are on a much bigger timer than they used to be, because once you get ghosts out, the ghosts snipe down mutas, they do bonus damage to light you. They're more part of a composition. So, there was a time you'd say, wow, we can go battle mutas, like get crazy upgrades, +2, get armor upgrades, and like build 30 mutas and keep them alive the entire game. That's not as much of a thing anymore. Ghost Academy's already done here for Spirit. There is this timing where, yeah, mutas are getting a lot done. They're pinning the Terran back. But also the Terran is pinned back on 4 bases. So, you know, you win some, you lose some on that front. And again, these mutas will eventually time out. Ghosts will be out. Thors are going to be out enough number where it becomes very hard for these mutas to get what they want done. And also realistically, they're not as good. They don't allow you to go take the Terran army out. So you are going to want to trade these out at some point. And the question is whether they're going to get enough damage done before you have to get rid of them.
Yeah, and Lambo is just now moving into the hive. So if we think about where he goes from here, assuming that his mutas are doing what he feels they need to be doing, what is that next step? Because as you said, Thor's coming out of the map. They absolutely Shrek mutas. They do very well with the Marines. They provide a buffer to keep banelings away from the bio, but also ghosts with the steady targeting are going to have a field day with any mutalisks that are in range of them as well. So it becomes very frustrating. Lambo is going to try and backstab into the main base with the mutas, however, just going for that huge flock. He has 25 of them. Does not want to engage the Marines just yet, but what he's doing here, he's keeping the Terran at home. And what has Lambo done with all that time? Bayo, he's taken all the bases on his half of the map. He's got the gold, he's got the top right corner, and he's basically saying to Spirit, yeah, you want to play this turtle fest and I maybe make it hard for me to kill you? Sure, but you're going to have access to far fewer resources over the course of this game than I will.
Yeah, you know, you say that, and that is also very true because you have the gold base. But you know, realistically, of the two diagonal bases, the gold base gives you that economic injection, that shot of adrenaline that allows you to go and start to really build up your mineral income. But this is the base that matters more because, well, a gold base, yes, it does go and give you that more money or that quicker mining rate, but it doesn't have as many minerals in the bank in the first place. So if Lambo aligns a little bit on that, Spirit takes more, that's gonna be great. But for now, Lambo just says, I got banelings, I'm gonna try to bust through. And yeah, he does bust through some of the static defense, but doesn't get any of the ghosts, doesn't get any of the workers. And again, we're in this setup where Muta Ling Bane does time out as the game goes later. The quality of the Terran army gets even stronger. And yeah, you know, Spirit doesn't have the gold base, doesn't have the northeast base. And I do like what Lambo's done, by the way. He's pulled, it's only 7 workers. I'd really like to see him saturate the entire thing. But even still, Spirit's on 5 bases. And as a Zerg player, if you want to avoid this late game turtle, you want to keep the Terran on 4. So now Spirit, he's got this planetary, he's got missile turrets and sensor towers, and is just extremely well set up to hold on to this 5th. And that is, again, Lambo's gonna have to find a slightly different option. As this, once you get the 5th base, it's really hard to just go break the Terran ending.
Yeah, what he's got going for him at least a little bit here with some of the banelings he's trying to trade, trying to pull the mutas away from those ghosts on the outside, is he's denying this space, so he does take away 2 of the geysers that he's been mining for quite a while. But it's like that trap that you're talking about. So we have to consider again, what is the transition? What is his next step out of this that he's prepared for? Before, he was still getting the hive. Now he has the Ultralisk Cavern, Chitinous Plating is on the way, and then he'll also get Anabolic Synthesis. Adrenal Glands, I think, just finished up, and he's getting the rest of his upgrades on the ground. So I think what he's angling for is maybe there's going to be a couple of little more ugly trades like that, since he has these resources to work with. But that's kind of what these games versus Terran turn into, right? Because the cost efficiency of this composition is so good for Spirit that on Lambo's part, yes, you have access to all this income, but that doesn't mean you want to throw all your gas units away, because we see it happen time and time again. But that is where the win condition comes from the other player. It's not even necessarily starve the Zerg out, it's just make them spend all their gas trying to kill you, and then once they can only make Zerglings, yeah, the game's pretty much over, you know? Just for Marines versus just Zerglings always goes in Terran favor. So he's like, I'm gonna happily sit here, take as much time as I need. And I think that is something that people who watch Spirit, and since they've played so many games against each other, Lambo is obviously aware. Spirit feels zero pressure to go out on the map beyond whatever he thinks he needs to do, which I assume at this point is just keep the creep off his front door. But this mini map is looking real nice for Lambo, that's all I'm gonna say.
It is, and it does feel bad to lose orbitals, by the way. That was the nascent planetary that goes down, but Spirit's lost orbitals to banelings at this point in the game, and that really shouldn't happen. So Spirit had 5 bases, that was great. Now that he struggles to kind of hold on to this 3rd base that he took, life becomes a little bit more complicated. And I want to really talk about what I like what Lambo's doing here. I said, you know, I really want to see Lambo go and actually fully saturate these external bases. He didn't do that on the corner base, but he's doing that on Spirit's, what should be his base.
Yeah, he took the base outside. He took the base across from Spirit's main. On one hand, it's like, should he stop building mutas at some point? Should we see him try to transition? I'm like, he has a lot of money. He doesn't have enough money to remax multiple times. So it's worth pointing out that there isn't possibility that he overextends, because as much damage as much stuff as we've seen blow up, Spirit still has a huge army. He's got a ton of tanks, he's got Thors, he's got his Liberators, a bunch of Ghosts, a ton of Ghosts and Marines. It's just how many armies worth is Lambo going to be able to either shut down or throw away before he can either break him or starve himself out, right? So as long as he doesn't do that, he should be fine. The Mutalisks are going to come back over towards the main base once again. There are 27 of them, and there's just nothing here to defend. And this right here is the ideal end game for the Muta style anyway, is that the Terran feels like, well, all I'm going to do is just chase Mutas in my own base while he mines out the map, or I try to go out on the field. And when you go out on the field, that's when the Banelings are waiting for you.
And a bunch of Queens. This is not where you want to be, Queens. This is, I mean, you know what? They can be forgiven. Look at the creep spread. It is. A wise man once said, "It's like
a nice Zerglon." That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, there we go. Like, why? You know, like if the creep is on the Terran third, it's probably the Zerg's gonna win the game. But this is late game TVZ, right? I'm not totally convinced about that fact in this game. But I love how much utility, and I guess part of it is the Ghost nerf. The snipes do a little bit less damage. They have that max least range where it's not the immediate death, right? It's not the guaranteed death once snipe goes down.
If he reacts fast enough with the Mutas, he can dodge the snipe now. So that's basically the biggest thing with it. So if you're Spirit, you want the Ghosts to be far enough ahead that they can't run away, but not too far ahead that Banelings can reach them, because we have to remember as well, any damage will also cancel that. So it's like, for Spirit, his win condition is to just make this efficient composition in his smaller bank last infinitely, and then just starve Lambo out. But I mean, Lambo's quite literally got like 60 or 70% almost, it feels like, of the bases on this map to leverage against him. So I don't know. Maybe if he lands this nuke, it'll be a start. There's a lot of Lings and Bangers running over to it. I think he's gonna find it just before it pops. So we almost got to see it. We almost had it yesterday, our first big nuke drop, but it wasn't meant to be.
No, Solar's not playing this game, so you know it's not gonna happen.
Solar versus Mario. Even if like it's impossible bracket wise, we just need to be like, guys, can we put them in that Texas show match or whatever against each other in the mod? Let them nuke them there. Whatever it takes, make it happen.
The funny thing is, it's not just Solar. I mean, we talked about the Katowice Solar Mario, but it happened to him like 3 months later against Oliveira.
Too many times.
It's like, this is happening far too often. This should not be a thing. And by the way, so Spirit, I understand, take the gold base down, sure, fine. I don't like the decision to, Lings are going to run in here as well, so it's even hard to make that happen. But I don't like the decision to go and try to take the gold base, because, I mean, look at this. There's 2,400 minerals left on this base. Not a lot of gas either. Well, I guess the gas actually hasn't been fully mined, but the majority of the base's mineral is gone, right? It's not as efficient of a base as it used to be. Now Lings get on top of these tanks. The base is dead anyways because they're like 40 mutas. And it's like, yeah, you know, Spirit, if you're going to contest a base, this is the base you got to contest, right? This is the one you care about.
It's such a, I don't know. It's like, on one hand, we have seen Terrans win in this situation far more times than should be possible. So I can't count them out. On the other hand, what an absolutely sad view if you just look at Spirit's vision of the map. It is just an endless labyrinth of darkness. He hasn't even seen half the map that's been covered in creep. He has snuck a ghost, and he still had that ghost inside of the main base, but he is going to lose it now. So he was trying to do some fancy stuff with his nukes, but he just couldn't make it happen. When the creep is at your front door like this, going past the range of your turrets, it's hard. It's hard to come up with something exciting about what Spirit is going to do, because he's more or less just hoping to get an insane volley of snipes on all the mutas, and then hope, I guess, that Lambo builds the wrong unit with whatever he decides to remax with. But that, again, that would imply that he's going to lose all of the mutas instantly to ghosts, which, you know, Lambo's done a pretty good job of avoiding that happening so far. So I'm feeling confident that that's not going to be the case.
So it's really a game of attrition is what Spirit's looking to do, to make sure that he trades so much better that even if he mines the base last, it's fine because he's traded that much better. The problem is one base is worth, what is like 24,000 resources total, I think, something like that. So if you take one from your opponent and they don't have it, it's 48,000 resources total delta. Like, you need to out-trade in a significant way if you're just going to give the map up like this. I mean, that's real. Look at these Liberators shredding the Mutas. Nate, it has been a long, long time since we saw Liberators as an answer to Mutas in the air based on nerfs that have happened, but that was a lot of Mutas going down, and before this fight, I was going to say, hey, Spirit's not trading well enough. It's only about a 6,000 resources loss differential. Now it's up to 9. That was a little bit better, and because of this trade, because of the Zerg Remax time, he should be able to go break this map down. But the scans aren't where they need to be, so these creep tubers are still going to be there for a time being.
Yeah,
Spirit
this
needs
is
to knock that down.
We had a great nickname for a Terran player who had ungodly levels of patience way back in the day. This is the Spoon Terran, because it was like being just slowly carving chunks out of you with the spoon, just taking the map little bit by bit. And I feel like we can see those chunks just from these the sensor towers. he's inching forward across the map with his sensor towers and his bases. The Mutas are going to be able to smash those down in the bottom left. Planetary is under repair. Ghosts are going to try to go and save it. I think they should be able to. It is quite a few ghosts, and the Planetary is building armor, so it's a little bit chonky to deal with. He does clean up the right side base of Lambo, and again, it is just bizarre. But this is what Spirit's play is to do, is to just do this as slowly as it takes. And even though Lambo had all those bases, this is where it starts to work against you, because you get used to having that income. But then there's actually just no more gas geysers on the map, so he still has some fresh ones in the northeast corner. And he hasn't even started mining the gas in the top center map, so he still has a good amount to work with. But it's just something to keep in mind. You know, Terran with nothing but minerals can do a lot, especially with bio. Zerg with nothing but minerals, not so much.
Oh, that's a lot of ghosts going down on the left side. I was about to ask you, hey Nate, is there such a thing as too many ghosts? Because Spirit has 31.
This is why I hate them, though. It's like it's so cumbersome. They're unbelievably strong at the same time, but you don't step them on creep either. So is there too many? I mean, no, but also yes. The more you have, the harder it is to leave your base. But the more you have, the easier it is to kill everything and win. So it really is that warp attrition, but also the test of patience. Like, if all he has to do is get Lambo to take a couple more of those adventurous dives forward, and if he gets one more base, if he gets that right side base or what's left of it, eventually, then I actually see a scenario where Lambo mines out the map and he starts to be too cautious, or has to be more cautious anyway, because he knows he won't have access to more resources. Like, I think I made some reference to this like 10 minutes ago, but I felt like kind of early on, as soon as okay, Spirit Lambo, two great macro players who are unlikely to cheese each other, this map's probably getting mined out.
Yeah, no, the question really is, it's going to come down to the gas at the end of the day, as you talked about a little bit. Another base goes down. I mean, these are 3/3 mutas. I said earlier that I don't really think that we're going to have battle mutas because of ghosts and Thors and everything else, but I mean, 3/3 mutas going in, they snipe anything. And the problem becomes, as we look at these orbitals going down, Spirit only has so much gas. Ghosts are incredibly gas expensive. Tanks, Liberators, everything you need is a late game Terran. It's reliant on gas as much as minerals. There was a time when Terrans would say, yeah, they're going to build this big gas bank because they only need minerals. That's not true here. And now, was it 3 orbitals have just gone down? A bunch of Lings are going to try to find this planetary, and that is more than enough Banelings to knock that down. So
many Banelings.
Exactly. And at this point, there's 2 gas geysers, realistically, that Spirit's mining from. This is tapped out, everything. He's got 2 gas geysers remaining. Despite everything, despite how well he's traded and everything, we're starting to hit this point where Spirit does have to go move. It does have to make something happen, because Lambo in the last 30 seconds has removed 90% of his relevant economy.
Yeah, and this is still a dicey situation for Lambo, because this ground army is going to be able to deal with Lings and to some degree Danes. He has a good amount of tanks, he's got a good amount of Marauders, so getting the Banelings to the Ghosts directly is still going to be a difficult task. So really, for Spirit, the big thing here, the Liberator count against the Mutas. This is just something, like you said, we hardly see. Lambo's going to try and spread the Mutas out, but Liberator splash damage, for anybody curious, is about the size of a Psy Storm. So even though they don't do a crazy amount of damage to air units, it hits pretty much everything in front of them. So just a little food for thought there. The Libs, when you've got like 7 or 8 of them, no matter how little damage they do, it adds up.
Yeah, there's critical mass, and I forget what it is, for Libs to one-shot me. It's like 7 Libs, I think, one-shot a Muta, something like that.
Yeah, I don't do too much number crunching in my days anymore, but it's enough. I think 8 or 9 lives is probably in that sweet spot for 1 or 2 shot. Yeah, look how fast that drops. And that's what's the only thing that makes me nervous, because that gas we talked about, these Banelings are really all he has to stop the ghosts. The Zerglings on their own won't do it. The Mutas on their own won't do it. And he has support. He has the tanks, he has the Liberators, he has the Marines and the Marauders. So this is where maybe we do start to ask, should there have been an attempt to do something like a Nidus inside of the main base? I'm not sure, but the Mutalist play has largely been neutralized just by this ridiculous number of Liberators, and it does feel bizarre because I just haven't seen Liberators fight Mutas like that in a long time. Like, I remember when Maru first got him nerfed because he would just go literally like nothing but Liberators and kill everything, but that was like 7 years ago now. So I got nothing for you.
Yeah, they've been nerfed many times. And Lambo, you talked about wanting to see a nuke, because this barely, the drones the drones were still dead. And that's actually super important, because the majority of bases that Lambo has, he's done a very good job, by the way, of mining outlier bases first, which is not something that we see enough Zerg players do, because eventually a Terran player, if they put their entire might into a base, they're going to take it down. They're going to be able to secure it and mine it.
Oh, look at the Mutas. The Mutas get absolutely shredded. Okay, so I was gonna say, he just now, for the first time in this game, Lambo starts up Vipers and Corruptors, and this right here is Spirit's biggest opportunity, because Parasitic Bomb can do something to these Liberators, but the Liberators themselves, until they're out and actually have that energy, they can just go chase everything down. There's no Hydras, there's no giant swell of Queens, there's no Infestors, there's hardly even any Spore Crawlers on the map at all. So he just has to fight. He just gets chased down, and I'd be nervous if he was looking for my Overlords at that point, if they're too close together anywhere. Like, spread everything out, make sure these Liberators can't find any more value, and play very carefully with Parasitic Bomb, because, well, we're there. Spirit has taken that right side base, Bayo, and there is still about 3,000 Vespine gas there. So that's a hard time. That's a hard time for a Zerg player who's got 2 geysers in the north, and there's still about, looks like maybe 1,000 gas on the west side expansion.
Yeah, and it's funny. I think I said at one point, it's like, oh, the gas is what matters, and it is. But Spirit's also very much tapped himself out in minerals, and I do want to give a lot of credit to Lambo. Again, I was talking about this before. We're so rudely interrupted by about 20 mutas evaporating, but Lambo did such a really nice job of mining the outlier bases first. So I'm, we're kind of looking around at bases, and it's like, well, with these bases going down, it's a big problem. Lambo's losing out a lot of his economy. And then you go kind of look back at his interior bases, and this is still 8 mineral patches on this interior base. This is still 7 mineral patches on the interior base. Lambo's mined so much out of these corners that now as Spirit's taking them, there's not a lot of minerals remaining. Lambo's probably mined more than half out of each one. So it's, yes, the trades have become horrendous. 21,000 resources delta. But at least Lambo has something to retreat back to. He has nearly full healthy bases ready to go.
Yeah, it's so bizarre that at one point almost every single base on this map was Lambo's, and he had this huge resource lead. But this is just what you can do. This is what you can do when you stick to this defensive style, and you have the seemingly unbreakable level of patience. I don't know. It's like waiting for the return of Odysseus. It was a long time, but hey, you hold out hope, you hold out faith, and Spirit, he is hoping to be rewarded. But there's Lings. They're in his base now. The Lings are inside of his base. Some of his production is getting ransacked. There's a few Banes in there. The Mutas and the Ultras go down and take the South Expo. The Ghosts, he looks like he's having a little bit of trouble trying to cover all the ground here. And I would love to see a Parasitic Bomb or 2 on these Liberators to shoot them away.
Well, that's actually not going to... There's a Parasitic Bomb going down now, but 1 Viper will hold. The splits aren't great, though, so there's that. Even still, I mean, this Liberator count is so insane. And I know you said, hey, look, Spirit's maybe struggling to put everything where it needs to be. That did kind of feel like the last gasp of Lambo. That felt like, oh, I got to go all in. I got to get so much damage done.
He's tapped on the Vespine now. So whatever happens next, he's not going to be able to rebuild the army he has at this point. He likely won't be able to build it again unless we just chill and nothing happens for 5 or 10 minutes. But if that's the case, then I see the top right base getting taken by Spirit in the next minute or 2. So he's a little bit stuck now. I feel like if you're watching Zerg play in general and you get in a non-mirror and they get to this position where you've got 4,000 or 5,000 minerals and no gas, that is typically the sign that the Zerg is going to have maybe one last chance at a fight to try and turn things around. But It is not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy at all. And he can make a crazy amount of lings behind this, but if there's still a bunch of ghosts and marines and tanks and all of that stuff, then ghosts like 2-shot lings. They're not worried about that. He's got a lot of ghosts.
Yeah, and it's funny you said, well, okay, maybe you should have moved out of mutas a little bit earlier. Maybe we should have seen Lambo transition a little bit more. I would have, I guess Infestors weren't Infestors got the sterile nerf in terms of their vision when they're burrowed down and making that burrowed Infestor play a little bit harder. But when you're playing against 26 ghosts, right, it does feel like you need Infestors or something. You need more spellcasters than just the Vipers. You need more than just kind of this, I'm going to face tank with everything. That being said, ghosts are a little bit trapped into a corner here, but the Marauders, they're going to tank for it. And even then, it takes 6 Banes to kill a ghost, so that's not going to work out. Snipes go down. The detection's not where it needs to be, even if it's there. And the ghosts survive. Again, Lambo will be forced back, but the army supplies, they kind of equalize.
It's tough because the army supply is coming because he's making a bunch of links. He's making a crazy amount of links, but if he spends the gas to make the banelings, then that's it, and he can't add anything else to support this. So the rest of the units can just keep moving, and that's where I agree with you on the issue of the spellcasters, because there's nothing to really stop the tanks from advancing outside of the mutas trying to jump on stuff. But if the ghosts are on the tanks, then there's just not enough to split or punish the mobility. Like this run by, I love it. It's great. But if it's only happening because of the state that we're in at this point, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to give Lambo access to more resources. So that top base is gone. I think he's got some minerals coming in the bottom left, but those 2 Vespine geysers have about 400 total on that base. So Lambo, if he could get all the production, I love it. Completely unseat him, and then there's still an opportunity with the amount of creep. If he can't scan and doesn't have ravens, like, let's not pretend like there isn't still a win condition for the game. If Spirit eventually has to step in the middle of that map at some point, then I guess he's hoping for the Surround of the Century. He's got 2,000 more minerals, but it's just going to be lings on that production tab for most of the rest of this game.
Nate, I think one more, like maxing out or spending the rest of this bank on lings might actually do it, because Spirit is totally tapped out. He's not mining, well, he's mining a little bit, but that's all going to be gone as lings kill off the rest of these SCVs. Lambo has somewhat of a functioning economy. Lings continue to move forward, and yes, Ghost do 2-shot, absolutely. But again, if Spirit cannot go and rebuild everything, it's a significant problem. I mean, as I say that, it goes in, and there are enough medevacs here that the lings do go away. But if you can't reproduce everything, and now the Ghost Academies are done too, maybe there's a world where 29 workers to 6, at least there's some level of a bang for Lambo. Maybe there's a world, but this still actually looks fairly reasonable.
If a few more of the air units were alive, you almost start to think that as a base trade on the table. There's still a planetary in the bottom left. A Viper just got killed in the top. That west side base. Ghosts managed to grab that, so he lost his only Viper there. So that's going to hurt quite a bit. But yeah, if the only thing you can make is Zerglings versus Terran, it's just going to be tough. I think for Lambo's credit, he has given himself a second shot at this game through this possible base trade. We have all these buildings flying and stuff, but it's just not a lot, right? Like 4 Corruptors are just going to take forever to kill all of this. So Spirit has some time to bring some of his units back. There's nowhere to really set it though. So I think, yeah, I guess Lambo has done it though, right? Like there's just nowhere for this army to stage anymore with the number of lings.
Oh, there's nowhere for
just barely enough, maybe.
Nowhere for it to stage, and like you just can't produce anything. So even if Spirit has a little bit, he's got like 3 Marines in the bank, or 6 Marines in the bank, not a ton.
It's only game 1. It's only game 1. We could potentially have 4 more of these, Bayo. I'm amped up. I'm amped up. Katie got me my coffee during this game. I'm feeling it, and I'm excited that we get to cast the absolute barn burner that this series is already going to turn into. I still have no idea who's going to win. I really thought Spirit would trade much better in pretty much all of those previous fights, but he's actually bled out enough for this to be tough. Here's one thing I'll say though. Look at the Sim City of where he's landed stuff. If you try to poke into that with mass lings, this right here is where he gets them. He just needs to create a little mini wall, I guess.
Yeah, it's funny though, because Lambo has the Eric's. You had the money to repair that. That's unfortunate. But so let's take a look at what Lambo can make right now. His tech is shattered. He's got double starport, sure, double factory, sure, no armory, no Ghost Academy, no tech labs. He can only build Marines. Even as we talked about, it's going to be the gas that's the problem. He's got 3,600 gas, but there's nothing he can make with that gas. Not really.
At this point, I think this his move should be to try to get as many Ravens as he can, though. I think your biggest, I really think if any, it's the only thing that he can try to generate value out of that he can retain over time. Like any other unit that he could build at this point, there's a risk of losing it. But at the very least, if he has like a defensive turret, or if you imagine if another big fight were to get forced with these Lings and he had an anti-armor missile, I don't know. It's hard. Maybe just squeezing out 1 or 2 Liberators though is the better play to try and hold the ground down. But it does, to me, it just seems like this. All he can do is still just going to be Ling Bane, even if he gets some more money from this base. There's no money to go into really anything else for him. He's going to get 1 Viper, so maybe that's it. Maybe he'll try to put 1 Blinding Cloud on wherever the tank is or wherever the center mass of the bio is. But just we're looking at a cursed game. Like you take a screenshot of Spirit's base right now. This is some cursed StarCraft right here.
I actually would love to see a reactor on the factory and just build a bunch of Widow Mines. If you know, like, there is not enough gas on the map for Lambo. Not really. What is that? 800. He's got 1600 gas on the map, give or take. That's about all that's left. That's not enough to really build another high-tech army. You can build some Vipers, some Spellcasters, but again, he's going to be Ling Bane. I agree with you there. And if you you turtle this up, you put Widow Mines in every choke, attacking and tanks behind. If you attack into that, I mean, good luck getting your splits off. So now we're at this situation, and I think I would like to see even more mines than the Spirit's making. We're in this situation now. What are the odds this turns into a draw? The players still have money.
I was gonna say, I'm like, if hypothetically speaking, I don't think Lambo actually has anything to gain from attacking Spirit anymore. Yeah. Because it's not like Spirit is gonna take this army and go take another base. There is no other base, and he can't really attack into this either. And as much as it's nice that he's gotten a couple of these other units, you know, it's not like he had Widow Mine upgrade from his armory. They're not going to be able to shoot and be invisible. There are some Overseers here. With just the 1 Viper, I mean, like, imagine if he gets an Abduct on that tank. Like, you just get 1 unit, pull back. Just be as unbelievably cautious as you can possibly be, but just try and carve. Just take that pounded flesh whenever you get the chance. But yeah, it's just bizarre. It's just bizarre. I mean, for Lambo, the win condition at this point almost is just presented as, I mean, it looks like he has enough that he should be able to break this, but it is a Terran army with a weird wall and SimCity going on, so it's just hard to say. He's got an impressive number of Zerglings at this point. Like, the supply tells a very different story than this situation, but all it takes is, like you said, 1 or 2 good Widow Mine shots into that Ling mass, and you know, half of them will be gone in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and the big thing as well is that we just saw, I guess there was only 1 go. Ghost for a Viper, I don't know if that's worth it. But I was going to say, it's like, okay, if you can get these Abducts on the Ghost, right? It's only 11 of them now. You know that Spirit can't remake them. That can be a way to make things happen. From now, Spirit has to take this base, so he's moving on the map, and that means Lambo can go for the full surround. We talked about the potential for a draw, but this is overwhelming Ling Bane on top of everything. The Sim City that we praise is this situation where Lambo, he's got his corner and there's nothing going to happen. Well, he moves out on the map, he gets fully surrounded, and this should be a Lambo victory. 37 minutes. This
right here, those final 2-3 minutes of the game, I think demonstrate everything about what we were talking about Lambo in the beginning of the match. Is that if you get him into an uncomfortable situation, he is the kind of cerebral player that can kind of zoom out from even just the perspective of being in the game and realize there is nothing I can gain from attacking you. The best thing that can happen is you move out of your little turtle setup. Like, if Spirit keeps everything, he just wraps all those landed buildings around his army next to the command center. I think you can potentially force that draw type situation. I really felt like his army could have traded, but the moment he extended past his base to try and move up towards Lambo's expansion, it was just like, you know, Lambo just kind of recognized something that Spirit didn't, which was that the first one, the only way was, what is it? The only way to win that game was not to play. Like, the first person to try and make a move out of that stalemate was always going to die, because having that setup was so important. And obviously Lambo had the flank on the left as well as the north, so just I feel like there were a lot of opportunities for him to throw that one, and it got dicey towards the end because, again, Spirit's style is extremely difficult to break. But that right there is just a demonstration of, I'm in an unusual, difficult spot, and I find a way to make the best possible choice anyway and come out with the dub.
Yeah, and I love it, by the way. So we just finished game 1 of this series, and everything else is going so far ahead. They're like, okay, what's your pick for for knockout bracket round 2, and I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, we were sitting here, and well, we need to figure out what's gonna happen with this one.
We're in the hyperbolic time chamber, okay, of Lambo versus Spirit. Again, there could be 4 more games. We'll see you guys in like 2 hours for whatever's next.
Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen with this one.
We eating good, man. We eating good. We got some nice TVZ. I think for Spirit's sake, I hope we get something other than the 4 command center opening. I hope that's not too hot of a take. And yeah, but it's still fascinating to kind of see the cogs turn in real time in the players' heads, even if the game is a little more on the passive side, and see, okay, where is he trying to carve out these advantages? If Lambo gets into a similar spot in the next game, you know, do we see him throw down at Nidus Network and maybe try and put a little more oomph with some of that harass? I don't know, but I think he handled himself very well, and it can't possibly be mentally easy to play against the Terran. I'm completely fine with just never leaving my base.
Oh, and man, I had this. It's crazy. Look at this. So Lambo, unfortunately, we don't have a stat of like total resources mined over the course of the game. At one point, I talked to Ali, who makes the different observer mods, about getting that put in, but I don't think it ever got put into the extension mod that we use. But Lambo mined so much more out of that map. I don't know how much it was, but 40,000 resources, whatever. And despite that, and you know, he only traded about 22,000 resources worth. And despite that, we're like 35 minutes and we're like, okay, this is a shot. You never count late game Terran now, and when you got like 40 ghosts, who cares? And it's crazy that we can get. This is the second time we've had that situation. Rainier and Cure put himself in kind of a similar spot in yesterday when he ended up losing. And I don't know. I just, after casting that Clem Cyril series or a game on Alcyone, I'm always just like, there's a chance, you know, like
it's like it's so painful, because for me it's the hardest part about high level modern TVZ is that so much of the ghost is so freaking strong, but it's so bad on creep that you're like, I can make a lot of these and not be killable, but I also can't really leave my base once I have enough of them to become unkillable. So it's like, yeah, you kind of get why the Terrans gravitate towards it, but then you're like, is this really the way it should be? And I don't know. I ask myself this question often.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if that is. You know, Nate, I don't have answers for you. I would love to, but I'd rather just watch some games. And luckily, as a fan of StarCraft and as a fan of, we got ahead of ourselves. The first part of the knockout bracket was a 3-0. It was very quick. We're now going right back on schedule. Let's see if
we speed ran.
Question now is whether Spears can just drag us into these depths of insanity. I don't know, but game 2. Crimson Court, much smaller map. We're ready to go. And in the upper right, in the blue here, dragging it out to 37 minutes and giving himself every opportunity to win. Despite everything, it's Spirit.
And the man in the bottom left, who was able to keep his cool in spite of, well, going up against one of the strongest turtles we've seen in this event so far. He is Lambo. Yeah. How about that though? There was, you know, on one hand, that game did end super weirdly, but can we just go back to 4 command center opening? Like what? He's just saying like, oh, Lambo's not a cheesy player, so I can just do stuff like this. But to completely give up any opportunity to harass your opponent at all and just be like, I am literally just skipping to the late game. It's kind of mind-boggling that that's even remotely viable as an option. I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm all for greedy play, but 4 CC is like, that's my I've already been playing for 4 hours and I'm just gonna try doing stuff that I know won't work. You know what I mean? Like, it's just nuts. It's nuts to see him break that out and how he actually had a plan around using it and taking that base as quickly as he did.
Well, you know, Nate, the other way to look at it is he got away with 4CC play with, the mutas were annoying, but got away with 4CC very quick with really minimal damage that he took. And still he didn't win that game. So you build yourself every macro advantage.
Yeah, exactly. You're right too. He didn't get punished for it at all. He's like, I get 4 bases at the start of the game, more or less for free, double upgrades. And you know, it's like whatever it was that he was aiming to do, he was just like, I want to get to this game state, but there was no and then, right? There was no next step to that. He's like, I'm just gonna get to 4 base, double engineering base, 7 racks, whatever. I just want to get to this composition. But then there was like not too much beyond that. It's like slowly try to take out those bases next to him. And I think you made an excellent point of bringing this up with where Lambo sent his drones when he took those expansions. And I really like that Lambo's way of punishing it was to say, I'm going to take your bases. And then when you finally go for them, there's just going to be half as much stuff there. And it's kind of brilliant because let's face it, like you said, like, what are your options realistically if you want to cheese in this matchup? Like, it's you can either rush like 2 or 3 Ravagers, which is one of the most scoutable and counterable builds in the game, or you do some kind of crappy Ling Rush that, again, is super easily scoutable, and generally, even if you force a cancel, it doesn't end up impacting the game too much because it costs so much to give that up. So for the Zerg side of things, you kind of have to do some degree of macro opener. Lambo is going for 7 Roaches after he takes the 3rd, so there's an opportunity for him to get aggressive here. But he doesn't have link speed. It's not like he's going to be flooding out behind that. So maybe this turns into something aggressive for him, but it doesn't necessarily need to be like a committed all-in type play either.
I kind of like this from Lambo too. So this is the second game in a row where he scouted this was a CC first. So, you know, there's that. And you also know there's a Spirit. So likely a 3rd command center behind, which means Starport's delayed, which means Tech Lab on that theoretically is delayed, which means any sort of Banshee response, you're going to have time to get the Roaches onto the other side of the map. And Spirit also... The other thing I think Lambo learned from the early game in game 1, he is incredibly conservative with his Reaper, not across the map whatsoever. So it takes until about 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Lambo's on, especially on Spirit's doorstep, before the Roaches get scouted out.
I love this too. I love this because he gives himself the opportunity with this type of attack. He's just droning behind it, and like we mentioned with the link speed, this is annoying. This is super frustrating to deal with. He doesn't have anything established in the natural anymore. He's not mining off of it, and it's not like there's a siege tank or anything here that has the zoning capabilities to push him away. If the Cyclones get this Overlord, that will be really nice. There's not too many ways for Zerg to get vision up that ramp, so he'll have to trade. He'll have to trade a little bit more to try and get this harass done. But I feel like if he doesn't lose the Ravagers or more than like one of his Roaches, then he could be pretty happy with this delay so far. But he's obviously going to want to get that supply block fixed up because he's just been trying to build drones behind this. So maybe losing the Overlord was the only somewhat frustrating part here. One Ravager does get picked though. Spirit getting some pretty good micro against this. The Viking does get killed, however. And I think once the Ravager is gone, the Marauders should make short work of the Roaches. So he kind of deals with it. That also opens a bit of that supply up. And Lambo, well, looks like he feels like he needs to build a few more Roaches. I think this may be where things get a little bit dicey, right? If he's not able to do that droning behind it that he wanted to, and he goes back into army units, that larva could maybe turn into a problem.
Nate, this isn't just a little bit problematic. This is an unmitigated disaster for Lambo. Not only did he lose everything for really minimal gain, didn't even get the add-on on the factory. On top of that, that Overlord that he lost, supply blocked him for about 30 seconds. He had to go build a bunch of them. He was not prepared for it.
The timing of it was brutal. Yeah, I was like, oh, he lost the Overlord. Can he still make drones? And I see he's like got 5 in production. I'm like, oh, that's tough.
Yeah, just very much larva locked on that one. So yeah, Lambo probably is not going to die to this. It's only 3 Cyclones, only a couple Marauders, no concussive shell, no stim, nothing like that. But Lambo, just because of how everything has happened, has put himself pretty far behind in this game. And remember, this was 3cc triple orbital 1-1-1 setup from Spirit. Because he didn't lose a single SCV, his mining, he lost like 15 seconds of mining time, maybe. All of a sudden, I mean, he's up 13 workers on a Zerg.
Yeah,
it's 6 minutes in.
This only works for the Zerg, and this is why we talked about why these builds aren't super great typically, because it only works for the Zerg if you delay the mining and you get crazy drones behind it. But like it works because you don't lose all the Roaches and Ravagers, so that you can go home and you don't need to build army units if he counterattacks with the Hellions or a few of those Cyclones. So it's tough because on one hand it seemed like he got a little bit there and maybe he tried to take that second bite, but let's not pretend like he doesn't have quite a bit to follow it up though. This is a lot of Zerglings. The Cyclones and Marauders are not going to be good against these at all. SCVs all being pulled to try and keep the wall up together. Let's not forget that the 1-1 is on both of these engineering bases, so if he loses these, the upgrades are done too. SCVs are actually holding position to block the Zerglings from pathing in. Lambo is able to get around it, and honestly, yeah, don't chase. Take the E-base. Do you deny the Terrans 1-1 for bio this early and dislodge the natural? Suddenly, we're feeling a lot better for our Zerg boy over here.
You say that, he needs a lot more than this one. Lambo is incredibly all in off this. He lost a bunch of drones. He's not mining in the main base. He hasn't been mining the lane base for the last minute. After he lost all those drones to the Liberator, he's still down 11 workers. So this was massive. Absolutely, Nate. Knocking down supply blocking Spirit, denying +1. But there's still this third base that's been mining, and the tanks are up right now, and you have to get more. You got to dislodge this third base. You got to kill off a couple more workers. and he should be able to.
I think this is it. I feel like it's almost on the table. Yeah, the tank should be able to cover it. It's so awkward because I agree with you that like what Spirit has should be on paper able to fight this head to head, but there is a lot for what Lambo has. So he is just trying to make up for that economic discrepancy. And if to me it partially feels like we're seeing a little bit of that last game kind of come through here again. Where he's like, I don't want to let you sit here.
Nate, Spirit doesn't know he's supply blocked. You look at his money going down.
He supply dropped both depots in both of his main ramp depots. He had to drop too. It's brutal.
Yeah, he queued up like 6 or 7 Marines on each barracks. The money was going down, just wasn't building depots. And we talked about how bad it was, how Lambo was all in on this. He had to get more. Well, if Spirit's going to be supply blocked for a full minute and spend his money on things that are not getting himself on supply blocked, all of a sudden it's fine. Lambo's very happy with this setup now.
Well, think about it this way too now. If he gets vision up that ramp, that's a huge target. The reactor for the barracks, and then there's 2 supply dropped depots. So that's providing 16 supply each. So for Lambo, it's a little bit of a juicy target down the line, but this becomes the real test now because we've seen Lambo put on this pressure. Every time he's attacked, he's gotten something done. It's 70 drones to 29 SCVs. Everything's just laid out for him. He's got a Nidus on the way. We have Roach upgrades, Roach speed, but how well will he hold up against the first counters here? If Spirit's able to get in and blindside him, if he doesn't get the read on this, there's no overlords or anything on the bottom right. This double drop from Spirit could end up being a problem if he's not caught, if he doesn't catch any kind of awareness of it before it lands.
Yeah, you say this might be a problem, and it has to be a problem, right? At this point, he's up to 35 workers, but Spirit is in such an issue. Now, not only is it going to get out in the main base unscouted, it's a full unload into the main base unscouted. So this is a lot of damage potential that is represented. Drones are going to go down. He's going to target down the spawning pool, which is useful, but this is a roach-based comp, so it doesn't matter as much as if this was Ling Bane, something like that. You're going to get more drones here, target the queen down. Roaches and Ravagers are going to arrive, but I think you still have to get more done than that. So another queen's probably going to go down. More drones are going to go down here. And this is Spirit taking advantage of the fact that Roaches and Ravagers, incredibly powerful mainland battle units.
They're not as good in low numbers against the bio. And that's where we kind of get concerned for Lambo, because again, it was 70 drones to 29 SCVs. Now it's 52 drones to 40 SCVs. And if we're comparing game states, the only thing he's really got going for him is that third command center has still not then re-landed. And as I say that, Spirit does lift it up. So it's been a brutal game. We've had some pretty big haymakers thrown across the way at each other, but that's the tough part. If you want to play Roach Ravager, you don't have the anti-air capabilities to really shut down these drops. That's maybe one of the reasons why Lambo was with likes those Mutalisks that we saw in the previous game, especially with how much airspace is on Golden Aura. But this is what we talked about wanting to see. And there's the Nidus in the back of the main. So he's at least going to try and open something up, give himself opportunities. And even though this one doesn't look like it's going to be able to do anything, he's now putting that threat out there. And I'm going to just say it. He's about to supply block Spirit pretty badly again. There's no depots in production. If he takes out that wall, okay, he does step away from it. I'm like, that wall looks real juicy, but he has to come back potentially because there's still that drop ripping apart another one of his bases.
Yeah, that was a kill on the 4th base as well, not even a cancel. So you don't even get some money back on top of this. And I think you mentioned this. Yes, Lambo got up to 70 workers. He's only on 57 right now. That is a significant problem. His money is not, it's not building into the late game. It's not building into the early game. Or into the mid game. We're not seeing him get more upgrades. We're not seeing him develop his tech more. He's all in on this idea because he thinks he can win the game with it. And I'm not disagreeing with him. This is a very powerful army compared to what Spirit has, but the supplies are lying a little bit. Roaches, Ravagers, the supply generally lies. And, well, a lot of the supply gap is in this worker lead, 49 to 60. Spirit's army, if he just kind of sits on these 2 bases for a little bit longer, maybe gets 2-2, cancels another base, which he looks like he's not going to target it down. Roaches are going to be able to defend it, but maybe you come back eventually. If he can keep Lambo down for just a little bit longer and get his upgrades up a little bit, there's a world where Medevac's going to stay alive just scouting.
I love this, though, because this, in a way, it's got to be kind of frustrating for the Zerg, but Spirit's like, I could just tag my Medevac on him and follow him forever if this is how we're playing it. Does start the Nidus in the main, by the way. There are 2 Marines there, so judging by the looks of things, they're going to get distracted by the Overseer, and this Worm might actually finish, but there are a lot of tanks by the Natural, so we'll just have to see what Lambo can do. Double drop inside of the main, by the way. He's targeting down the lair as Overlord Speed's researching, and that lair is toast. So his tech options for what he can build are going to be limited. He did get the Infestation Pit and the Hydralisk Den, but there's also another drop hitting the north side.
Dude, Spirit's doing it here. He kills the 4th base, or I guess the 5th base, because I think Lambo reestablished elsewhere. He kills the lair. Now loses a medevac. Some Marines are going to get left behind. That's unfortunate. But he is absolutely making this happen. He'd love to have +2 armor, right? Don't know if he's on single eBay. He's on double eBay. Just didn't have the money for it at the time. But he has slapped Lambo back down to the Stone Age. There's no main base here anymore. Creep, we're going to start to see. But you got to put the creep tumors down so your tech doesn't bleed out. Lambo's functionally, well, I guess he does have the 3rd hatch. He's a 3-base Zerg against a 3-base Terran. He's down in tech just a little bit. The tanks are here. The drops are ripping him apart. And now Lambo, instead of saying, look, I'm going to control the map, I'm in a good spot, he's got to make something happen with this. So Nidus on the north side, Overseer's going to go down, Marines kind of on top of that for now. And yeah, here's the hit. Here is Lambo trying to attack him. It's a ton of Marines, though. They have +2, and Lambo just doesn't have that. He's 20 seconds out. The tank's on the high ground as well. And this is just not going to work out for Lambo whatsoever. It looks so good for him for the last 10 minutes. Ever since that Roach attack, but Spirit has just defended, counterpunched, and we are at a 1-1, man. Nate, it shows a great series.
I feel like we just had a great conversation about all the reasons why it is so hard to get value out of early attacks on a Terran. And I'm going to take this one step further and say that Spirit is kind of known for this. And probably the #1 thing that Spirit deals with when he's practicing or laddering, I have to imagine if anybody knows who he is they probably think to themselves, oh, we're going to play one of those crazy long games. I'm going to try and just chase him, knock him down. But you have to, on the other hand, then you have to recognize that Spirit has a probably an abnormally high amount of practice against people trying to avoid that game state with him too. So the fact that he's able to hold it together, even though it looked kind of dicey, he got supply blocked really hard a few times. He got knocked off his natural, 2-3 times, got knocked off the 3rd base. There were just so many things that seemed like they could have gone wrong. And instead, we just kind of get to see, well, this is why upgraded Marines beat upgraded Roaches. And because Lambo went for that opener and lost the first wave of units and then had to rebuild to defend, he was never able to get the worker advantage that he was hoping for off the back of the early aggression. And I feel like everything just kind of snowballed off of that. He tried to create some opportunities, but that's the hard part when Spirit he's not going to leave his base unless he's 100% certain he can deal with whatever Lambo counterattacks with. And that's got to be the most frustrating thing about playing against him.
Yeah, and you look at that as well. It's like, I look back at that. Lambo has a ton of advantages, makes things happen. If he didn't get supply block, and it's funny, I can't even say that because the supply block that Spirit had was far more impactful. Lambo supply blocked for 30 seconds. It wasn't great. He was kind of larva capped on what was happening when he lost the Overlord. But Spirit, for a minute, didn't quite recognize that he was supply blocked, so we didn't see any depots in production. He was just queuing up Marines in his barracks. And I clicked on one of the barracks. It was full slotted, which is not something if you're at a pro level, you want maybe one set of units behind whatever's actually in production because you want to be as efficient as possible. And he was fully tapped into it. He was just spending his money on things that weren't hitting the production tab. And that was a disaster, unmitigated disaster. It put Lambo in an incredible spot in the game. So even with that, I mean,
it's tough too, because the other thing is we talk about these supply blocks, and it's not necessarily meant to be a negative focus. They're not unforced. These weren't unforced errors. It's not like, oh, he forgot to do stuff. There was a small margin of supply available. He had some on the way, but it's like a combination of that Overlord at that time when he was trying to build stuff back home, but also that the Overlord was giving him the high ground vision for his harass. And as soon as that went down, and he made that one move up the ramp, and he lost 1 or 2 of his Roaches. Then the Viking landed behind him, and that was the setup. Those 2 Marauders with the 3 Cyclones, if they don't clean up that first wave, if Lambo's able to retain any of that, I think he has a little bit more room to get that wave of drones out before Spirit's able to recover. So I totally agree in that there was an opportunity there, but you can just see why it's so difficult, right? It's like the Overlord is super slow. It doesn't have any defensive capabilities. If that's what you're relying on for your strategy to work, that's the risk. That's why we say Zerg don't have that many options for that kind of aggression. And obviously, if he had done something like a Bane Bust against that, it would have been a little bit worse, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, Bane busts just aren't a thing.
Yeah, that's again. That's,
Okay.
That's like your build order. If you get the box of Cracker Jacks, you're like, oh, it comes with a free gift. Oh, it's a Bane bust. It's like, well, this is completely worthless, but it's nice, I guess. I'll give this to my nephew next time I see him, I suppose.
I'd like to amend that like a little. Sometimes Darker Rain will make it work, but that's because they're Dark and Rainer.
Well, okay, if it's a Korean Zerg in like the grand finals, if it's like Sue versus Innovation from years back, then you know what? F it, Roach Bane every game, whatever. I've watched. I think there've been too many times where that was the case, but it's people just seem to have been bulletproof against that stuff these days.
Yeah,
You just don't see it.
No, Terran build orders. You're gonna get Cyclones out or tanks out.
The fact that you can just make the 2 Cyclones off the reactor and not be blindsided by roaches like you used to, like it completely shifts the dynamic of how the early game functions in this matchup.
It really does. I want my aggressive options back, Nate. Dang it. Please.
Hey, I've said it a million times. I'm happy to trade back to Tech Lab Cyclones because I'll still make them. I'll just have less, and it'll be more easy to overwhelm me. But then I'll have my silly long range sniper unit back. I'm more than happy to make that deal.
You're gonna go. It's like, well, and
All
also
right.
people make them less, so you have the advantage of being one of the few operators. Then you catch people off guard, and it works out.
Exactly. Well, I don't want battle cruisers to be that popular because then people know how to play against them, and I don't get to have fun anymore. You see, it's all the circle of life. I don't need them to be imba. They just need to be barely useful enough.
There we go. But maybe a little bit more useful here. Taking game 2, tying us up, playing an awesome game. For Na'Vi, it's Spirit.
And I'd say spawning in the top right, but he's taking his first base in the center west. He is the red Zerg player, tied 1-1. He is Lambo.
Lambo not interested in taking these games late. We've seen what happens. Game 1.
After that game 1, man, I'd just be so fed up. I'm like, because he knows for him, for Lambo, it's stressful. It's like not every Terran he plays will do this, right? Or will be able to stretch the game to that point. So for him, it's maybe a little more exhausting. There's maybe some level of like tilt that comes through. It's like, I don't want to play 40-minute games against a guy that's never going to leave, and I'm supposed to just crush him. So, screw it, whatever. I've got the advantage. I'm up 1-0. It's a best of 5. There's nothing really to risk here when you're up 1-0. Try to be aggro on the second game and get to match point. But now this is where Lambo he's got to be cooking something here, because to go for this type of aggression 2 games in a row after you win the long game, it feels like exactly the kind of thing that works in Spirit's favor. Like, he does this to the people that he plays because he gets that first, he either gets that first win or he doesn't, but then the opponents kind of do some sort of self-defeating stuff in the follow-up games, right? And that's something to be aware of. Is he needs to keep in mind, even as tough as that game was, that was the game he won. So it's not necessarily like, yeah, I know you don't want to be in that situation, but you beat him at his own game. So I just hope we don't see him ruin what otherwise could be some great opportunities for him, because he's played some stellar macro so far. But we have this again, I guess in Proxy Ravagers. Here we go.
Yeah, Roachborn's done. It's gonna be Proxy Roach, Proxy Ravager. But I guess the other way to look at that, Nate, is Lambo was winning that game, was massively ahead in that game for about 30 of the 37 minutes that happened. He won eventually, but you are leading from tail to tail, from soup to nuts almost the entire game, and still Spirit has a reasonable shot to win the game. So it's one of those things where you say, well, I did everything perfectly. I saw what was happening. I hard countered it. I did everything I was supposed to. And still Spirit almost won, which is not a good feeling. That's like, well, okay, am I confident I can do that 2 more times?
Without the scout, he could bop him here, though. We should mention that this is hitting ludicrously fast. There is just 1 Reaper against 3 Ravagers and a Roach, and the factory is not yet done. So we are probably going to have to see Spirit pull some SCVs. There's just nothing else. He just has workers and a Reaper, and the factory is under siege as well. So this just goes, okay, so Lambo's like, I have an even sharper attack to hit you with. And that I completely understand. Spirit, I think a great point you mentioned, by the way, in the last game, Bayo, is that he hasn't really been moving that Reaper too far out of his base. So I guess having the awareness of this proxy was just not something that he was going to have until it was too late. And I really like this for Lambo again, but I also don't expect Spirit to tap out unless it's completely 100% cooked. He actually SCV drills through the Ravagers to hold them on the ramp, so he actually does knock them down to just 1. But again, he's lost a lot. That being said, it's 15 SCVs to 17 drones, and there's still mules in the game, so there's still a little bit more work that Lambo has to do. That's always the asterisk when you kill SCVs of Terran. It's like, if you're at the same number of workers, the Terran is still making more money than you. Don't forget that. You need to get a little bit more.
Yeah, and well, this is technically 2 bases to 2 bases, technically, right? Because there's this net. This is 2 bases to 1. That base that Lambo has that technically is on a base, it's not ever going to be a functionally mining base.
There's no drones, right?
Yeah.
It's like production. Those are basically his proxy racks, more or less, is how to think about it.
Yeah. So in this situation, it's like, yes, Lambo is getting a lot of damage done, and forcing this factory to dislodge is a massive deal. But again, he has to kill Spirit right now, at least do enough to put Spirit back into the Stone Age, and he's done a lot. He has. And actually, that's really important. He's taking the tech lab down as well, so Marauder's not really going to come out of this. Of course, Marauder's much better. Actually, not a single Marauder gets out because the barracks is dead.
He doesn't have production. He can't make anything. He's just trying to make one Cyclone out of that factory. So, and really, the only thing Lambo needs to do is just try to avoid the Cyclones locking onto the Ravagers while he does these pokes. He's actually just going to dive on top of it, recognizing there's just not enough support there. That bunker getting smashed. He's got no SCVs mining anymore. All of them have been pulled off the line to try and defend against this. So we're down to 12 workers against 17 drones. And while Spirit may have felt he had an opportunity to rebuild if he could just hold the door, there ain't no door anymore. It's caved in. The arch around the door has been open. It looks like the Kool-Aid man opened the wall here. That's yeah, that's how I'm going to describe Spirit's base. He has been Kool-Aid manned here by Lambo. And I think if you're Lambo playing that long first match and the cheddar not quite working in game 2, this is the confidence resetting. Like, yeah, I can smash this guy really if I want. I have this build in my pocket, and I feel like this is also a build that's known maybe a little bit as a Lambo special too. As you see a lot of people talk about those Ravager builds he has, and we get to see it work this time.
And it's one of those things, I think, where you talked about, well, the Reaper doesn't run across the map as quickly. He's extremely conservative with that. Sure, that's fair, but I think the other thing is he also kind of noticed that it's always Reaper into Reactor from Spirit.
Yes.
So
no other units, no bunker, never anything like that. No SCV scouts.
Yeah, and all that together means that Spirit, that's a free win. Spirit, I kind of believe for a second with the SCV drill that you talked about, like that looked like he might have been able to buy enough time that you get a little bit more out.
That is the move, but he needed to get a tank. Like the factory floating around that much, you called it. The fact that he dislodged the factory so many times just completely broke him, because if he gets maybe 4 Cyclones, if he just gets 1 or 2 more, he did a lot with those units, but he literally didn't make any combat units for the last, like, even though that game was 5 minutes, he didn't make any units for the last 2 minutes of it. It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal.
Is a tank the play, though? Is I guess my question there, because tanks are right.
If you can get it far enough away, like it's all about zoning. Like once you have the tank, it's like without the tank, you're trying to keep zone around the bunker, but the bunker just doesn't have it doesn't cover enough space once he's inside of your main. Like there was just so much room for him to walk around it or kind of ignore it. But if the tank is far enough behind it that he has to dive with everything to go for the tank, then you at least hope that you'll kill everything if he does get it, since he'll eat all the bunker shots, all the Cyclone shots, and maybe he biles it. But the truth be told, there's no good move in that situation if you're not scouting for stuff like that. Lambo is the kind of player who will do it, and he did it in game 2. So you can't really blame Lambo there. Like Spirit, he did it to you. He just hit you with Roach's last game. You got to be aware that he could do something like that again.
That he can, but now down a map in this series is tournament life on the line for Na'Vi. It's Spirit.
Yeah, his opponent in the Northeast playing for Shopify Rebellion, and on match point to continue his streak here at Dallas, he is Lambo. Hey, he's taking that gold from the purple gas side too, so giving himself. The last time we saw this, it kind of just turned into the other player. Well, that was one of the PVZs we had yesterday, right? It was like, well, you kind of end up either you use the gold resources to go and supplement your early attack, or it kind of baits your opponent into being needlessly aggressive. But between you and me, I'm gonna do the thing I shouldn't do and make a prediction here that Spirit's probably not going to be too aggressive. Although I guess it'd be nice to be wrong about that.
I mean, Nate, I think you're going to be the I know we haven't had prediction goat on a broadcast.
It's a really
for a while,
hard one to guess, you know.
I I'm actually really interested though that he's gone CC first every game in this series. That's not weird, but he's actually taken the gold base because this is one of those scenarios where it's against Ravagers. This can be really hard to hold. The Miles, you just put Ravagers just out of tank range. They can still bile the mineral patch, and it's really hard to hold on to. And I think that's what we're going to see Lambo go for again. You don't take the rich gas like this because you're planning on playing a macro game. This setup is too abusable by the Terran, dropping on either side of the minerals into the main base. It's super vulnerable to drop pressure. But if you just run Roaches and Ravagers onto the other side of the map, it's very, very hard to deal with. And wait a minute here. Spirit didn't scout far enough. He checked the gold base. He's like, this is a 1-base Zerg. He doesn't see any gas in the main base either. He doesn't see a Roach Warren, so maybe that's enough to tell him that it's not as weird as he might think it is. But he is lacking some key information in this game.
Yeah, I was looking at his vision. He starts up his factory, has the natural finished up. He's using the factory to finish the wall off of his main base. So he's making that a little bit sturdier. Only one depot there. And he did just send the SCV. I saw in his vision anyway. I think he is going to go check the gold base from the other side now. So he'll get a little bit of that heads up. And I guess perhaps the funny part of this is, yeah, if it wasn't going to be the Roaches or the Ravagers, he's probably not anything he's super worried about either. But Lambo, Lair, and Roach Warren. So I think we're going to be able to say Lambo, he's not going to give that long game to Spirit. If Spirit can get there, then that's his win condition perhaps, even though he didn't win the one time it happened in this series. But Lambo, he's going to try and take the assertive role and kind of bully Spirit around, which I think with that reset of the last game, maybe he's got that confidence to go for it again back.
And what you got to be doing right now is we got to pay attention to where these overlords are, because this smells like a Nidus. This is not Roach and Demuta. That'd be really weird. This is a Nidus play coming out of Lambo, and there's only one overlord on the other side of the map. It's right here. It's in the natural, which sure, Dynasty's a big map, so it gives you some, if you drop it there, it gives you some reinforcing potential, but nothing that's going to give him vision into the main base, into the natural. In fact, there is no secret spot. There's no spot that Spirit doesn't see in the main base, because he's got this or this third base on the way now. So, well, I said it was going to be Nidus. That, you know, it's just going to be a German taxi.
Little drop.
Ooh.
Okay, he's got the drop. Yeah, all right. Double dropper lords are on the way. Hellions are gonna go poke the front of that natural. I wonder if he'll go up the ramp and maybe see it right as it finishes morphing. If that's the heads up that he gets, goes into the main, and it depends, right? I think the Hellion barely clipped it. Did he see it though? That's always the question that we ask. He's gonna want to be building some cyclones and just keep everything inside of your base. Just try and catch wherever this drops and overwhelm it. But the first one is already there. 4 roaches. Actually, 2 roaches and 2 queens, so he could drop a creep tumor here, and that's, I mean, this is the kind of shenanigans that you expect from a Lambo build. He's managed to find 2 ways to make this super annoying. Not only does he push the SCVs away, but if he lifts off his base, his life becomes an unmitigated hell.
I mean, yes and no, right? Again, this is still, technically, this is a 2... Oh, Hellions on the other side. They're not getting any worker damage done. I was going to say, this is still technically a 2-base Zerg, so yes, it is a gold base, but it's not that bad. I mean, even though creeps, the queens are going to get taken down by this Banshee. So you're forced to lift, sure, and there's a creep tumor there.
He's going to do like the drop micro against the Banshee with the queen. I don't know if I've ever seen that before, but you know what? Today wouldn't be a bad day for a couple firsts.
I mean, you say you're a big Cyril fanboy, so I know you've seen it, Nate. Cyril does this.
Well, not enough. Never enough.
There we go. But I like this. This is just, it's pressure from 2 sides. It's not as committed as one might otherwise expect, but Queen on the left side has been taken down. So the Banshee is kind of getting free reign there, or the Cyclone's popping out more and more. And it's funny, I looked at this, I'm like, okay, this is going to be all in from Lambo. But he does have his 3rd base done, and he has been droning behind this a little bit. This was pressure. It could have killed him, and it could have killed Spirit. It didn't, but it did kill 13 SCVs. It did dislodge the natural. But Nate, now we asked the follow-up question. This is still 3cc Lambo. He's still going to get his 3rd base down fairly quickly. There's just going to be a scan that's eventually going to let this golden base get taken again. And did Lambo get enough?
It's hard to say. I mean, the biggest problem here too, the Banshees can really cut this base apart. Like, on one hand, you can say that taking the base on this side is nice because you need significantly less workers to get a pretty good amount of gas income. So that is great. But now anything that wants to go between those bases to help against this, you've got to go so far. The creep spread isn't even remotely there yet. He's getting it there, but there's still about a full screen's distance just to connect the creep between the natural and where that 3rd base is, let alone getting it to the gold. I do like this though. Look at that drop into Overlord, just just putting down creep tumors outside of the base. This is some good way to establish pressure and map control against him. And he blocks it again. Oh, there's the creep tumor. He's not gonna I don't think the creep tumor's finished, but if it does, that's just absolutely filthy. Still nice heads up play, and he can always try and get it a little bit from the other side as well. There's just a lot of hard places to reach, especially since you know that Spirit's style relies on not really moving out much. So I think specifically against Spirit, it's extra smart for Lambo to do this, just because he's not the guy going out on the map trying to clear creep all game. That's not the type of Terran player that he is.
No, and I mean, granted, we saw what happened in game 1 where the creep
he was happy to let it outside of his base the whole game.
Yeah, realistically, did that matter at the end of the day? I don't think so.
That's a good point. It's Spirit's like, if you can't kill me, nothing else really matters, I guess.
Yeah, okay, so we see these Banshees on the map. I would love to see Spirit just go repair them, because they have, against a bunch of roaches and just the setup that Lambo has, they really do make a big deal, but they're just going to cloak up anyways. More damage on the queens. More creep tumors are going to go down. So you talk about spreading creep. At the very least, it's not like the tumors themselves are theoretically going to be able to go in and get that much more coverage, because Banshees are theoretically going to be on top, but one does show up on the north side.
That's the upside, though, right? If the Banshees are there culling the creep tumors, then they're not poking, they're not prodding, they're not harassing, and that kind of gives Lambo a window. It's just I feel like it's just so rare to see this, and it's made this game a little more interesting, since I think we can all assume that if Lambo doesn't have some huge move to kill him soon, we are gonna go the distance here if Spirit's allowed to.
Hey, do you have your seatbelt ready to go? Like, do you have your road trip snacks?
Oh, I'm buckled in. You better believe it. You better believe it. I'm buckled in. I'm locked in. I'm dialed in. Whatever form of ready, I'm there.
You got that gamer chair ready to go? Just like,
I got my coffee. I got my water. I got my dog scratching at the door, trying to come in here because you can tell I'm stressed out by this crazy game that's going on. It's a good time.
That is a great situation to be in. Although
he's a cannon rusher though, so his opinion doesn't really matter. Yeah.
Nate, you know, how could you raise such a degenerate individual?
Man, I gotta tell you, I'm not sure if I own that dog or that dog owns me. That golden retriever, the only bigger diva than him might really be me, to be honest. I have created a monster. If you've been cannon rushed in the last 6 months by a golden retriever, I would say I apologize, but there was nothing I could do.
I mean, which is worse, right? Ravi went and he built a bot that goes and just cannon rushes. So is training a dog to cannon rush, or?
Well, you know, the evil thing about what Ravi's doing is that there's some hypothetical world where his cannon rushing AI accidentally gets like deployed Skynet style, and then we just have cannon rushing AIs everywhere, you know, and like StarCraft just becomes Terminator with that. So Fear Dragon will probably be the reverse John Connor, if you ask me, as far as long-term goes. So yeah, he's on a whole nother level. He's on a whole nother level of depravity. We love you though, Fear Dragon.
Gotcha. Now I want to talk about what's happening in this game though, because of the position that Lambo has, he's got an Ultra Cavern done. Because of everything that's been happening, he's been able to just skyrocket up to high very, very quickly. And well, okay, this is the problem we talked about, by the way, with Roaches and Ravagers. It's so hard to defend this gold base. But Spirit's 2-2 is only halfway done. We don't have a Ghost Academy done, not even on the way. Just because, again, he's on mid-game right now. And if you can make that happen, if you can hit it with a bunch of Ultras, when your opponent's on 2-2 bio, it just, Ultras shred. They annihilate it. A bunch of Marines are not the solution there whatsoever. Now, granted, Spirit is that Turtle Terran, but as he tries to take this fourth base, I mean, this is why a big Lingbane Ultra hit, like with chitinous plating, as even before 2-2's done, maybe. It's going to be very hard to hold on to this planetary.
Yeah, that's the whole thing for him, right? Is eat the bases. You kind of talked about it in that first game, but it's a huge goal for Zerg if you can, when you want to break down Terrans that are doing this. For the Terran player, that fourth base feels unbelievably crucial, but that's kind of what establishes your setup for that end game. But that fifth base, it's once you have that 4-base setup, your main is kind of mining out. You've kind of muled it to death already. So whatever that fifth that he goes for, that will most likely end up being very crucial. So I think for Lambo, yeah, long term, that's where your eyes got to be. And his tech transition's nice. +2 melee's coming up. He has anabolic synthesis on the way, so the Ultralisk upgrades are almost completely ready to go. So the only thing that still feels maybe a little awkward is some of the creep spread between his bases, because he's been spreading it out on the map. But he doesn't have quite as much coverage, but it's kind of a nitpicky thing. He's otherwise played a straight-up game, but he hasn't really done enough to stop Spirit from getting to where he wants to go. And that's the whole point of Spirit's playstyle. Endure, 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 get to the point where he can make all those ghosts and tanks, become unkillable, and then just try and wear his opponent out.
Become the rock upon which the great oceans break themselves. Although an ocean then wears the rock down and turns it into sand. So I don't really know if that.
Hey man, without that salt, without all that salt, right? The ocean would be a weird, different place. Those rocks eventually got to get worn down by something. Vipers being zoned away by 2 Vikings. Couple queens will come up, but that's an absolutely crucial unit here. Lambo wants to go for a big engage on this. He does need to get the blinding clouds onto some of these tanks. It will help tremendously. He gets 1 onto 2 of them, going for the tanks in the back. The Vipers run forward and get popped, but that planetary is gone. Majority of those siege tanks still stand at the end of it, but he also gets some counter harass over at the gold base with the rest of his roaches. Get 7 more SCVs there, and worth mentioning, enough of the gold minerals have been mined that he can move units through it now. It is no longer walled off by the resources.
Yeah, but this counterpunch from Spirit's terrifying. That was a lot. That was a great fight from Lambo, but Spirit handled him. Preemptively pulled all the SCVs away. He knew the planetary was going to go down, but he also knew that he had such an incredible defensive position that it was. I mean, that trade from Lambo was horrible. If you look at units lost, it was so much better for Spirit, especially in the gas. So yeah, he loses the planetary. He's got another base to put down right there, and he's going to get more than that. He's going to probably get 2 hatcheries, get himself sieged up a little bit more. And the Viper count is non-existent. There are no Vipers on the field right now. It's just Ling, Bane, Ultra trying to go for this round, and Spirit may have overstepped just a little bit. The tank's not properly staggered and sieged. The ghosts go down, so
those Ultras putting in some work. Yeah, once he gets the Ghost, I think Ghosts feel so strong, but when they're out on the map and exposed like that, as soon as they start taking damage, you're like, well, all I can do is run. And then I think Lambo just had it. He had it in a great spot. The biggest concern, you pointed it out, he lost all the Vipers in the last fight, didn't have any blinding clouds for that. 1 blinding cloud on that center massive tanks, and he cleans that up in a very gross fashion. That being said, he still has a lot of units. I mean, if he finds this morphing planetary in the bottom, I think that's more or less, he's got a free tower sitting there. So things end up working out. I think he's made a couple Vipers. He's got 1, he's got 2 more coming out. And with the Ultralisk support, I still feel good, but there's enough choke points on this map. Like we can see some of the times he's tried to attack, there's not quite as many spaces for him to push into these bases. And just look at this base he's going for at the bottom right. Like there's really only 1 direct path from the outside there, and he's going to try and hit the other side as a distraction, so I don't mind that at all, but not much purchase to be found.
I'm a little worried about Spirit, though. We talk about Lambo, and Lambo is kind of struggling to remax here. I don't know if it's a larva problem, or we can take a look, but it's a bit of a larva problem. Also, not a lot of gas here. Spirit hasn't started his 3-3. That is, you might argue ghosts and tanks and all these things are maybe a little bit more important, but getting that +3 attack upgrade, that armor upgrade,
a huge
your
point.
Marauder, it's a big deal.
What other upgrades do you really need as Terran if you're playing this style besides your bio upgrades? Do that. Maybe building armor for your planetaries against the Lings for the end game, but yeah, that's a good call there, Bayo. We're missing a couple of those end game upgrades as well. There's been a lot of the investments directly into the army. I was gonna say Lambo just has +2 for his Lings as well, so it's being kind of kept even-ish, but he does have +3 Carapace, so a minor advantage for the Zerg as he tries to push through this very tight choke. Blinding clouds coming on the PF and the siege tank, and he's just trying to get close enough to knock that down. A couple of the Ultralisks get choked up on this missile turret outside, but it does not end up mattering. He's able to break the base down. That's still a lot of Marines and Marauders. Those Ultras need to dip.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. It's like, okay, Spirit dominates that fight, if not for a run by on the north side. A bunch of Lings tried to go and knock this down, so Spirit had to go deputize over and deal with that. Even still, you look at the trade here, and it was good. It wasn't great for Spirit, but it was good for Spirit. But he does lose another base, loses some barracks, loses some production. And that's kind of what Lambo has to do, right? Continue to take more bases. He has like every base on that he can reasonably. Actually, he's technically one of these bases probably should be Spirit's, but he's taken more bases. He's developing his economy even more, but he's not at the point yet where he has this massive economy. He's got the bases, sure, but he's only on 77 drones. And look at his bank, Nate. It's not there.
Yeah, it's some of those outer bases that he's been trying to get have been pushed in pretty nicely by Spirit. He's actually going to drop that top left expansion and try to shut that down. I do think, per our previous conversation, however, there is not a lot of money banked up for Spirit either. He has a very powerful army, but we know that he's lax to step out onto the map. There's not weirdly enough, there's like a cleared path of non-creep directly to Lambo's natural from where Spirit's army is. So Yeah, I'm not going to say that he can't move through there. There would obviously be some risk, but that 5th base that we've talked about, very important to secure because the main's mined out. That gold base is toast, and his natural is, just somewhere in the realm of about 1,000 minerals left there. So securing those expansions is just so important. And if Lambo's got something nice to report back about, it's at least that he shut those down. But as you said, yeah, he doesn't have much of a bank either, but he's got a lot of ultras and infestors and ravagers. The army composition is much more rounded out than in that first long game.
Yeah, on the flip side, I'm not a big fan of Spirit's composition yet. We're going to have this other attack going, but he's only on like 10 ghosts, 11 ghosts right now, which is not really, especially with these infestors getting at it in. Not really going to be enough. His Lings are going to try to find their way on the high. That's a great fungal low ground to high ground on top of the ghost.
And there's even drones attacking. There's drones attacking the SCVs, repairing the planetary. He's got ultras in the natural. The ghosts are coming back over to protect the planetary, though, but the adrenal gland Lings and the main are looking annoying. He might be able to get one of the siege tanks back there, too. So Lambo goes for a big dive and clears out a lot, burns through most of his bank. He's trying to remax on as many Lings as he can behind it. Does clear out the northwest as well, and we've got ourselves a ball game here, Bayo. Spirit has killed a lot, but he has not been able to keep at a max out pace, and he's not really been able to bank up resources. So this kind of drawn out style that he's going for, he's not, doesn't look quite as untouchable as he did on Golden Aura.
No, he doesn't, but Lambo doesn't look as indomitable as he did in Golden Aura at the same time. I mean, we're 18 minutes in. I think Lambo had like a 7,000 resource mineral bank, a 4,000 gas bank. Like he had a ton of money, and now he's only on 68 workers, but we're seeing, hey, the Burrowed Infest is that ultimate answer to this Terran late game. Now, is he able to do it with the same skill, with the same dexterity and accuracy that Cyril does?
He doesn't have neural parasite research, so I mean, the moment he unburrows to try and fungal, he's gonna get gobbled up instantly. So we'll see. Maybe that infestor's just doing a little reconnaissance. He's hoping to get back. He's 2 weeks from retirement, etc. Whatever the plot is for this guy. Our little infestor who's just out there by himself by Spirit's army. He's just chilling.
Yeah, although we do see that that the vision was nerfed a little bit. As Vipers are clearly going to kill this base.
He's inching a little further forward here. I like this. Yeah, this standoff over at the floating command center. He's like, yeah, I can't kill you, but I could build a hatchery under you. So,
man, that'll be an option. But for now, this base with all the chaos happening, Spirit was able to kill the base on the bottom side. It really didn't mine a ton. Actually, I don't think it didn't mine anything out of that. So that's the problem. And now attacking from the north side here, that fungal, that infestor we talked about, big fungal on top of the army. But the staggered defenses of Spirit are just so layered that you got to do more than just hit like one good fungal. But oh man, this Liberator's getting so much done. And now here comes the rejoinder. Here comes more. There are always two fights when a Terran goes. The fight when you attack into him, and the fight when he goes and attacks into you. And this second one from Spirit again does so much. And meanwhile, drop on the north side here, a bunch of Marauders and Marines, 13 drones go down. This attack on the north side, there is not enough here to defend this. Ultra's not ready, Bailey's not ready, nothing's ready, so more bases are going to go down. This drop on the north side, Spirit picks it up, and once again we see Lambo attack into it and kind of be the loser at the end of the day.
This is the toughest part about it, right? Like, if we think about the real weakness of what Lambo is doing is that no part of this army is an effective anti-air. He doesn't have mutas, he doesn't have corruptors, we don't see hydras even, and all those, with how many cliffs and different changes in elevations this map has, I don't know that hydras are necessarily the answer for Dynasty, but I will say that Lambo's only option for dealing with these drops and Liberators is to just try and chase them down and bio all of them, or use the parasitic bomb, which is energy that he would probably, he'd probably like to try and pick off key units or open up an avenue to attack one of those other bases. He does unburrow a few Lings in the natural, distracting for a moment, gets an SCV or two, but yeah, there's just no easy way for him to deal with the air. And we don't even have like random spores out anywhere because the money's all been going into the aggression this whole game, these non-stop trades. So it's very, very tough to see how without that, yeah, there's so much harassed by Spirit has happened during these trades that I couldn't agree with you more. Both bottom right bases are gone, main's mined out, natural and gold are mined out. So Lambo really needs this northwest base badly.
Well, fundamentally, Lambo's mining off like a base and a half, so he's gonna have to break this down. Maybe just relieve some of the pressure. And yeah, some of the blinding clouds are good, but there we go. EMPs go down. No fungals here available. Spirit doesn't win one late game, but this one a little bit shorter makes it happen. And Nate, we get to go to game 5.
They were trying to ask us, they're like, what's the next match you want to do? Here's your options. We're like, guys, we're not casting another match for another hour and a half. Okay, we're locked in. We said it. We buckled in at the start of that game. If you weren't already buckled in, maybe you've got like 3 seatbelts on. I don't know how safe you like to be, but we're gonna go to a game 5 of Spirit versus Lambo, and you see these two players match up against each other, and I think that's kind of what the expectation is, right? Lambo, assertive player, very strategical. He's trying to outthink his opponent. Spirit, he's like, I'm just going to be the heaviest cement block that you are going to struggle to move. You're going to try and punch me and break your own hand. It's like, am I going to be super active? Am I going to be everywhere?
Well, he was in that last game.
No, but in that game, that was one of the first games. Lambo just we didn't have any answer for the drops and the Liberators. They just did so much damage. That was the most aggressive game I think we saw out of Spirit this series so far.
Absolutely. And Nate, you're talking about, is it 3 seat belts? No, it's a 3-point harness. We're in a full racing setup here. I mean,
okay. I like it. We got. Can I get my Ricky Bobby helmet? Let's go.
Well,
I guess I'm game.
Actually, I don't think that metaphor works, right?
Wonder Bread. Sorry, he drove for Wonder Bread. I'll get my Wonder Bread helmet on. We're good.
Nate, the problem is I don't even know that works, because look at how slow these games go. They get great eventually, but they are slow to start.
That's true.
From Spirit's side.
There's like that little, I guess after game 1, like game 1 will truly go down as like this was the ultimate handshake into macro game, was that first game. If you guys are just tuning into this series because somebody went into a stream chat and was like, hey man, Lambo and Spirit are playing a 2-hour series, all you need to know is that game 1, Spirit just straight up went 4 command centers. He just went 4 CC, all orbitals, and that was it. He just rushed up to 4 bases, and then we were immediately in the mass ghost phase. So I don't have too much to say beyond Lambo has tried to up the tempo of the games at the beginning since then, and we've seen twice now where it hasn't paid out. So it's just hard. It's just hard. It feels like when he had all the money to work with, he was able to get those trades where he needed, but the end of the first game was maybe so dicey that he doesn't want to get back into that exact situation either.
Yeah, it's a tough challenge. Although one might argue, Nate, if you want to go into the numbers here, the early aggression worked once, it didn't work twice, and surely that's got a 50-50 win chance. So that means that Lambo should go back. Game 5, he's going to win it all.
I'll say this, given what's happened in this series, it would be incredibly ballsy and I think confident, and in a way also awesome if Lambo tried to do like his Ravager meme again. But I think given the map that we're on, there's going to be an interesting degree of difficulty there. You have the ramp leading into the natural, unless he has some sort of like backdoor mineral opening build that he's got saved for this one. It's Amphion, by the way, for everybody watching for game 5. So that is the funky map where you have the huge natural, the mineral wall, you go down to the 3rd, and then like half the map is just blocked off by destructible rocks otherwise.
Yeah, I think that's a really important thing to point out. I'm talking about, I was in the lobby, but I wasn't like, oh yeah, we have a map we should probably take into account.
I'm like, I guess the map probably is a big deal considering who's in this game, right?
Now, this is a map that is pretty good for mutas. It's a map that can be good for night display. There's some kind of spots that can be hidden. But it's not a great turtley map as such. There's a really strong Terran pushing positions that you can kind of go through the left side, treat it kind of like a golden wall or something. But in general, if I'm thinking about this map, this does feel like something that maybe Lambo's a little bit happier about because it's probably a little bit harder to turtle on. Am I crazy for saying that?
I think you've got good angles. I think you've got good angles to work with on this map. Like there are enough alleyways and crevices that some of the builds that Lambo likes to do. Like if I recall correctly, he was one of the people that was kind of pushing some of those swarm host strategies. I don't know. Against like a bio Terran, I don't know that could ever work. I personally don't think swarm hosts are great, but I do believe with the sentiment that if you surprise someone with them, regardless of context, if you surprise someone with swarm hosts, usually you can do something cool. But it's like, well, how many tricks are there to try when maybe we just have to go back to outplaying him in that long game, take the money, take what he's willing to give you. He's not going to be super aggressive on the map. If you're mildly defensive and super greedy, I don't see how Spirit punishes that. Lambo just needs to try to think of a way to force the fights to spread out and not take that one big engagement that Spirit's going to be looking for.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to approach it. The other way, the final thing we talked about is Amphion is just about ready to go. Amphion doesn't have a ton of bases to it, and some of those bases are their central bases, so they're kind of technically for both players. And if you're talking about kind of a turtle, Terran, like a Maru style play that we see Spirit going for, that's actually really good for them because there are just less bases they have to take to dominate the map. It's a little bit harder for you to kind of expand everywhere and hoover enough resources to break it down. So we're going to have to see what exactly happens with that. Can that happen? Or will Spirit, will he move on to the next round? For now, though, Game 5 is ready to go. And in the upper left, he's playing for Na'Vi, playing these awesome, awesome late games. Incredible series. It's Spirit.
And spawning in the bottom left, the red Zerg player trying to steer this one back, playing some long games. You can see he's trying to avoid him a little bit here. He is Lambo. Yeah, I think that's it. I think the hardest part is we saw Lambo eke out the super economic, crazy long first game, and he made the right call to avoid fighting when it would have cost him the most. Like the moment where Spirit was kind of just turtled up, had all his buildings wrapped around his small army, and Lambo had nothing but lings. Like you can see in those moments, he can still make the right calls, but it's just he's got potentially a long day, you know, right? A lot long weekend ahead of him, and playing games like this are certainly the kinds of things that can be a little bit draining. But on the other hand, some of those whiffs end up being the reason why we are here on this 5th map. So the question for me is just, does Lambo try to put it all on the line again with another sort of aggressive early / mid-game-ish timing, or do we see more of that first game? I'm going to be really greedy. I'm going to prevent your smaller version of harass than normal from doing anything. I think it just, you know, it's one of those things that remains to be seen. And perhaps part of the issue is that these maps, you don't have quite that space that you did on Golden Ore for the Mutalisks, right, to do what they did. And I don't know how much of an impact that plays, but I'm sure it influences Lambo's decisions a little bit.
Yeah, it's weird if you look at this map because you might say, oh, they're vertical. There's a ton of dead airspace. This should be good for Mutas. But it's not really because, well, okay, so we look at the vertical space here, and then you look at these bases that Spirit, especially if you take kind of the linear third, those mineral lines are very far away from the Zerg. There's not this kind of nice area where you kind of go and get access to a mineral line immediately. You got to run through the Terran base setup to make that happen. So, well, technically, you would think Mutas would be really good here because, again, this dead airspace and all this way you can play around. There's not a lot to bounce around. You kind of easily get stuck in corners. The mineral lines are pretty close to the edges of the map, so it's not easy to escape. And that all together means that, yes, the dead airspace is there, but the geometry of the map is not incredible. But Nate, I got a question for you as we get ourselves into Game 5 and wait to see what's going to develop here. Spirit went for CC first once again. Now,
yeah,
do you think he does that in Game 5 if it's not Amphion, if it's not this place with a low ground ramp?
I think again it plays into Spirit does this so much that we really the safest thing to assume is that he's probably played against a lot of people that have tried to punish him for this, or he personally feels that Lambo is not the kind of player to go for, you know, like a 12, whatever. He's not going to try and specifically counter the command center first because Spirit has probably just been in that situation enough to like have some understanding of what he needs to do. And as someone who doesn't, you know, I don't go command center first every single game, so it's hard to exactly understand how he would deal with some of those things. But I think it's, in some way, it's also kind of like a bluff that he's like, yeah, Lambo's not just going to do this thing that he wouldn't typically do versus Terran. I know how he likes to play, and perhaps this comes back into, you mentioned before this, but they've played they've something like over 140 maps against each other in their careers. So, and they're pretty even against each other. So I just imagine there's a level of mind games, but also a level of respect where it's like Lambo's probably tried to do this to him on ladder maybe, and just knows that Spirit is that annoying guy that does it because he has all these contingency plans or whatever it is.
You know, it's kind of funny. I just spent like a minute talking about how, you know, you would think this map would be good for Mutas, but because of the geometry, it's not incredible. And then Lambo says, you know what? But my opponent's going through CC. I know this is going to happen.
Thank you. Well, if you hadn't said that, then he probably wouldn't have made the Spire, okay? The law of attraction is very real. So that was the last thing that worked in the long game for Lambo. So I don't hate seeing it, even if it's going to be difficult to make work. He did a great job. We thought that he would transition out of the Mutas a lot faster than he ended up doing, and that was partially because we assume, you know, there is a timer on it. But Spirit plays so defensively and doesn't step out to try and chase enough that until there are ghosts out there, I don't really see much of a downside for him trying to play Mutas, because It's not like Spirit just kept his Marines at home. He did do that, but it's not like that actually stopped the Mutas from dealing a lot of damage either.
No, my big question as well as we take a look at this is there are two very different ways this game goes. All right, just based on how Spirit chooses to expand. Does he mine out this mineral wall and take this base? Or does he go and does he take the linear third? Because if he mines this base out, you know, technically the Mutas are maybe a little bit, it's kind of interesting to say, like a little better, a little bit worse, but you have this kind of triangle you can bounce around. You have this high ground, low ground that you can play around with. That's a little bit harder for the Terran to make sure that they're where they need to be. You got to go around corners and things slow down. Meanwhile, if he goes and takes this base as he is, well, yeah, sure, all three mineral lines are exposed to the same bit of dead airspace, but it's a lot easier for the Terran to go and respond to, and also the Muta rally is a little bit longer. So Spirit, he's going to take the low ground. It's a little bit more vulnerable to Lingbane run-bys, things like that, but maybe a little harder for the Mutas to get the damage that they want to get done. So his 9 Mutas are on the way. Spirit does take that low ground, and he's very aware, by the way, of the potential of Mutas here. Missile turrets already in position on his production in his mineral lines. And remember, that's also the really key difference, Nate. Game 1, Spirit was not prepared at all. No missile turrets anywhere. Mutas, their first hit got like 10 workers.
That's a good point. Yeah. That's a good point. He kind of got blindsided by it. And I think you make a good point too. He's going to be more vulnerable to ground harass. But I think for Spirit, he wants that low ground base because if this game does slow down, and by the way, we're seeing him move out. He's landed the Vikings. So we're going to have, we got Bane speed only halfway done. There's not a lot of Banes. And we know if there was a weakness in the game 1 build for Lambo, the only thing we pointed out was that obviously he had the Mutas very fast and that was nice, but his upgrades were a little bit later. So it's going to be unupgraded Ling Bane. His Bane speed should finish in time before a real engagement happens, but that little +1, a couple of those tanks. If Spirit controls this well enough, he could end up dealing a lot of damage. But Lambo's, again, he's had some good control himself throughout the majority of these fights too. So not counting him out at all. Bane speed is ready, by the way. So he's trying to set up for about 3 different angles to push in on this is what it looks like.
Nate, this is such a sick mind game. I was looking at this and I mean, it even fooled me. I wasn't paying enough and close enough attention to the production tab. I assumed this was double eBay, but Spirit off of this 3cc type of opening, everything he wants to do, he's turned this into very much an all-in, trying to take advantage of Lambo, assuming he's going to be as greedy as he's been the last 4 games. And the Mutas, they can't fight this. Not +1 Marine here. The Banelings are on the way, but we're looking at how many even are on the map. Only 7 here. He's starting to knock down Queens, the 4th base under threat. Mutas, again, they're going to try to get these tanks, but this kind of slow push all in coming out of the Spirit. He's got to make something happen with it. The Lings and Banes are going to start to show up now, but if this works out, it's such a brilliant bit of serious planning, and the tanks, they don't go down. The Marines are still here. Lambo, he had an idea, but man, he was in a dream, and this is a nightmare.
He went from turtle to ninja turtle real fast. I mean, if there's anything here, it's that we talk about how early the timing hit. The 1-1 is right there. It does finish. So Lambo kind of hits his peak strength at not necessarily an ideal time. He's going to make one last desperate attempt to throw this off. The Queens are going to have to come down and try and support these Mutas, but yeah, when you've got drones fighting Marines, that's not going to do it. Spirit reverse he mind games his own play. After 4 games of defensive strategy, he goes into just a pretty straight up 2-base timing with +1 and comes out on top. What an absolutely bizarre way for this series to go. Just kind of taking advantage of that. He's like, yeah, I think Lambo will play the macro game this time, and I just need to hit him before he has that full 4-base setup that he went for.
Dude, that was, you can't even call it a 2-base cell. And he's 3rd base on location. He had a
he landed it. It looked like he was setting himself up to do everything. I think the biggest tell that you pointed out, maybe as it was happening, but the single eBay, I didn't realize, like, oh yeah, he just got +1 attack. That was it. He wanted as many units as he could possibly have just for that push, and yeah, nuts play.
Oh man, that sparks a lot of joy. That was super sick to see that happen. And again, it's one of those things. Lambo is known for being this incredibly cerebral player, and really, and we saw that happen in this series. He had really interesting ideas, awesome builds, making things happen. But also, he very much can get his own head, and he can kind of tell a story to himself that might not always be true. And Spirit, he spent 4 games teeing up this great big home run, and just it was right there for him. Knocks it out of the park. Really awesome game, awesome series planning. That means that Spirit gets to move on to round 2 of the knockout stage, where he goes on and he will face apparently Estrella just won is what chat is saying. So he's going to face Estrella, but we actually are going to go to a bit of a break, and then when we're back, it's going to be, we had a battle here of the European legends, and now it's going to be Korean ones. Kieran Classic TVP coming up right after the break. Nate, sorry I should have asked you, but I figured you'd be okay with that one.
It's no complaints here. No complaints here.
All right. So give us 6 minutes and we'll be right back.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. We've had 2 series, one extremely dominant PvP, actually, and then one 5-game marathon epic that was just, oh, man. If you only watch one series out of at least the first 2 days, Spirit Lambo, 5 games, just fantastic. 10 out of 10. But Nate,
You'll scratch your head. If you go back and watch that one, you'll scratch your head. You'll be shocked. You'll be surprised. It'll give you the full range of emotions you can experience watching SC2. We'll say that much.
I laughed, I cried, I have less hair in my head than I previously did, you know.
I couldn't say it better myself.
But what I'm trying to say here, on top of everything else, is that we have a pretty promising one coming up. That we had the European Titans, Spirit and Lambo. They played each other 120 odd times. But now we have the online warrior, the second best Terran in Korea, versus the Chintos, the man who at times has been the best Protoss player in the world. I don't know that he's ready. I don't know that he's that right now. That's probably Hero or maybe MaxPex if we look at online stuff. But still, Classic's looking fantastic. Cure's looking killer. He's had incredible TVP for the last couple years. It's beguiling, to say the very least.
Yeah. Well, we get into TVP. Classic is one of those guys that when people were talking about, that conversation, like, does Protoss need help, or is the problem that all the Protoss players are in the military? And people are like, well, Classic is one of those guys that were like, hey, if it's just him, it's not going to be enough. But he is one of the guys that can be that guy. So I think for the Protoss players watching this tournament that are pulling for someone, I do think, at least for me, Stats, Hero, 2 big guys to keep your eyes on, but don't sleep on Classic, because again, this is supposed to be a little bit of that Protoss resurgence that we're expecting here, and he might give us something fantastic. But obviously, Kira's very hyped to watch in this matchup as well.
That he is, and we get to see just how good he is. So they've played each other. We talked about Lambo and Spirit playing it like 120 times. They've played like 150 times in their history, and it's pretty even between the two of them. So let's see who now takes this series. Kieran Classic. Game 1's here. And in the upper left for Team Liquid in the blue, looking to go and just really showcase that TVP chops. It's Cure.
And his opponent in the bottom left, spawning as the red Protoss player. He is Classic.
Twisted Minds' very own. So Nate, when we talk about Cure, I think I said this before the series started, but he has long had some of the best TVP in the world, if not at times the best TVP in the world. Very aggressive, very timing based, but still very good. The question though is, first of all, Golden Aura is a map that's a little bit harder to push on. But more importantly, with the recent spate of Protoss improvements, their ability to kind of play this gateway man style and hold off against things, and also Classic's love of this Stargate idea. He's been playing 2-gate Colossus, Blinkless Colossus, or maybe Blinkstalker Colossus openers into a third, but into a very quick Fleet Beacon Stargate carrier idea. When you think about those two ideas, this aggressive terror and this just very kind of defensive Stargate-ish Protoss player, how do you jive those two ideas?
Well, I think the contrast and what makes that Protoss style you're talking about so interesting and so viable. We saw a little bit of this yesterday, and I think that it still holds true on the Terran side, that for Terran players, they're typically very stubborn. You don't often see Terran players like lose to something and say, what do I change about my strategy to compensate for this? That's almost never, ever what the conversation is. It's just, well, I just need to click my Marines faster, and I just need to be supply blocked for 1 second less, and I just need to have 20 more APM, and then I will be able to out micro and kill the other guy regardless of what he does. Which is a strategy that Terrans have held on to very, very tightly for pretty much the entire existence of this game. That's why so many players play very similarly to each other. But at the same time, that is the beauty of this Protoss strategy, because it takes everything that you think about TVP with how you need to have all these different units, the Marines and the Marauders and the Mines and the Liberators and the Vikings and the Ghosts, and then the Protoss eventually says, you actually just don't have the capability to deal with long-range tanky air units like those carriers, because it's that trap mentality that everybody falls into. They say, Terran has 5 barracks, can't he just make Marine? But it's never quite that simple. It's not just carriers. There's Tempest there, or there's Storm typically, or Colossus, like you mentioned with them, especially the double Colossi into it. It creates like a trap situation for the Terran, where the more variety they go with their army composition to deal with the standard Protoss units, the more vulnerable they become to the transition to carriers, because again, everybody always says, oh, you just got to get the Vikings in target fire. And then 99% of the time, you know, to get within the range to actually hit the carriers, they've got to eat Storms. They've got to get in range of the Stalkers. It's never as simple as just, oh yeah, the Vikings just click down the carriers. No, the Terran usually only has like 20 Marines with them, so those interceptors are brutal to deal with.
Yeah, and the other problem as well when you talk, so you want to build a lot of Vikings to deal with this Skytoss idea, and you will hit overkill territory. You're going to build more Vikings than one shot a single carrier.
They're just not as great against all the other things. Like once you make enough Vikings to deal with the carriers, hypothetically, then they suck against everything else that you've got to deal with. That gateway man style you're talking about.
Yeah, and well, the other thing you talk about that is if you have overkill. Yes, we've updated how microable Vikings are, so they're a little bit easier to kite with. But he knocks the medevac down. Only one Widowmine pops down, so nice opening here for Classic.
Save.
Although second worker died for Cyclone on the left side gets no worker, so that's
Cyclone poke.
There we go. But
just a little poke. He's going home.
There we go. Yeah, he gets something. Be very happy about it. But the point I want to make here as well is like Vikings. Yeah, they're more microable, but the recharge time, their attack rate, I guess, is maybe the way to say it. It's actually pretty slow. So yeah, you kill one carrier, and then it takes half a second before you can fire another shot off. Meanwhile, carriers attack at
like exactly that, the interceptor DPS, and then you think about there's other factors too that are maybe less important, but like the Protoss will obviously want to get attack upgrades for their carriers. Terran players going bio are not researching vehicle armor. They're getting ship weapons so the Vikings can kill stuff faster. Vikings don't really have any armor by default, so they're a little bit paper mache when it comes to taking damage from upgraded units. They are flimsy. They have the range. That's supposed to be what compensates for it. But again, it's just like, yeah, you kill the carriers, opponent warps in a bunch of Zealots and Stalkers. Are you going to try to land 15 Vikings to fight a full-fledged army when there might still be Immortals or Archons or Storm there? No. So that approach is just a whole different thing. Thus far in this game, we've seen that mine drop be held. The Raven kind of coming over to harass, got a single kill, but so far so good. And I think, Bea, what you were talking about, this very cool, calm, collected macro style from Classic is what we're seeing. He has the Observer getting vision. He's kind of poking, but it's just 3 Stalkers. It's nothing serious. He's not committed. He is getting his Colossus up. He is getting his extended thermal lance, and he's getting that charge.
Yeah, and the other thing I look at here, so Fury, he's angling for like a 7:30 timing. This very classic 3-1-1 type of setup. And that generally, that is something that is meant to go kill the Protoss player, at least get substantive damage. Classic has been able to be so greedy by the map setup, by everything else, by knocking down that Widowmine drop and getting nothing done, that Cure, I was going to say, is going to have to go and it's going to be really hard for him to break this, but instead this is kind of, it's not a 6-minute timing, which generally gets the third base that much faster, but it's building into a 7:30, but he's still getting this third base a little bit faster. So looks like he kind of understands. He saw the Robo Bay there. He saw it researching. He's like, yeah, I'm going to try to put some pressure with this, but I'm probably not going to break anything. Let's go mid-game. And when you build into this timing, you've committed a decent amount into your army. So Classic, just by dint of the map and because of how well he's been able to defend, he's kind of already mitigated the first idea that Cure had about this game.
Yeah, and Cure otherwise, he kind of played straight up too, right? The tanks were kind of spread out in the main and the natural. He was being respectful of the fact that he knows Classic's the kind of guy that can poke him if he leaves openings. But I think that's a kind of also what we're seeing from Classic's side is him being respectful too. Neither of these guys are trying to force too much. They're both playing straight up, kind of taking what they can get. The little Raven harass is still there, so Classic doesn't want to completely give up the main base and just leave him there to be harassed forever. So this move out from Cure is more or less the first decisive action I think we get to see in this game. If he can accomplish something here, it could be absolutely devastating. But Classic, he's got a nice army, Bayo. He's got 2 Colossi, he's got his extended thermal lance, +1 attack is halfway done, but he's still got plenty of Stalkers to support them. So we'll just have to see what he can get away with as he sees the third base land for Cure.
I love
Oh, he's going to take the gold, by the way,
Yeah.
which Cure sees.
I love this actually. Oh, wait, no, yeah, you're right. Cure sees. I looked at this. I'm like, I love this. He's pulling wool over his eyes. He's expanding away. But no, yeah, you're right. Cure sees that immediately. So this is actually opening Classic up to a lot of problems. This army that he's making is tremendously powerful altogether. But if you have to defend a drop in the main base and something attacking the goal, good luck. It's not easy. So Classic, what's he doing? How do you defend a base that's hard to defend if you just sit back and defend? Well, you get on the aggressive. The best defense is, in fact, a good offense. So Warp Prism in the main base, he's posturing on the middle of the map here. And even if we see this double drop, trying to take down the gold, Classic also has got a 5th base on the way, so that's going to be fine. And he's going to put all... There's nothing at home for Cure. Yes, you don't want to base trade a Terran, but Classic's going to have such first movers advantage into this. And with the power of recall, if he moves right now, because Cure's now on the move as well with this army on the right side, this is going to look pretty good for him. But again, he has to move right now, and instead, he's just running back home. He doesn't know about this army. He's got to go try to defend the gold base. And we talked about first movers advantage. Well, this time, Cure's the one that's putting himself in an incredible position.
He recalls to the gold, and so it's like, oh yeah, you're defending it, but now the natural's completely wide open, and Cure just has, this is what you want to do, right? You want to stretch that Protoss army out. The Widowmine actually kills the Disruptor, gets the last hit before he can fire the volley. I mean, the tanks might have gotten it anyway. This is a really nice position for Cure. Like he said, Natural's gone, Robo's gone, Robo Bay is gone. So as far as his tech's concerned, 3 auto turrets get dropped in the main mineral line. Cure is just like he put the pedal through the floor here. As soon as he saw that gold base and he held that prism, he's like, all right, now you asked for it.
Yeah, if you're gonna play as greedy as Classic did, and again, double expanding, taking the gold base, doing everything else, if you're gonna double expand like that, if you're gonna play that greedy, you gotta have vision on the map. You gotta put zealots or hallucinations or observers and pylons and things. You gotta have vision on the map to make sure that what just happened is not allowed to happen. Because at this point, Classic's army supply is somewhat competitive. His economy is down about 30 workers. It's such a bad spot to be in, and Cure's going to drop down once again. Stalker's kind of in position to deal with this, but the Stalker count just not high enough, so this drop's going to kill off all the Stalkers too. It's going to kill off probes, and now Classic has to take the fight on the other side. SCV's kind of pulled into this a little bit just to make sure that nothing happens. Classic's, his upgrades are fine, right? He's going to have +2. The army supply is there, but the reinforcing it, I mean, attacking up this ramp, Nate, feels impossible.
Yeah, that's the situation, right? Is that Cure is a very classical style of Terran in terms of like the Korean Terran mentality with those big drops, the Nexus snipe types of plays, having that unit out there, right? He's not F2ing and pulling everything together. He's doing a really good job of separating and keeping his units keyed out. So he's happy with this big Marauder ball to say, if you want to try and push something, maybe he'll pull back for the force fields. He does have 3 ghosts with this army, so I mean, 3 EMPs, if he gets the sentries, then this could get ugly. But the other thing, too, is there's no real reason for him to move down this ramp into the Protoss either. He's just kind of zoning him away, so I guess he doesn't get pushed away from his own base. But the next wave of Vikings comes out, and it looks like he wants to get out on the map anyway, maybe towards that gold. But Sensor Tower is going to see the army approaching the 4th as the Prism. It's the, oh, sorry, 3rd as the Prism. It's the 4th.
Yeah, it's important to point out here as well, there's no tech for Classic, really, realistically. The Robo Bay's gone. He's on that Gateway Man style that you really gotta find. I think actually the missile turret killed the server as well, so Widow Mines are gonna be that much stronger. And yeah, a couple workers go down, but somewhere probes went down here as well. And Classic needs more than this. Yes, his army's play. If he kills the orbital, that's gonna be really solid, but it doesn't really seem possible. He does have that upgrade lead for the time being, and that does serve as a bit of a force multiplier here on the army. The supply is again fairly competitive. And Cure's moving down to the bottom side to try to shut down the gold base. So if he can go identify what's happening and say, look, I'm not going to defend this. This is fine. Pull my probes away. I still have my 3rd base. This Raven's, yeah, being annoying. But the army's not there. If I can go identify that's happening and go try to punish it, maybe that's an option. But instead, he's just backing up. Maybe trying to catch this drop on the map. But, I mean, this is just more damage.
Yeah, very, 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 very tough spot to be in. Again, reminding, as you just said, that the tech was completely reset. So he only just rebuilt his Robo Bay. And before he lost it, he was trying to get the speed upgrade for his Warp Prism. So that's another key aspect. Like the harass capabilities really got neutralized. He wasn't able to upgrade the Prism. Obviously, he couldn't build any or make any Colossi or Disruptors without having the Robo. So he's only just got that natural going again too. So he's going to try and take this fight, and this becomes a very crucial one. Zealots are going to charge through. EMPs get thrown. Force fields as well. He gets a good chunk of the bio, but that supply for Cure is still looking really good. Disruptor shot just gets a single Widow Mine.
Yeah, you really need these shots to land incredibly well playing to try to play a comeback game like this. And he does have 2-2 versus briefly 1-1, but Cure's upgrades complete as well. Now, Vikings are mostly dead, but not before all the Colossus fell down as well. So stimmed bio with Ghosts versus just a bunch of Zealots and Stalkers. Nate, yeah, sure.
Yeah, he's a little overstimmed. He's just a teeny bit. One more stim on that army with just 3 medevacs. He's starting to hurt his forces quite a bit, just engaging out there. But he pulls them far back enough that he actually forces the recall with that drop on the south base. Those 2 medevacs have been waiting there the whole time. And again, it's just another hallmark. Sometimes we get to make that joke about the F2 key, the select all army, and it's always like a ha-ha, he-he kind of thing. But I always got to give a compliment when it's very obvious that a player is not using it, because he is just keeping all of his units where they need to be. And this is the kind of crisp play you expect out of Cure. I think Classic holding together as well as he has is nothing short of a miracle, but he's got a lot of ground to make up. He's still got a lot of ground to cover.
That he does. It's insanely impressive how close. Now it's started to separate, but how close he's been able to keep the army supply over the course of this game. Now, granted, because you're buying Zealots and Stalkers, which are just a little bit cheaper, this attack on the left side will kill off some of the Vikings, but man, Concussive Shell Marauders, they're gonna take everything out. This finally should do it. Now the supply's there. Yeah, there we go.
Wow, great. That, I mean, for me, I think that if I was like to try and sell what this series is, that's kind of it. That's what I expect. Whether it goes one way or the other for each of these games. Cure, very standard, straight up kind of opening. He did go with the double gas. Like, you could tell that he wanted to be at least some level of safe with how quickly he got the factory and the starport to do his mine drop with. But then he just shifted gears straight into standard Terran macro, had those big drops going, dealt with the Prism. And for Classic, maybe if he feels like these straight up games are going to be that tough, that we see him try to up the ante in game 2.
Yeah, I don't know. Now, Nate, we do have to point out, we have a new map. This is the first time in, we've been live for 3.5 hours today. I think we were live for 9 hours, 8 or 9 hours yesterday. So first time in 12 hours on the B stream that we get to take a look at Post Youth. It's a rare one.
It's the first time we ever get to cast in this tournament this map. That's fun. That is a fun fact. I guess a lot of people have been vetoing this one. Post Youth is probably one of the most, for the positive spin, it's probably one of the most unique maps we've ever had. You have 2 ramps out of your main, but your main is a double main. You have like a second base in there. It doesn't have a full set of minerals, but half of them are gold. And you do have 2 regular gas geysers. So it's like, do you want the 4 gas on 2 bases really fast? It's very easy to get that. But the third, it's a little bit more of a jump away. If you're either mining those minerals open or trying to take the linear one, so you have some slight spreads there. But this is just one of those maps where people do all the weird stuff that they can't get away with because it's hard to be super greedy sometimes, but it's easier here. That's my pitch.
On the flip side, you have incredible aggressive options too, because, well, you can go do the thing where you send workers over to mine out your opponent's mineral wall.
Yeah, that too.
And
exactly.
Future did it to, I think it was Nina. I don't remember exactly who it was, but I think it was Nina in ESL Masters American region or America's regionals. So you have aggressive options, you have defensive options, and you just got a whole bunch of fun. I'm a big fan of the map. Not to play, but to watch. So let's see what our players have in store for us. Are they fans of it? We got ideas. Game 2. In the upper right, he's down a map in this series. He held on for a long time, but the aggression's just not quite really resolving in a way that he needed. For Twisted Minds, it's Classic.
And spawning in the bottom left, we had some chat comments calling a little bit of harkening back to the old Polt Nexus sniping days. That's what he was doing last game. He is Cure.
I get that reference, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just glad you're not talking about Pokemon, because I just Then we got all the constant of
I
me being
wouldn't do
confused.
quite that. I wouldn't do quite that. You know, I wouldn't say that that's out of my wheelhouse, but you know, I've got that eclectic taste. You want to talk about your favorite, which of your favorite of the 10 Saw entries is your best? You know, that's a little more my tempo. We could talk more about this map again. I could tell you that this is one of the easiest maps to do a double battlecruiser rush on, because you know, you just got this base right here that Kier's going for, so you have a little bit less minerals again to work with, but there's never been a map quite like this. We've had pocket bases before, but there would still be like a ramp leading there, you know, it would be behind your main back in like the orbital shipyard days. But how this map looks like someone took one of those 2v2 maps where you both spawn together, and then they said, well, let's make the second base a little more funky since there's nobody spawning there, and then we just go from there. But it's fast. It's a fascinating map, and there's a reason why we don't see it a lot, because again, it's just weird. It's hard to practice your normal stuff here, because you can definitely do stuff that you wouldn't otherwise be able to on other maps.
I mean, that's a great selling point for the map. For the longest time, we've had pools where every map is functionally the same. Oh, they're all wide open, or they're all choked, or they're all XY. They all have a pocket for easy to take fourth base, or whatever it is. Like, just every map, different tile set, slightly different layout, but very similar game idea. And on this map pool in particular, we have maps like Post Youth and Amphion and Dynasty that are super weird. We have more standard maps like Site Delta, Golden Ore, super defensive maps. It allows players to, instead of just grinding one idea over and over again, to just fully reach down to their Mary Poppins bag and pull something out of there they haven't played in years, and a lot of fun. But for now, Kira's doing something very standard. It's a Widowmine drop. It was Barracks Double Gas Factory into the Expo. Benefit of this map, of course, is that you can still do that and take it on location, unlike others where you'd have to kind of float it down, and that slows you down a little bit. And, well, I said Widowmine drops, and he does have Widowmines here, but it's gonna be a Viking first here coming out of Kira.
He's anticipated this. He saw the Stargate, so I think he was expecting for it to either be, I'm trying to look at his vision. If it looked like it was an Oracle building on it. It looked like he canceled it and switched to the Phoenix after he scouted it, from just looking at Kira's vision, like what the Starport's hologram thing looked like, his last vision of it. So maybe he's just feeling slightly more defensive because of that. Obviously, killing the Phoenix would still be nice, but as we all know, or if you don't know, the Phoenix can survive one Widowmine shot, which is the key difference between it and the Oracle. The Oracle gets instigated, but the Phoenix can at least kind of go in, live to tell the tale, and then warn the rest of the Protoss, hey guys, we want to avoid these spots.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I do like Classic for multiple reasons going Phoenix Colossus on this map. You get 2 bases for free. You talked about that. So, you know, going down and defending a little bit more locations, not as worrisome. You have a lot of dead airspace to cover though, and you know, more importantly, if you're worried that the Terran player is just going to get aggressive, Phoenix Colossus is a great way to go, and just make sure you're safe. You have the Colossus to deal with Marines. Phoenix lift up everything else, and for now, Cure is going to deny the third base. Absolutely, and I really like this attack. It's just a bunch of stuff that kill Phoenix, right? Vikings and I look at the Widowmine, by the way.
And you know, it's on some level, because of how defensible it is for either player doing this very tech-heavy style. I mean, we almost need to tag Roddy in here for the little mini Protoss mech action. The Robo Stargate this quickly is just, it's one of those things. What you see people play a little differently on this map, because trying to push this normally is never going to be easy, but because of the air commitment, it's not like you can dive him either. Classic says, my Immortal's got the ramp. I'm just going to go pick off a few SCVs, and a Terran player in this situation, if you're not the kind of guy that's going to dump a bunch of money into missile turrets, you're just like, yeah, I just accept I'm going to lose a couple SCVs occasionally, but at least that means the Phoenix aren't picking up my tank, right? Or going for something else. I don't know. It's not the worst thing, I guess.
Yeah, again, it's also kind of one of those things where there's not a lot of Classic would love to go take his third base 100%, but there's not a lot of pressure from him to go down the map at any given time, especially as you pointed out, these Phoenix, they go and get 5 workers on the other side and kind of balance out the things that Kira was doing. So now there's a third base on the way, and we should point out that, yeah, the natural's super easy. It's lacking some resources, but it's super easy to take. This third base is wide open. It is a hard spot to hold on to, part of why the Colossus are really nice. But I'm now really interested to see just how Kira tries to break it down. He's building Vikings very quickly into this game. We don't have medevacs, actually. It's 4 Vikings more, yeah.
It feels like he's just got some game sense about what he's seen,
in what he's dealt with already that he's just like, yeah, this has to just be Phoenix Colossus. It's like I probably can just make Vikings, and if I just overwhelm with my air units, what he has on the ground won't be that much. Which I don't know. He doesn't really have a crazy amount of ground units. The fact that there is the Immortal and a couple shield batteries, like it's Cyclones. The Cyclones will die very fast when the fight starts, unless he takes a very dominant victory. So little trades like this, okay, that's where you start to feel a lot better for Cure. Classic, if he's planning on having the Phoenix be a part of his army, that observer, by the way, just outside of the scan, hate to see it, then you don't want to lose those Phoenix before the fight actually happens, because then you can't protect the Colossus. So there are 5 Stalkers, it's worth mentioning, but there's no Blink, so.
No, Charge is actually going to be the thing. This is how you play Phoenix Colossus. It's not a surprise, but Charge is going to be the thing you get out of this. And if Classic can survive until Charge, his army's incredible. This army that Cure has with 0, he's got 1 medevac now, but with very, very little healing with all these tanks and all these Marauders. Yeah, Charge is going to be incredible, but it's about 40 seconds out, 30 seconds out, something like that. And we already see this elevator push coming out of Cure, getting ready to make something happen. But on the flip side, you know, tanks aren't really in range of the Nexus. They're going to kill a pylon, but that's not incredibly relevant. You do need to start leapfrogging them just a little bit forward. And on a single medevac, Nate, that's extremely vulnerable. That's not the easiest thing to make happen. So he's going to start to make it happen right now. Cyclone's up onto the high ground. And Classic thinking about this. Hey, Charge is 20 seconds out. Can he last 20 seconds?
Gal, that's a dangerous question to ask. That disruptor shot goes straight through, but actually manages to kill it before it can pop. He gets one of the Colossi. Second one is still standing. Vikings are going to be able to pick it off, though. So pretty much everything dies except the Cyclones in the main with the medevac and 3 of the Vikings. But as far as the tech is concerned, he kills the disruptor. He gets both Colossi. And if I'm trying to look at silver linings here, maybe it's that, well, I always say equal worker count. Terran is making more money. Protoss does have access to the 3rd mineral line, so that extra money is kind of mining the base out maybe faster than Cure would want. If I'm looking for upside here, Cure is getting the 3rd base, but he needs to take that 3rd. That's definitely a top priority for Cure. He got some damage done, but it's not like Classic isn't making good money by having all these mineral patches accessible, and he's going to go for the gold too.
Yeah, you talk about equal worker count. Cure is double saturated on both bases. 21 out of 8 on the hybrid base. So yeah, he's got a lot of workers, but
he's not getting much mileage out of that worker lead. No. I'd say if he's got 53 SCVs, maybe like at this point 40 of them are mining. It's kind of how it feels.
Well, for now, actually, Classic's going to find this army in the middle of the map, chase everything down. And the problem,
a great grab.
Yeah, this is fantastic. The problem with this army that Cure has, especially again lacking medevacs as he is, against Charge Lot Phoenix, which is kind of what this has turned into, you don't run away. You win the fight or you die. And for now, he's actually doing a really nice job finding a spot behind the mineral line, but the Stalkers, they had to deal with reinforcements. And Classic's actually going to have to run away from this. The tech is gone. All the Zealots are gone. The Immortals are gone.
There's no blink. This is where the no blink really hurts, because you're right. The Zealots, you're not microing them in this kind of situation. You got to let them do their thing and try to get value out of your heavier hitters. That being said, right as the Cure sends a Liberator out, Classic's got a Prism landing in the main base, swarps in 6 Zealots, and it gets absolutely instantly jumped on. I think Liberator should be able to get the Prism. Zealots get choked up on a turret, so unfortunately for Classic, that's another punch he's going to throw, kind of just landing on air. He does have his gold base situated, though. I think the jump on the army in the top left bought him a lot of time, and now you've got a 4-base Protoss against a 3-base Terran, where, again, it's, you know, is it though, right? Because that the natural expansion income just dips off at such a different rate than on any other map.
Yeah, I mean, the main base, also not a lot of money there. We can call it a 2-base Terran, right? Main base, the main base and the natural, they both only have half the mineral patches a normal base would have. And by the way, I mean, you're still 18 out of 8 on this. You pull the SCVs over, dude. You got 8 out of 16 here. You can mine.
He's getting a few of them. He pulled the idle ones. He's getting a few of them. He still has about 15 on it. But that's the struggle with this one, because if you get used to, you play a lot of games, and I think that's another reason why we see this map get vetoed, because you play a lot of games, and in StarCraft there are some things that you just don't think about, and it's a lot of that stuff that is like ingrained in your muscle memory, your macro cycles, building workers. Those typically aren't choices that you're making so much as like you kind of just have a feel for when you stop, and otherwise you just do it over and over again. So this map kind of challenges that dynamic, since you don't need the same number of workers on every base. You start losing money a little faster, but you make more at the beginning. It's it's very different. It's very different. Disruptor shots are going to come out. They're trying to catch this army in the middle. Gets a tank, a Viking, and a Marauder. Classic. It's been some whiffs, some big hits, but so far he's taken some decent trades in the big fights. Just down about 20 supply, but there's a whoop and a 7 Zealots to try and even the odds.
That they are, but hell, Kier's going to pull out just in time. Widowmine's now with the front, trying to get whatever shots they get. Nice splits actually out of Classic to minimize the Widowmines. Those force fields on the right side are going to get a lot done, but Kier still splits away. More Disruptor shots are going to try to find whatever they can get, and Kier plays a miraculous fight despite the force fields, despite everything else. And yes, the Zealot Warpins are a problem. The Stalk is playing on left side, and that means very vulnerable to the tank shots, the Marauder shots. And this is starting to look very good for Kier right now. Zealots continue to get knocked down. Stalkers continue to die. And the Disruptor count is just not there.
He got all but one of the Disruptors. One more just finished. But he's starting the second robot, so I think, yeah, Classic just kind of had that same realization. He's like, I don't think making one Disruptor at a time is going to cut it anymore. And maybe he'll have wanted that second robo a little bit earlier in retrospect, but this position for Kier, he's got a high ground siege up with tanks and Widow Mines on top of Classic's 4th base. So, well, Classic, it did take that the triangle third from the gold base. It's just one of those situations where his economy is being disrupted. He lost all those powerful tech units, and defending from the low ground against tanks hardly feels fair. No. Let's just get that out of the way. It's tough. It's tough when you're being sieged up on from above.
Yeah, and the benefit as well. So Classic loses the base. That doesn't feel very good. He's got Zealot run by going in, and maybe just get something, maybe not. We're gonna with these Widow Mines, they're gonna be a problem, but even still the bio gets back. Point being though, Classic, he got up to double forge. He's got 1-1 done, 2-1's gonna be done soon. And when we talk about this Gateway Man style, yes, the supply is not where he would like it to be. He'd like to be roughly even with the Terran if you're going to play like this. At least he's going to have that upgrade advantage. That makes the Zealots a little bit more tanky. That means that they do a little bit more damage. But right now, the Disruptors, they do have to land, and they're just not. These splits from Nate are beautiful. And yes, Zealots are going to try to join the fray. And yes, Disruptor comes in from another angle. That one's a lot better. It kills a couple of Marines, but most importantly, softens this tank up in the extreme. But you got to get more heat. You got to buy just a little bit more time.
It's like the Disruptors, that's your DPS, your assassin, and everything else here is just tanking and supporting for those. The rest of your army is not really built to clean this up on its own, but if he can just give himself an opportunity to get 1 or 2 more of those big juicy Disruptor shots, then we can see the game turn on its head as it has so many times in the past. But I think that's the other side of it too, is the Disruptor. It's a skill shot, right? You gotta micro it towards your opponent. You need to get it to that place. It's not automatic. It sends the alert for your opponent as well. So for Kier, all he has to do is just kind of avoid those, try to take the head-to-head fights against the the Gateway Man style, as you put it, and he won't lose those head-to-head battles without taking a Disruptor shot. So that's really the key focus for our boy Kier right now.
I think it's important to point out as well, Classic really does take a solid fight. Zealots on the left side will go down, but he knocks the tank down, forces things back. Kier, in the chaos of this game, doesn't have a Ghost Academy. And those Disruptor shots are nice, but he doesn't have a Ghost Academy. If you're playing against Disruptors like this, you really want just a couple EMPs, and because that's the difference between having to kite away from Disruptors and kiting on top of them, knocking them down. EMP plus, say, +2 Bio Ball burst is going to kill those Disruptors off time and time and time again. You can go dive in and make that happen. But in the absence of the Ghost Academy, Classic can really start to bully his way onto the map like he's doing right now, separating the army. Disruptor shot on the right side doesn't get a ton here, but there are more where that came from. Kier, though, thinks he's got a concave, tries to get on top of this. Once again, the shots, they're getting really good, though, and that means Kier is going to have to think back about what's going to happen. Now, for the most part, the shots are done. Most of the shots have been spent. Now, Kier, maybe he can knock down some of this tech, kill off some of these Disruptors. Force fields are going to do what they can, Nate, but Kier, he's not stimmed anymore. He's slowing down just enough time, and that gives Classic just the time he needs to reset.
Yeah, he manages to take out the Widow Mine. There is a tipping point you reach with the Disruptors where between their own cooldowns, you kind of just always have one that's about to refresh. And if you can get into that rhythm as Classic, where you can push him away and not have your Disruptors get dove on, more or less, then that can really just become a nightmare for Terran. And I think that it's a testament to both of them, because I feel like a lesser Terran actually does eat 1 or 2 of those Disruptor shots, and Classic just rolls him over, and people are like, wow, can't believe that. And then for Kier, some of the splits that we've seen on this staging ground, this high ground, he has made some funky movements with his army. They are both, you can really see just how hard they're battling each other for this.
Yeah, man. this is playoffs, or I mean, technically it's not, but we're in the knockout stage here. This might as well be playoffs. This
Do you think these
offline.
guys want to go to the $1 million tournament? Do you think they really want to go there though? Like, do you though?
You know.
Is that what they're fighting for a chance at the $1 million tournament? That makes a lot of sense. I can see why they'd be motivated.
Yeah, just a little bit. And, like on even ping as well. I mean, they are showing out here in every game, really every series we had thus far today. This is a terrifying spot for Classic to find himself in on the low ground in the choke, but Kira's not in position to make it happen. And I love, by the way, what we see here. He's recognized that he's forced Kira into a composition that is very much ground-based, dealing with disruptors, Widowmine, all that stuff. He got 4 Colossus. There are no Vikings on the field right now. A couple are being made.
There's nothing for this. He just had 2 just come out, but you make such a good point. He doesn't have any way to engage this. Look at the spread he has, but I don't know if he dives with this that it's going to be enough bail. This is looking dicey.
It is a couple disruptors here just looking to force the splits, but the splits are really good for Cure. Is it enough though? It doesn't look like a Classic. He makes the tech switch. Cure was not expecting this, so even with the splits being really solid, the Colossus, these Warwalkers, they shred everything, plus 3 attack on him as well. And Cure, this is, man, what a game from Classic, coming back from such a deficit.
The patience from Classic. Yeah, this game was a mess. This game was an absolute mess. I find it extremely impressive. Classic finds a way to carve it out, because I felt like this whole game we had a pretty good read on what was happening, but the switch back into Colossus was just the clutch move. Even we had tunnel vision so much on this disruptor dance, because it was awesome. Let's face it, there was some great micro by both of them. I thought that Cure was kind of putting himself into this really monster mode spot by just dodging so many of them. But the second Robo, it wasn't just for the disruptors. When you just surprise him with 4 Colossi and the other guy doesn't have any Vikings, that's just, poof, Classic staying alive.
Yeah, dude, what a, man. Okay, maybe Stats Creator was a little bit one-sided, but it was awesome to see Stats as dominant as he was looking in that game. And then we had Spirit Lambo, which was just this incredible 5-game series. And we are 2 games in to Classic and Cure, both players trading punches. It's a good day. It's a good day to be a StarCraft fan. I kind of looked over to Twitch chat as we got out of the game and just people like, man, I love StarCraft. It's so nice to have this. It's like, yeah, you're right. These players are, there's a lot on the line here. These players are really, really shelling out. And now, Nate, we've had 2 games. Right, we've had 1 game that was relatively standard. Classic kind of shot himself in the foot by taking a gold base. He didn't really have to. But game 2, again, getting a little bit weird. Do they start to shake things up a little bit? Are there wrinkles that you think that they're going to start to show as we get into game 3, game 4, or game 5?
I'm gonna make maybe my hottest take of the day, and I'm gonna say that somewhat interesting game, I'd say that pretty great game that we just got to watch, I do think is a partial product of that map. I do think that there's a level of flexibility that's kind of offered with the easier to secure but maybe less long lasting, if that makes sense, base. Like I love the Phoenix into the Colossus as the opener and that kind of back and forth, that Cyclone Viking Mine thing. I don't know that we get a game like that on any other map, especially since we're going to a much more traditional one on Oceanborn. But it makes me really happy that we had a game. It makes me happy that we got to see that map once, and it was a game like that, and not some example of somebody being like, yeah, well, this is how you cheese someone on it, you know.
Although, I mean, as a connoisseur of good StarCraft, I would like to believe that I do appreciate all types of things. I am so happy that if this was a crazy cheese game, I also would have enjoyed it, because you don't get to see him all that often.
As long as he doesn't like instantly bop him, and then the whole thing is just like everybody in chat's just like, well, that's why the map's vetoed. It's like, well, we didn't get one of those games, so that's nice.
My favorite thing about that is I kind of happened to look over midway point in the game, and I took a look at chat, and they're like, oh man, this is why Terran never loses this map. And
well, never say never.
Yeah, well, I think the people are a little bit a liar on that one. Anyways, we have game 3. We're going to get into it. In the upper left, in the blue, almost in a winning position, but not quite able to see it all the way through. For Team Liquid, it's Cure.
And his opponent in the bottom right, switching gears back into Colossus for the Game 2 dub. He is Classic. It's pretty fun getting to do the best of fives today, Bayo. It's been a good time. It's been a good time casting some StarCraft again, getting to see some of these crazy players up close, and I'm just glad we're getting good games, man. It's all we can really ask for. That Lambo series got me all fired up. This one's getting me fired up again. Already feels like it has the makings of going all the way. And normally that's something that can be a little tiring. It can be a little exhausting, right, for everybody involved. But when the games are at this pace, so that it's just nonstop action, especially two top Korean players going at it, it's just fun to see. We have the eBay block out of Cure for this game, and I'm very interested to see what his follow-up's going to be, what Classic is going to do about it, and all that jazz.
Well, Nate, you know, you gave me a weather report yesterday about what was happening in a game. I can give you a weather report actually in Dallas, and why this is in part, you know, we're totally fine with it going late. It is thunderstorming like mad down here. It's pouring rain. There's nothing else for anyone to do rather than just sit inside. Oh, he's trying. Oh, I love this. He's even blocking both.
Double block.
Got him.
Well, you don't see that. I'm not sure I've ever screenshot 2 engineering bay blocks at the same time before, so I can once again do that thing. My favorite part of casting any StarCraft tournament or watching any tournament, Bayo, is always you see something you've never seen before at some point, and that's a funky way for us to start here. Cure taking a very assertive, confident stance early in this one.
God, Cure's such a jerk.
I love it. I love to see it. It's just he's got just enough of that like cocky Maru-ness to him, but in in the best way. I mean, Maru's pretty great too, so there's not really a downside there. It's fun to kind of see sometimes the players' moves in the game kind of show some of how they're feeling with that. I felt like we got that out of Hero. If you guys missed it, there was somebody tried to block Hero, and then the next game he went Pylon Cybercore block against a Terran, and I was like, it's such an uncommon thing to have happen. You have to imagine like Hero's just being cheeky, you know? You love to see that kind of personality demonstrated through the gameplay.
It's funny you say, oh, he's taking a page out of Maru's book. Well, actually, I'm going to blame this out of being a member of Team Liquid, because Clem does this all the time. He'll do single eBay block, he'll flirt with a double eBay.
Not a bad guy copy either.
Yeah.
He's been doing pretty well. I think for all the fans, people that have wanted over the years to see non-Korean Terrans do well, Clem has been probably the best inspiration that we've had in a very, very long time. Love that guy. Yeah, he shows people new ways to play that game constantly too.
Yeah, he's got that problem though, right? We talked about this. Just play like Maru. He can beat Protoss. It's like, well, yeah, but I can't do that. Clem has that same issue where, yeah, he can beat anyone, but it's because he's literally microing at 2 spots at the same time. Like, that is not something that is, I don't know, Nate. Maybe I'm just casting aspersions here.
We don't all have
replicate
access to the Speed Force like these guys. It's true. Somehow Maru and Clem have the ability to just observe things at a much reduced speed as us. They just see things happen in slow motion, and they're waving their hands around, and to them it's like an orchestra being conducted, and to us it's like we can't even see their hands moving. They're going so fast. It's a whole different game at the top of the level. And you know, it's a great conversation segue, because these are both 2 guys that when we talk about opportunities, you're trying to make that big jump, that's who you have to overcome. These events are where you have to try and make that leap to the next level. You've had all these competitions, these practice online, these cups, but this is where the max pressure is on. And remember, again, making it far enough in this tournament is there's more than just the prize money and the standings on the line. Some of those guys at the tippity top, whoever wins this, might be one of those players that's already seeded in. So you're talking about, you want to get as close as you possibly can, because you have absolutely no idea who that Final Four is going to end up, where those slots are going to end up, etc., etc.
And I really like what we're seeing from Classic as well. So he was delayed. His natural was pretty heavily delayed. eBay blocking the 3rd as well. But he also kind of recognizes that if you commit those minerals at that time you get most of them back, but even still, if you commit the minerals at that time, that slows everything from the Terran down. He's going to make some units because, again, he's not spending the money on the Nexus just yet. And he can go and send those Stalkers on the other side and put a lot of pressure on this base. So it didn't kill a lot of workers, but it did force it. Lack of mining, half damage on the orbital. Maybe that turns into something later on. But what I think is actually really interesting about this game is we see Classic kind of poking a little bit. He's been playing a lot of this 2-base Colossus. Blink Stalker Colossus, 3-gate 2-base, blah, blah, blah. It's a very similar story. But he's playing a very straight-up game here. In this game number 3, it's going to be 3-base, Blink Stalker, charge, getting Immortals, delayed, well, not delayed Colossus, but a much more standard time Colossus play. And that has unlocked a little bit of pressure on the map. It has sped up his 3rd base just a little bit. And I wonder, Nate, as we take a look at what's happening here, how much of that is a reaction to, oh, my natural's delayed, so I can't maybe maybe I need to get a little bit more of an economic comeback. And how much of that is playing into how Kyr's been playing in this tournament thus far? How much of that is the map?
Yeah, right. And this is such more back into the standard, and perhaps we can be a little more informed by game number 1, where even though Classic, he actually did something kind of similar to this, right, on Golden Aura with his like mid-game setup as he transitioned. He just had, I think it was 3 stalkers that game, and he was just kind of like, I'm going to do a bit of poking, I'm going to do a bit of plotting, but nothing super serious, nothing super committed. And Kyr, he plays very respectfully. There's not a dozen stalkers outside of his base. He does have a tank sieged in the main. Now that the medevacs are coming out, he's actually tucking it back even further. So you just see there's a tremendous amount of respect between these two competitors for each other. As much as damage as they try to do, like they're both on it. He's ready for that, and also Kyr, Classic's observer is just following that medevac on the bottom side of the map. So they're both keeping tabs on each other quite a bit.
Yeah, it's also interesting as we take a look at this. So we talked about very standard play out of Classic. Kyr's doing the same thing. We are 7 minutes in. Stim is done. Combat shields, give it 20 seconds. +1, give it 30 seconds. The third base is getting started on location. This is a game that we have seen 100 times, 1,000 times. Protoss is won. Terran is won. We have 2 Colossus ready here. No Raven, so there's no shutdown available. Shield batteries are well in position. And as Classic holds the high ground, Kyr's going to try to make this happen, does scan out the observer, knocks that down. But given the setup that Classic is in, this feels like it's going to be really hard for Kyr to properly break this. And again, we talked about this, I think it was last game, maybe the first game. In this setup where you build up to this 7:30 timing, your natural's delayed. And if you don't get something done, you just put yourself a little bit further behind. So Kyr has to get something done with this. But for right now, with kind of Classic's positioning, how he's set up, that feels pretty hard for Kyr.
Yeah, it's in a way, it's like I do think of Kyr as the more aggressive of these two, and I feel like some of the trends in this matchup have shown that, but they're both so good at posturing. And I feel like when we talk about why that comeback was even possible for Classic last game, it was so bizarre because he had all those disruptors, he took all those disruptor shots, and Kyr dodged all of them. And even with whatever he was able to put together, like Classic still kind of got the better of him because he was so focused on doing that micro and that harass that he didn't quite catch that tech transition back. And I find that mostly interesting because what were we talking about when we first started this series, Bayo? 2 more medevacs are going to arrive in the bottom. Kyr might force it, but it was that late game transition. Let's see what happens with this drop, though.
Yeah, 4 stalkers here are not nearly enough. So even with the observer, even with the tech and everything else, it's going to have to be recall damage already getting done. Zealots as they warp in, getting targeted down. And now this drop's going to be handled. Stalkers are going to try to get a medevac. They're not going to get it. But this does unlock Kyr on the map a little bit. Certainly, first of all, recall's gone. And that means that Classic has to play a little bit more defensively. Can't quite be posture quite as well on the map. It also means he's in the main base secure. He's going to find his way, big drop, big boost into the natural, at least siege up outside of the natural. Put tanks there, make life very hard for Classic. Stalker or Colossus do reach this, and with an overcharge, actually, he's going to be fine. And on the other side, look at these Zealots, Nate. Yeah, Classic defends this for the most part. Can Kyr defend the Zealot run by?
Yeah, this is a really good counterattack. I mean, we've seen him try to go for this a few times. Like that Prism's had a hard time getting in on the last map, right? But at the very least, delaying that third as much as you can. Think about the economic gap. Even though mules are in play, we've got a pretty nice, that income tab is looking really good for Classic right now. Even if he's able to get back over to the third, drop some mules there, he's trying to create these little bits of gaps. That extra 1,000 minerals a minute, that's 20 supply of Zealots for the next fight, right? That he either would or would not have compared to his opponent if he didn't get that economic damage. So these are those little bits that add up, and I like where Classic's going. Actually, now that we mentioned the Stargates already, Bayo, I'll just point out in the production tab, there it is. Classic saying, yeah, I think we might as well just try and get to that place instead of forcing the issue.
Yeah, I like that. I think this is really cool to see as this happens. It's also interesting to see Classic. Actually, I guess it's not. We've seen Classic playing around with Storm quite a bit recently. Good news for Kyr though. This is not game 2. He's not skipping Ghost for like 15 minutes or whatever it was. He will have Ghost available when Storm is done, and it's a pretty important thing. But it's the overlapping fields of splash damage, Colossus, Disruptors, Storm, that make this so hard for the Terran to engage in. And on top of that, you talked about this, I think even in the break, how hard it is with the Viking micro back and forth. As you get into range, Storms are going to get dropped on your head. But look, okay, so I'm looking at production here. We're talking about carriers. We're getting ready for that one. I guess it's, okay, just a single Phoenix to poke away at this drop to make sure he can't stand. Man, is he gonna do some weird Phoenix thing? But no, he's not max packs. That's not gonna happen.
I think it's a good question to ask though, Bayo, because, you know, to your point, he actually didn't see the Stargate, the first one, get built. So at the very least, him using that one Phoenix to clear out the drop is at the bare minimum, it's the indicator. Hey, I have the Stargate. I'm thinking about making air units. I already have made one. I'm unlikely to be spamming out Phoenix 11 minutes into a game like this. So there are ghosts. We do have Templar approaching. This might be the last little skirmish while he tries to buy time to transition. But okay, Classic's going in a little deep here. This is a big spread that Kier's going to be able to get on him. The EMPs, not quite. Well, he actually hits all the Templar, but he also kind of eats one of the storms. Warp Prism does come in to reinforce first. Colossus gets knocked down. Is he going to try and go inside the Prism, dodge it? No, Vikings just go for the Prism first. And I have to say, it's a curious timing for the move out here for Classic when he just invested into triple Stargate fleet bacon. He wasn't maxed out, so it's not like he was trading supply into carriers. Now he's actually attacking again. So I guess this is his desperate attempt to hold him at home while he builds those carriers.
I mean, the best defense is a good offense, but the problem is that this is just not a good offense. That's the problem. And it's not one of those things. It's like, okay, well, you made this attack. You got fully surrounded. Stalker's doing a pretty good job, and carriers will be out soon. +1 on that is done. Any Vikings he can get is actually a pretty big deal. So, you know, I look at this, it's like, okay, this feels really bad. And it still feels really bad, but Classic, he's on 71 workers to 59. He's got the carriers out soon. He's building more Colossus. Even if he has to give this 4th base up, which I think he might, if he can give him 45 seconds, he's going to be in a pretty solid position this game. Or if the storms just land, that's going to be fairly nice here. He's so close to what he needs. He's very close to what he needs. But the question again, can he survive that long?
Yeah, that's the hardest part. He does have the 3 carriers out now, but as many of us have seen in games before, they don't spawn with all the interceptors. The interceptors have all already died, so he's trickling them out one by one defensively. So it's like, did I trade my whole army to make the carrier transition? Yes. Did I have to? I think you'd rather have all those gateway units meat shielding for these 3 carriers while you try to, you know, get 3 more. But instead, Kier just capitalizes on a really big blunder, more or less. It's the only mistake I can think of, like the only huge mistake this game from Classic was going up that ramp as far as he did, right as he was starting to build the carriers. It just seemed like he was being, you know, it's like that's just a lot of resources that weren't in his army. That's all. Good game by Kier though.
Yeah, I think it goes down to if Classic had just postured, which I think looking back on that is probably what he was trying to do, saying, yeah, I'm being aggressive. I'm on the other side of the map. I'm doing all this, right? But I'm not really looking to fight. I'm looking to poke and trade and maybe get a couple Colossus wipes. That'll be nice. Get a good storm, whatever. But I'm not looking to really fight. And I'm keeping you back home. And that allows me to go get by the time that I need to get my carriers out. Okay, fine, sure. But the moment you step that far onto Terran, the Terran side of the map, into Terran territory, Kier's good enough. He's going to capitalize on this. He's got ghosts. He lands EMPs on every single High Templar, and then all of a sudden, everything's dead. Everything's get crushed down, and you just do not have the time on it. Even if Oceansborn's a bigger map, you don't have the time to get your 6 carriers and more Colossus. You don't have the time or the money to get it all out. Not fast enough.
That's tough. It's really tough. It feels like on one hand, I see what you're saying with like he feels like he needs to buy that time, but it's like, well, again, I'm just going to go back to your first point though, which is I still think the biggest thing, the posturing, where he went, like that choke point is there. If he kind of threatens him, he tries to play around that center area. I think that makes sense. Like his army is very technical with the Colossus, all the High Templar. He's not playing this big meaty style where he's got a bunch of immortals and charge lots and stalkers to support him. It's very, very technical, and he's transitioning into something that is still technical. So just giving up the meat and potatoes is just saying to the Terran, if you attack me right now, I'm going to have 1 warping of units tops. And I think we'll probably see Classic maybe try to dial it back before he makes that transition, if that's what we see in this game. But now he's on match point.
That he is. And in the upper left on match point, looking to move on to the next round. 1 more step away from the playoffs, assuming he wins this. For Team Liquid, it's Kier.
He's played a dominant, aggressive Korean Terran style against this man in the bottom right. Our red Protoss player needs 2 games to bring himself back. He is Classic.
All right, Nate. It's side delta. We talked about weird maps and standard maps. This is a little bit closer to that standard setup. We've seen Classic go. He plays 2-base setup, 3-base setup. We saw Phoenix Colossus once. And it's kind of funny. You look at these games. The games he lost were very much games that he lost more so than Cure won. And that's not taking anything away from Cure. He won very well. He played very well. But I think we just need to see Classic play within himself. It's like he's almost trying too hard to make something happen. And I don't know.
Yeah, that's how it felt, right? That's how it felt. It felt like, you know, if you drop a battery or two and just try and do like that, not full turtle, but like half shell maybe as you just get in the carriers, because they have that tipping point, right? And if you have the Colossi alive and carriers, it's hard to ignore the fact that that's just a lot of targets for the Vikings too. But you know what? I think we can throw out those conversations. We can throw out our deliberations over what's already happened. Classic has decided that he's going to take things into his own hands here to either even this one out or bow out. As well, we've got a little cheeky probe outside the main base of Cure.
This is
Here we go.
Please tell me this isn't proxy voice, because this is positioned
The ladder special.
Oh man, this was the meta. This killed so many Terrans a while ago. Unfortunately, you talk about Classic bowing out, or showing up in a good spot. Pure scouts it immediately. He's got that star sense going. He is looks like we're about to lose one more Protoss.
Oh, look at that. He cancels the command center, restarts it in his main base, and I think this is what makes Cure very dangerous. One specific thing I will compliment him on, because when we cast him yesterday, I tried to touch on this, but he plays an unholy amount of online tournaments. Even before all the tournaments became online for a bit, he has such a volume of best of one games, and situations like this are where that practice becomes so nice, because that's where you see people do these kinds of crazy aggressive builds. So Classic's got a little bit of work to make up. It's going to be Void Rays, it's going to be shield batteries outside of his base. How is he going to handle it? I don't think he can do too much to push this away until that Cyclone's done, but once it's out, he's going to need to do his best to keep that Cyclone away from the Void Ray too, because yeah, once that bad boy locks onto you, it's tough. It's weird. Like, both the units do tons of damage to each other, and whichever one doesn't react first usually just dies.
I can't believe he's going for this build. I legitimately have not seen this build in a pro game in about 2 years. Ever since the Void Ray got nerfed, ever since the shield battery got nerfed. It's been a long time, but I guess that's the benefit of it, right? You can go for something that really hasn't been used. It's been so far out of the meta for so long that maybe even if Cure knows technically how to handle it, he's not quite prepared. This one Void Ray or this Cyclone has to stay alive. Void Ray gets low, and the shield batteries, this is one of the reasons why we don't see this all that often. Shield battery's done, but it has so little energy to it that you can't even really heal a Void Ray up anymore. That being said, those Cyclones, second one goes down, first one gets there we go.
I feel like that supply block did everything that Classic needed. Cure is just in a really tough spot, because that barracks, like everything he's building off of, is also in range. So until he has something to push the Void Rays back, he gets overly aggressive with them, which I think is the correct move. If the Cyclone pops, he has to send it to the right, but it's the Widow Mine, so he's gonna try and burrow it, not able to get it down. And what do you do here? The SimCity even works against him a little bit, with the Stalkers getting tucked against the CC for a moment. The shield batteries are still doing their thing, and I guess if we think about this, it's really just that you have to get to a point where you can at least get control of your main base, and Cure has failed to do that. So GG, and Classic is going to tie this up. You know, YOLO moves like that are precisely why you like to see that. I would think that Cure is the kind of guy who has more experience with that, playing best of one, but at the highest level, it's like if you play the ladder, you'll see this maybe once a day, depending on how much you play. But in tournaments, like you said, Bayo, it's been out of the wash cycle for a while. We're using some different detergent over here.
Yeah, I love that this worked. I love that we get to see this, because I think I even said in the broadcast, Cure sees the Stargate, he sees what's happening. It's like, okay, one less Protoss in the playoffs, one less potential. This should be a 3-1. But it's been so long since we've seen that build. In Classic, he just hits the timing. Cyclones, they do less damage. They're not as good. Yes, they're a little bit tankier, but they're not quite as strong as they used to be, even if you can reactor them out. And certainly, if the reactor's not there, if things happen, well, you need to keep every unit alive. That's the long and short of it. Every single unit for the Terra needs to stay alive to make sure that you're okay. And if that doesn't happen, well, this build can still work.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is I think another side of it is people often underestimate it. People often underestimate the Void Ray build for all the reasons that you mentioned, but that's the thing. Like these strategies are not necessarily great because they can always work. They're great because people dismiss them. They don't really practice against them, and for the most part, it's like that response, right? To say, "Oh, proxy Void Ray. Oh, it's the ladder build. Oh, nobody does this in tournaments because it's not good." But it's like, can you really put into words what makes it not good when there's also there's obviously reasons why it can be good? And I think going up against anybody that tries to do a fast expand without, this is one of those reasons why sometimes you see that early gas taken. You see people try to pull out and stop it from going up in the first place. But Cure just kind of felt like he just didn't take it seriously enough, maybe, or perhaps he felt like his build was just never going to be able to deal with it. I don't know.
I mean, he was pretty dead at the end of it. It was double the supply, nothing to deal with the voids.
Brutal.
Don't blame him for falling out of that one. But now, one final game to move on to round 3. Everyone's life's on the line here. In the bottom left for Team Liquid, it's Cure. There we go.
Spawning in the top right. So I was like, I've always tried to give I'm so used to them doing that zoom in and playing that guitar riff. So I'm just, that time buffer. In the top right, we have the red Protoss player. He is classic. Bringing out a bit of cheddar. We got that one caught the ire of Twitch chat. They see the Void Rays and well, there you go. Those prismatically aligned beams aren't just warming themselves up, Bayo. They're warming up everybody here, for better or worse.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? That a Protoss player would create ire because that is their homeworld. And
I love you. You're a good sport.
I should not be laughing at this so much. I should not find this as funny as I do. But
it is a video game. There is a lot of money on the line, but we're also having a good time, and there's nothing wrong with that. We've got some great games, thankfully, so there's not a lot of legwork for us to do when we get best of 5s that go all the way like this. It's been an absolute barn burner. Thank you guys for tuning in. We appreciate you hanging out in the B stream. Hopefully you've been enjoying these games as much as we have, because it's been awesome. It's not fun when you get to come back, cast some games, and it's like 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 3-0. No, everybody is gunning for the top, and it's just awesome to see the way they push each other.
I know, absolutely. And it's funny, like, even though we had a 3-0 to start the day, that was an interesting 3-0 to watch. That was a lot of fun.
It's still bizarre.
Yeah. It's like we see everything. Creators doing all this cool stuff, and then Classic or Stash just kind of wins anyways. And okay, so what I'm looking at here, right, is Classic. What? Is this probe just going for a rescout? Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, okay.
He's like waiting for the Reaper timing. He was like, I'm gonna wait until the Reaper should be arriving at my base. This way, there's no chance it can get me, and he can at least confirm, okay, yeah, you're taking a natural, maybe poke the SCV, but since he went Reactor into Cyclone, man, there won't be anything over there to deal with the probe unless the Reaper heads back soon. So he can be mildly annoying.
Yeah, that's always a bit of a problem. Although, as you pointed out, workers have a little bit of extra range now, so it's a little bit easier to handle. But I want to point out Classic going for a Stargate again, right? This is likely going to be Phoenix Colossus, is my assumption. There's a world where this is like Oracle into Blink, something like that. But because of the damage the probe got earlier, it's going to be 2-shot by the Adept. So this natural, even with a Cyclone out, is going to be delayed just a little bit. Shading out. Oh, nice job, Cure.
Close. Very, very close there. There is the Oracle. And I mean, Oracle for the first unit always kind of makes sense, even if he wants to end up with the Phoenix Colossus, right? Because on some level, seeing the expansion timing and the fact that it was a Cyclone, it tells him that he wasn't going as fast as he possibly could have into a mine drop. He didn't immediately start making mines to go for like 3 or something right as the medevac hits. I do think there's still a good chance we get that mine drop, but he's actually queuing up a second Cyclone behind this, so maybe he just keeps it at home, and it's kind of like a side benefit to the information that he has. He's not as worried about it, and there is that Phoenix following up after anyway.
And the other way to take a look at this Reaper will go down is, okay, you know it's a Stargate opener. You don't know exactly what it's going to be, but realistically, against any sort of Stargate opener, hitting with a Cyclone drop, something, just a bunch of anti-air stuff, actually looks up pretty nicely. But we said, okay, is this going to be Phoenix? Is this going to be Oracle into Blink? And it is going to be Oracle into Blink in this game. Classic, kind of turning the tables on what's expected. In fact, I think he had a Phoenix in production at one point that may have been scouted, and the moment the Reaper dies, slams 3 gateways down, puts the Twilight down. Like he is, or 2 gateways down to the Twilight. He's changing. He showed Cure one thing, and now he's going for something else, and it's going to be interesting now to see whether that works out. If Cure A, the wolves pull it over his eyes, and B, whether it matters with this attack moving onto the other side of the map.
The respect being shown, by the way, the fear of the Widowmine, the potential even of it. The Oracle comes in, he's like, is there something here? No, nope, okay. And then realize, oh, Viking. And then, that's, you think about patches that changed the course of history in StarCraft. It's still bizarre to see, it's always bizarre to see the Oracle die so fast to the Viking. Once upon a time, people were like, here, just make a Viking for the Oracle cheese. And you're like, well, it takes 7 hits to kill it. And now it takes like 3 or 4. And it's like, okay, game's a little different these days.
All right, but because of this, we see this attack, this anti-air, this anti-Stargate attack hitting. That's a lot of Stalkers on the map. A couple of Adepts to go deal with the Marines as well. Widowmine's going to take some damage here, and of course, you can do the fancy. Oh, he's going to do the fancy Adept Shade. Thinking about it, maybe. And there we go. Dodges the shot. Beautifully played.
Perfect.
And now it's like, well, you got this army. There's no stim. You're rallying across to your Cure, and you can kill the 3rd base. I think that's probably going to happen. But you're not going to dive into a mineral line. Yeah.
Yeah, what's so scary about this too is the Vikings deal basically double their regular damage on the ground against mechanical units. So that's Stalkers, that's Probes, Sentries, Immortals, all that jazz. So if he gets into a fight where he's like, oh yeah, I have enough Stalkers to fight these Cyclones, then he could get in trouble. Oracle actually goes back into the main base. There's nothing to protect it. So a couple of SCVs are going to get popped. We do have the Cyclone drop also hesitating outside of the natural of Classic. But I think if you're Classic, you've got to be feeling good about the mileage this Oracle is getting for you. He didn't get too much early on, but comes back, gets 8 workers, and I mean, he still has the Cyclones inside of his own base, so the battle is not over, but he's at the very least buying some time to get that 3rd completed.
Yeah, but Blink is done, and he's getting a Phoenix to deal with this drop. And by the way, you say it re-enters? No, that's the 2nd Oracle. He lost the 1st one. The presence of mind here from Classic to go and say, yeah, I lost an Oracle. That sucks. I'm going to build a 2nd one because there's no way in the world he expects it. All of a sudden, you take a position where, oh, you lost your 3rd base. Doesn't feel all that great. You lost a couple probes. And you turn into a position you're actually really happy about because you did build that 2nd Oracle. And I think it died. Oh, it's still out somewhere. So you have that Oracle now. You have that map control available. Wait, did he build a 3rd one? No, okay, it's still the 2nd one. It retreated back home. So now Classic, he's the one that gets to be active on the map here with all these Blink Stalkers. There's a Robo Bay on the way. He's got this Oracle that can try to dive in, get a little bit more damage done. But again, the presence of mind to get that 2nd Oracle, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's taking advantage of some nice opportunities. Kind of steps forward a little bit here. A couple of the Stalkers do get picked, and it's rough because he's got a lot of gateway units. He has the Prism, but if we know anything about the Marines, they don't have Stim yet. But once they do, actually, getting both of those medevacs is absolutely filthy. The fact that he's pressuring him this much without Stim, I wonder if Classic thinks Stim is already done. He's like, I can't risk it. He's like, I'm not going to try and trade or poke because at any moment you press T, if I have half my blinks off cooldown, they're all going to die, right? So again, we've seen a lot of this in this series, but I'm just going to call back to it one more time. A lot of respect between the two of each other. They don't really feel like they can get away with stuff that they aren't like very specifically setting up as plays.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. Also, Classic should know the timing. Stim should be done by 7:30, if not kind of at 7:30.
Right, exactly.
So he looks down at the clock. He's like, it is 7:28. Time for me to turn into a pumpkin. I'm going home.
I'm not pushing this guy. And meanwhile, Kier's like, bro, my Stim's not done for 30 more seconds. Thank God. It's like, I'm so glad he was scared of my giant ball of unupgraded Marines for about 30 seconds there. So, but you're right. It's exactly that. How many games do you lose as a Protoss where you think, oh, his Stim's not done yet? Then you fight, then everything dies instantly. It's a lesson you only need to learn once or twice.
Yeah, so this is one Colossus here. No extended thermal lance, but actually kind of dangling quite a bit. I'm surprised Kier didn't try to jump on it. But now there's Stalkers in front there. We got a couple stasis traps behind. That's pretty cute. Stalkers blink forward. Widowmine is not going to go off. And we got a drop getting set up here. A couple Widowmines, as we see there. We got nice job there with the hallucination just to trigger the Widowmine. But Kier's trying to multi-prong this, attacking from multiple angles, taking a lot of pressure. Widowmine drop is going to go off. Classic, not quite. Okay, there we go. There's the pull, but even still looks like it might get a couple probes on the gas. Yeah, 3 workers go down and into the main base. That's going to be handled. So gets a little bit of damage. Oracle, or excuse me, Warp Prism on the other side. Looks like that's going to be dealt with, and the game goes on. 4th base on the way here for Classic. Extended thermal lance done soon. +1 attack on the way. Yeah, he might like a couple more upgrades, Nate, but it's game 5, all on the line. It's a nice, heavy macro game. I'm happy.
Yeah, we're getting to see them both trade some blows. I think so far, probably the only thing about that last exchange that I think ended up being a little bit interesting was the 2 Vikings that Kier had from the start of the game. He sent them to like land in the different mineral lines, and I think he just tried to send the one home from behind the main. It is coming, but there's no chance it'll make it there. But he split 2 of those Vikings off when it was just that one Colossus without range yet, and I was like, it's one of the maybe he's hoping for that one back a little bit. But then the Widowmine, of course, followed up, and he got some probe kills here. But Classic seems to be anyway a lot more comfortable here on Alcyon.
Absolutely, and he's getting ready for that just late game Classic stats the Twisted Minds Protoss composition that we've been seeing. We don't see the Stargates going down just yet. He's got the one, not there, but Templar Archives done, and I was about to say Storm's going to be on the way, but instead, Classic understands that he's got a bit of a timing right now. That maybe not a ton of Vikings, 6 Vikings on the field, so I don't know how I feel about that, but he is building a couple Archons here. Archons are not something you build just to be a part of your army and just sit there. They don't gain value. They actually get worse over time as ghosts come out. So instead, you get them exactly when you're getting ready to go try to lean into the Terran, make something happen. And with 3 Archons on the field here, ghosts are getting made, Nate, but they're not here yet.
Yeah, he's rounding out the composition, and again, you know, when we watch Kier stylistically, he plays a little bit less technically. You know, you kind of get the vibe. He just wants a few of the ghosts to land the EMPs on the key units, take half the health off of quite a few of the Protoss units as well, even more for the Archons. So he's trying to play around that big bio ball, and in situations like this, I feel like what it's going to lean on is, can the Vikings get through the Colossi without all the bio being chewed up in the meantime? He's done a great job of zoning away, and this army for Classic is going to be so hard to engage. He's trying to spread himself out, but I'd love to see a preemptive force field before those EMPs even come out. Maybe Guardian Shield is fine too. SCVs get pulled from the side. The Colossi are trying to kite away from where the Vikings are. Prism is going for the pickup micro, but he actually dies with the Colossus in the Prism, and Classic's army gets absolutely knocked over. He killed a lot of SCVs, 73 probes to 28 SCVs, Bayo, but the army supply is double for Kier.
He's only single robo as well, so he can't even rebuild all that easily. Yes, 2-1s on the way. Yes, there's all these things, but Kier, he understands how much damage he did just to this army. Stalkers are going to do what they can to take away as much as possible. He just got to buy time. More Stalkers on the way, more Zealots on the way. There are shield batteries here. Ghosts, though, they have that EMP. So shield batteries, maybe they're going to matter just a little bit less. 1 Colossus on the field versus 4 Vikings looking for a surround. Can Classic make this happen, Nate? It's a big ball of bio.
Yeah, it's one of those situations too. He's like trying not to fall into the trap of it, as Classic's kind of setting up around both sides. Kier's army is so big. You win a fight like that, and all the alarm bells are going off in your head. You're like, end, push Founty, go, 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 go. And now he's going to be able to come in. There's a lot of Stalkers on the south side, but really, as long as the Colossus gets popped, he has enough bio to destroy everything else. And there it is. Shield battery overcharge is rocking and rolling, but it is not enough. It's Stalkers versus Marauders and Vikings on the ground. That is not going to be a good spot. Reinforcements are actually going to catch the Stalkers trying to retreat towards the center, and they will be obliterated. Vikings are actually zoning the natural. There's just 2 Vikings in the natural by themselves with 1 Colossus dancing. There's nothing there to protect him. It's a painful sight to see.
It is, and this is still very, very good for Kier, but this army is so overstimmed. Every single Colossus shot is going to cause
one
so many problems.
Just right down the middle. Could kill quite a bit, but it does get popped, and both Robos are exposed. If he loses the Robos, I don't know what else Classic does.
Oh, it's all on these Colossus right now. Zealots are going to get on top of things. They do have upgrade leads. There is that. I mean, Zealots, these Sideblades are swiping away at a lot of stuff, but now it's about the reinforcements as well. Yes, there's an overstim, and yes, this army is very low, but there is a slow, steady line of blue running across the map here. Classic, he still has that 4th base. His economy is still doing a lot better than Kier has been, Nate. Have you heard about mules?
Now, the great thing is you don't need to actually have workers to win games as Terran. As long as you have 3 orbital commands or more, that'll just about do it for you. So that's what I'm saying. If you're, it's like everybody learns this. In that fight, I think he really believed he could win the game. But trading just for the workers, the Terran is always happy. It takes, all those units build 1 at a time out of those barracks. You try to keep the macro cycles running, but you end up in these situations where, as long as you have enough of your bio left over and the tech units are dead, it's like, yeah, did you take care of the only units that can really stop this? Well, then they kill everything else. GG. Cure with the 3-2 victory as we get another one to Game 5 here on the B stream today. Bayo, Just a very, very, very clean play out of Cure. And Classic gave it his best shot, but just got pulled apart by that just monster Korean Terran style.
You know, you can say that, but I look at every single game that Classic lost, and it was him overcommitting into a Terran concave. It was him feeling more powerful than he should have been, maybe trying to poke when he shouldn't have, and all of a sudden it's like, yeah, Cure does a great job of capitalizing on the mistake that Classic has made. But I like Classic was in a great spot in that game. If he had 4 bases, he could have, instead of building Archons, gotten Storm, built a couple Stargates, play that late game style that allowed, say, Stats to beat Clem, that allowed him to beat Oliveira, whatever Terran he ran into on that game. Like, we can see this happen. But instead, he's like, I'm gonna go. I'm in a great spot. And it's funny, we talked about Spirit and his lack of killer instinct in a TVP, I think it was, yesterday. And now we're looking at a player who probably had a little bit too much killer instinct.
Yeah, right. If I was to, without trying to be too harsh, but if we try to look at what the turning points were where Classic seemed like he lost the ability to continue with his strategy, right? We'll say that once he hits that point and Cure is just attacking him until he dies, that the game is more or less reaching that conclusive state, barring a miracle. But it's 2 big pushes. He moves out while he invests like 1,000 resources into going carriers. And then right as he's about to be able to do that, then he pushes with his whole entire army. Prism gets sniped and everything falls apart, right? Then he tries to make this big attack. As you point out, he's finally got all these bases. He's finally defended. He's situated now with a better economy even than what Cure had. But he says, well, I'm going to try and end it. I'm going to try and force the end. And he tries to do some fancy micro. Colossus dies inside of the Prism while he's juggling it. I don't play enough Protoss to feel physical pain when I see that, but it's like radiated off. Like, you could just tell 1,000 Protoss players around the world just all gasp at the same time. Like, that's just got to be heart-wrenching.
The crazy thing as well is, despite everything, with how overstimmed that army was, so the pylon goes down, the Colossus don't pop out. Okay. If he gets a pylon up again in that natural, the Colossus gets to like 99%. If he'd put the pylon behind the Robo, instead of, it was the pylon he rebuilds is exposed in the front of the Robo. If he puts it behind the Robo, those Colossus get out. 2 Colossus, they were done right around the same time. They annihilate all that overstim bio, and all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute here, Classic has lost a ton, but he still might win this game. And that second pylon snipe, probably the most important single thing that Cure killed that entire game.
Yeah, just huge. Absolutely huge. You make a great point too. The stims, like that one Colossus, the army, the Stalkers get sandwiched trying to retreat back to the center of the map. The Marines and Marauders show up, and then there's that one Colossus built. There was a shield battery there, but it was just, he didn't have any warpers, didn't have the gas, I guess. So he warps in like 5 Zealots under the Colossus, and that Colossus just got poked down by 2 Vikings just there the whole time. If that one Colossus can regroup, if he can zone away and protect that for even just a moment, I completely agree with you. You just target center mass, and he could probably have wiped out half that bio in 2 shots. StarCraft is a game where all these big flashy things happen and people set these plans in motion, but those little tiny moments where you can take control, they still mean so much. And Cure just demonstrated a tremendous killer instinct, as you put it.
Yeah, no, I've seen, again, this is taking nothing away from Cure. It takes 2 to tango, and he played incredibly well in this series, which means he's actually earned a spot at knockout bracket round 3, where he's going to run into Shin, which, Nate, is the story, is the line on this bracket that we appear to be following. So it's going to probably be a little bit longer of a break this time, because Cure just finished. Give him time to go grab some food, take a little bit of a break. But it's going to be Cure versus Shin, knockout bracket round 3, to determine who is one of our final players to make it into the top 12, into the playoffs. Very important questions. We're going to have answers to those. I guess actually top 8. The knockout bracket round 3 could be considered top 12. Anyways, we're going to see what happens right after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to our final series here on the B stream, and we've had some absolute bangers. Lambo Spirit, incredible. Cure Classic, fantastic. And now we get one more. Cure takes down Classic 3-2, and now the final boss to determine if he gets to move on to the playoffs or not. Well, his name is Shin, a guy that we saw him get utterly bopped by Mario, but everyone else has been looking a lot better against.
Yeah, we've had a lot of crazy great games today. I think this is kind of fun for us to be able to follow Cure. We did get to see Shin earlier, at least on the B stream, but you know, it's tough because when we talk about Shin's role as a player in this ecosystem, he is that guy that was like the practice partner, the online tournament grinder, the guy that people would be able to use to help get themselves better. But you know, he's like leading people to a treasure that he himself cannot possess, right? So every time we watch Shin play, we have this energy where we don't want to talk him up too much because we know that a lot of these guys have historically great records against him, but he's the type of player that we kind of keep in the back of our mind, like at any moment he can take that step though, because he's on the level with these guys. He could take games off of them when they practice together, but when everything is on the big stage and when it matters, it gets a little bit tougher. So I'm excited to see what Shin brings to the table, but we just watched Cure play a hell of a series. Unless he's exhausted from that, he is warmed up as you can be.
Yeah, I mean, these players, they played 200 maps against each other, Shin and Cure have. But the crazy thing about this, before we get into game, Eligulac thinks this is a 60 or a 70-30 for Shin over Cure, which surprised the hell out of me. We'll talk about why that is in just a second. But for now, game number 1 here of this last grand final, or this last series today, there we go, is here. And the bottom right in the red, he's playing for Game and Gladiators, looking pretty solid against anyone not named Maru. It's Shin.
And his opponent in the top left, spawning as the blue Terran player from Team Liquid, he is Cure. Just coming off the rubber match game 5 against Classic, which we just saw Cure go to town. We took a slightly longer break because I'm sure everybody watching will agree here. I can just use the audience to make our point. You guys want better quality games to watch, right? So we gave Cure a couple minutes so he could take a breath and hopefully now come out and show his best stuff. So he was all over the place though. Lots of aggression in the mid game. Still kind of played a macro style versus Classic. We didn't see him really try to cheese in any super all-in type of way. So my expectations for Cure is that we'll still see a lot of straight up Terran, Korean Terran style macro up, open up with the Marines and just try and get damage done, maybe a little 2-1-1 action, who knows.
Yeah, I think that's fair, but we talked about, I think when I pulled the Eligulac up, it said, 60-40, 70-30 for Shin, something like that in Shin's favor. And going off what you said earlier about this guy that can kind of lead people there, but maybe not always cross over the hump, Shin kind of reminds me of like a Curious, this guy, this gatekeeper of the GSL.
And he had a great name, like Startail, Curious. He was up there. You're like, man, this guy's on he's on a big team with a bunch of really other huge heavy hitters. And like, well, yeah, he's a practice partner. He's a guy that's like close to their level, but not enough to really like beat them in tournaments. So he just helps them train and not share their secrets with other people. And over the course of the years, people's roles have obviously changed. But it's like a cool thing to look back on and be like, well, now he's up here playing with the big boys.
And that he is. And again, he's been looking really good. So Eligulac favors him. I don't know if that's going to be true or not. Eligulac was very incorrect over the regionals, almost to the point where whatever it said was going to happen didn't happen, which is always a little bit of fun. But you're right. This is a game where Cure, maybe we see a 2-1-1, maybe we see some sort of 2-racks play, but you're trying to be a betting man, seeing exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be a 3cc play, and look at how greedy Cure is being. It's a low ground third base.
I checked the second he started, so he went for the 240 third base. So he's trying to channel some Maru energy from yesterday, I guess, on location too. He has such confidence in this Reaper that he has absolutely got nothing to worry about. And I mean, you can't blame him. We haven't seen anything from Shin that looks ridiculous or over the top. In fact, if I had to say anything, The fact that he took the gas in the natural, like he's clearly not rushed for it. We haven't even gotten to the point where Ling's speed would be starting up, so there's no real way for him to take map control. It makes a little bit of sense for Kier to kind of play like this. However, he made that read. He has nothing to worry about coming his way anytime soon. But Shin is in a position to drone quite a bit because of this too.
He is, and yeah, this is super ballsy from Kier as well. So Shin, we talk about him. I know I said, it kind of reminds me of Curious in terms of results, but he's like a mini Dark. He loves his roaches. He loves kind of this mid-game sledgehammer of Zerg. And if you are a player that likes a bunch of roaches, I mean, taking low ground third feels kind of scary. But I guess on the flip side, if you get that up in time, it means that you can set up your defense just a little bit sooner. We got Viking. Did he actually complete that Viking? Yeah, so Viking completed. Banshee's on the way. Nice, just solid defensive 1-1-1 type of setup. And I gotta say, Nate, as we see what's happening here, you said, well, okay, he gets his gas really late, so Link speed's not. But I was gonna say, I don't think this is gonna be a Link speed game. I think this is just you go into roaches. Link speed is as delayed as it is, because I cannot remember the last time that I saw Link speed. Link speed's gonna be done at like 6 minutes.
Yeah, I was thinking about the potential of roaches earlier too, but I think it's just the queen count, right? He's going up to 9 queens. We don't have anything else that's been started. It's not like he went straight into the lair after this pool yet. We haven't had the evolution chambers start or even a baneling nest, so it is the lair. That's the first thing he's getting with the gas besides that. So does he just take the other gases now and just try to make this about his lair play? Does he just start maybe the roach warren with this so he can get speed lined up? What are you thinking?
I mean, it's only 3 gas right now, which means that it's not going to be mutas most likely unless he really goes down into it. It's not going to be, it could be roaches, but oh, look at this dude. So there are some mind games here that we are not privy to. This build from Shin against the ladder Terran, you die 97% of the time. He's far too greedy. But Cure on the flip side, he's being super greedy and he's going back behind this, which, hey, oh man, that girl's okay. Gone down. But anyways, like going mech behind this, Nate, is, we don't see a lot of this.
I think you make a really good point, because we have 2 people doing something that we just haven't seen tremendous amount of, and I don't think we've seen any mech games. Maybe we say one of the TVTs got close-ish, but Shin gonna try and go for a surround on these Hellions, but Cure has so many of them, especially if he can retain some. Oh, he's going for the dive. He wants that drone line at the third. There are a lot of queens to try and push this away. The drones actually managed to get their mandibles around the North Hellions. Bayo, he just lost like 10 Hellions for 2 drones.
That was
giga yikes. That's a big yikes for me.
That was so well handled. I'm looking at this. I'm like, okay, the Lings are dead. The Queens are out of position. He's gonna dive in, even with the drone pull. Like, there's a problem. He's gonna lose like 8, 10, 12 drones, something like that. Instead, he gets this around on some of the Hellions on the right side. Left one is kind of zoned out, and all of a sudden, yeah, nothing gets done. Yeah, Banshees are gonna show up, and they one-shot drones when you pair them together like this. So that's a little bit more, but I mean, Shin, you knock down 10 Hellions like that. And we talked about how you can just drone to the abandon. That is especially true right now. And he's also kind of recognized exactly what's happening here. I think the Banshee's spot, though, there's no detection, but he's recognized what's happening. He went down, he said, oh, okay, well, I see the cyclists here, I see the setup, it's mech, let me drop a Roach Warren, let me drop an Infestation Pit, I'm gonna go up to Hive pretty quickly. And again, because of the amount of Hellions that he killed, he can afford to be as greedy as he is, because what exactly can Cure expect to do?
You smite the map control from the Terran. That's, if you go for that dive, like the whole point of it is that they're gonna then have to obviously rebuild the drones that they lose, but they're probably making some Lings while it's happening, and you really disrupt the Zerg economy and their production cycles. But the fact that you lose all the Hellions, don't get the drones, and the Zerg is able to kind of counter and see that you don't have too much. The only thing I'll say is, if this does stabilize into a traditional setup where Cure can kind of comfortably get to that 4 bases and get enough out to have a bulwark against like a roach push or shove, which it doesn't seem like Shin is really preparing to do big attack anytime soon. He's starting his high Spire +2, Hydra range, roach speed is only halfway done, so he's on the way to getting to the point where he can do more, but he's not quite there yet. So for him, it's still a little bit defensive, and for Cure, well, knowing Terran mech and especially his experience with it, I would not be surprised, and I'm just gonna put it out there. It's a very difficult style to play against and deal with against someone who can be patient. So we'll see where Cure wants to take this, but it's going to be one of those games that maybe ends up getting a little bit drawn out as well.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the way Cure's playing this, and first of all, Blue Flame is a lot faster than we generally see it in mech play, so that allows him to play around with the Lings a little bit more, but 1-1 is just about done. He's going to be about a 160-ish supply when that completes, timing out with Hurricane engines, which for those of you that missed out the last patch, that's Hurricane thrusters. It makes the heli, or makes the cyclones that much faster. It's more lore accurate. So they changed the icon, they changed the name. Functionality is still just about the same. But Nate, to me, as I look at this feels like Kier's getting ready for just like a 2-2 max out. There's not a lot of diversity in what he's doing. It's a bunch of tanks on the way. He's getting that 2-2 pretty soon. He's getting transformation servos, but he's just going to look to max out here on a ton of trad mech and run across the map, see exactly what he can do before Shin has everything, before he has the Vipers and the Broodlords and like all the stuff that does deal with, say, 27,000 tanks.
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion over the years about what makes mech work or not work, or what deals with it or doesn't deal with it. But a long time ago, they cut that blinding cloud duration in half. And I think for the spread out, prolonged mech battles, it really opened up a lot of this play style back. But this is the tricky part too, because you're moving out, and yeah, we see that supply is very high for him. But he's got 90 SCVs, so and 14 Hellbats, so he doesn't have a tremendous amount of supply of those higher tech units. So it's a lot of buffering for these tanks, but he's trying to make that move out. Like you said, if you're going for this traditional mech style, your vulnerability is typically going to be in the air. It's going to be Broodlords. Broodlords absolutely feast against tank-based mech, or Swarm hosts if the Terran player gets caught off guard. But for Cure, he goes out to make this play. There's nothing here that can actually zone away the Viper stuff. So I think if you're a Shin, you just want to grab, just yoink these tanks one by one into the Ro8 Hydra. There's nothing here to deal with this at all.
I mean, these Hellbats and Hellions fight really hard, Nate. Yes, the tanks are getting moved forward.
Pushing down, I guess, is one way to deal with that. It's just such a weird spot. I feel like he's so vulnerable, and the Broodlords are on the way out too.
I think he had like one Thor, Nate. Take it. Yeah, he's got no Thor's on the way, but he does have a lot of tech left. He has this ability to transition to Thors if he needs to. And the wild thing about this setup, you're going to Broodlords this quickly, you can be vulnerable to the Terran player just splitting their tanks all over the place. And you're like, okay, great, I got a bunch of Broods, but tank hit squads are doing a ton of stuff.
And now the Thors start.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay, so Broodlords are out. Absolutely. Kira's going to have to back up a little bit. 4 Thors on the way. Vikings getting at it in. Let's take stock about what exactly he got. He's lost a bunch of tanks. He's lost, there we go. He's lost 6 tanks. He does get a base. 21 drones go down. And this, we talked about these Broods, Nate. They're really good against tanks. They kind of suck against everything else.
Oh, Broodlords are absolute garbage against Thors. Like, really, the only thing that makes Broodlords viable is the fact that there are some Terrans who will still build this many tanks, and that's basically it. Because a lot of other guys kind of go into the Thors earlier, since they two-shot at the Hydras and the Ravagers. They play ball against the Vipers just as well as many of the other forces. So now he's getting pushed up on his third. There's a little bit of a Hellbat counterattack, but he is going to have to wait for these Thors to come out, and I think if the Vipers or the rest of the units can do any kind of play against that, it would be nice, but it's very easy to overextend into this mech army and get wrecked. Thors have, a whole extra range on the Broodlords. They kill them in like 4 or 5 shots. It's brutal.
Yeah, 450 HP on top of it. I mean, they are just, or I guess 400 HP. They are beefy boys. And there's a reason I don't like them. They're a little bit too, that being said, Shin's gotten a lot done here. He's killed off an extra base.
They are good units. They are very good units. They're an excellent backbone to a mech army for all the reasons you mentioned. Basically, their only weakness is how slow they are. But the problem is, obviously, your tier 3 Zerg units are fast too. So sometimes, I think, when you see like the ability to overwhelm this force, because you lose a little bit of the AoE, sometimes you're like, oh, if I get a bunch of roaches on him, or the tank, less tanks, harder to zone out against lurkers. But Broodlords aren't cheap. So for Shin, as long as they're alive and he's kind of maxed out like this, it's like, what else can he actually build to help with this? The blinding clouds, maybe a little bit, but he has so few Broods as it is. I almost pulling them in is going to cause the Broodlords to die even faster in a way. So he does get the blinding cloud on the tanks. I think that's the clutch play, because now the Hydras can help clean up a little bit, but this is still a lot of very high HP units, like you were mentioning, pushing across for Cure. And I think as long as he can protect a few of these tanks with the Thors, it's just going to go from bad to worse. Shin has to get on top of this. He cannot allow Cure to take this high ground position against him, but he's running out of money. He's going to send out some Lings, one last little bit of Ling Roach in the production tab to try and stop this, but that's 5 Thors.
I mean, he's got 1 Hellbat, and that's not a lot. So, actually, 0 Hellbats now, and Ling's getting on top of the Thors. Yeah, Thors are beefy. They got a lot of armor. They got a lot of damage, but you get a bunch of Lings on top of them, Hydras as well. This is the worst case scenario for a Thor. They want to attack like high HP. You don't want to kill Maybe
Yeah.
Ultras can be a problem. They want to kill broods. They want to have something to sit in front of them so the Hydras and the Lings can't just surround and kill off. And at the end of the day, Shin holds on. He lost this base, but he's been able to retake it. He got a decent amount of workers on the other side. But as you take a look at this, game just kind of stabilizes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that everything was going really well for Cure up until the point where he basically tried to rally. Like, you can't do, you're not parade pushing with mech. Like 5 Thors, incredibly powerful. 5 Thors on their own with no support against a myriad of, you know, reasonably inexpensive Ling Roach with some Hydra support. Then the Thors look silly. You put 3 Hellbats in there and maybe the whole entire thing looks different. So I like what you're saying, by the way. If the army does turn into a crazy composition of Thors, then you lose, again, some of that ability to deal with those big heavy hitting units like the Ultras. And if you get caught off guard in the open field, that can be huge. But Cure is maintaining a very sizable siege tank count regardless of what he sees. And the Swarm Host transition this late is this is a gutsy move, but I'm just going to go back and say, if you blindside your opponent, he goes in, snipes that natural, or takes the third, or somehow gets a big volley on the army, then I love it from him.
Yeah, so as we look at what's happening right now, there are 3 Hellbats on the map. There's not a lot. Roach Hydra's going to find its way into the third base. Against a bunch of Swarm Hosts, yeah, they're very much a mid-game comp. They're very much a tempo comp as this orbital goes down. But you do need a bunch of Hellbats to deal with the Locust. If you got the Hellbats there, you're great. Otherwise, the tanks are going to kill themselves. Locusts get on top in that dead zone. They knock things down. So this game's getting weird, Nate. We got the third base. It's dead. It was taken down. Roach Hydra's going to have to retreat back home. And now here come the Locusts. They got about, what is that, 30 Locusts or so? 28 Locusts trying to dive on top of everything. The Hellbats are well positioned, but the Blinding Cloud means they can't defend everything. Well played there, Shin. He should wipe the floor with this, even as Cure was prepared.
There's some pretty, you know, we talk about trad mech, we talk about traditional mech, and I think there's some pretty big keys to how that playstyle is supposed to work. Because one thing I want to know is that Ghost production has started. So this is no longer regular mech. This is now officially spooky mech. Okay, please make a record in the jury, whatever logs we're taking of this tournament. It has happened. But you don't want to really move out unless you have everything. Like when you make that big push, you're kind of inviting your opponent to base trade you because of how unstoppable your army is. So now he loses one full army and then the Swarm Hosts show themselves. Like you would think the opportunity cost of supply and resources, like he just wouldn't be able to get enough, but he lands that Swarm Host wave on the Blinding Clouded mech, and now he can actually snowball off of it a bit, and that allows Shin, even without a crazy amount of extra bases, he can start to build up a bit of a bank. But that being said, Locust head to head, if Cure can get together a good sizable 180 plus supply army, well, then the Locusts generally aren't that good against a full-fledged fighting force.
Yeah, it's a little bit dicey to have these Roach Hydra attack. I understand why you're like, I just got to keep this army down. I'm going to keep trading. It's going to be fun. I've knocked out so much of Cure's economy. But realistically, and this is actually going to work out because the Locusts re-arrive, but realistically, that planetary, there was another orbital right there. So it's able to mine again. Cure's got this bottom side base. But I think Shin's done enough, Nate. I think he has killed enough of this mech with the Swarm Host and everything else that it's, I mean, I like the Vikings here. They're going to do a good job of knocking these Vipers down, even with Parabomb.
Eating the Vikings is a good play.
Yeah.
Any Viper kills are super important, but I have to agree with you. Like, Cure is just going to have a hard time maxing out because, yes, he has relanded that top center base, but he's playing mech. He needs gas. He doesn't have it there. He has that bottom left base, but he's playing mech. He needs gas. He doesn't have it there. He's also building ghosts, which are that's 125 gas each, right? So you think about it, that's the cost of a siege tank. So what is he making? Ghosts and SCVs, nothing else. This is what happens. He takes that fight in the northeast, that orbital command gets popped, not even saved, and he's dislodged from the west side. So really, we take a look at his income, and he's hurting quite a bit resource-wise. He's got one more big army, but if this gets jumped on, if he gets hit with a full Locust wave, then I start to get real nervous.
So, Nate, I just want to make sure that I understand what you're saying here. Cure's playing mech, and therefore he needs gas, and he doesn't have gas.
Yes, Vespine gas. When your whole strategy revolves around vehicles, you need fuel. Okay, this is a concept that transcends StarCraft, space, and time. Even the cavemen knew you had to put something in the fire to keep it going.
Well, actually, I've never thought about it like that. You're like, oh, Vespine is just what I used to make things. But yeah, I guess it would power a Thor.
I just assume the Thors just run on straight Vespine, right? Why not?
I mean,
my head canon is I go pretty deep with this stuff.
I mean, in fairness, like we're getting into EV territory now.
Why not?
This is in the future.
Yeah.
Like Do you really
Can
need?
I get a skin with giant solar panels on my Thor's arms? Why not? Why has this not happened yet? Thank you. I'm just glad somebody sees me here.
They should be free. That's what I'm hearing is
I want hydrogen cell powered Thors. Screw it.
Hydrocell
Give me
powered Thors?
everything. Give me everything. Give me an option for AC and DC current Thors. All right, give me every possible choice.
Well, isn't that just splash versus high impact payload Thors?
I think you got me there.
This is a bit of a scary timing though, because the Logas don't have, or the Swarmhosts don't have their Locust power available in this siege up. We have any Vipers on the field. We got one. I don't know where it is at the time being, but that does not cover this amount of tanks. So even as Cure is in a horrible spot, base is nothing. This death push coming out of him, not like Shin's got a lot of money. Not at all, mate.
Oh, and it's very awkward because some of those specialist units that he's relying on, the Ghost. He's got Ghosts with his mech, so he gets a snipe on it. The Thors help zone against it, and weirdly enough, if these Ghosts even can pepper a little bit against the Locust, they do the bonus damage, but it looks like with that surround, he is gonna collapse onto Cure's army. And how many mech forces can you lose and be able to continue to keep throwing it at him? Again, talking about how you play regular mech styles, you're usually chilling until you're at least 160 supply. And if they go swarm host by the time you get 160, then you try to move out, and honestly, you kind of want that day's trade. But otherwise, you need 200 supply. You need to make a methodical move out. Playing these scrappy, all over the place fights when your opponent has swarm host just means every tiny pack of units they run into, they're not going to be able to trade against. Cure, this is the downside of playing mech. He's trying to spread himself out. He's trying to be everywhere at once, but that's not really what you do with tanks and Hellbats. They're very strong when they're together and can fight the full force, but that's just the consequence of what has happened in this game, right? And he's toughing it out. He's sticking it out, but it's hard to see a path forward for him here. That said, Shin still doesn't have that much money either because of that big push he had to deal with earlier too.
You know, Nate, I actually don't hate Cure's position in this game. Shin is broke as hell.
He needs to keep it together. He needs to keep all these units together and avoid that surround.
Yeah. So more Swarm, if you're broke, right, if you are really lacking in the money like Shin is, getting these units that are free, they're not free, right? You buy them with time. But getting these units, getting these more Swarm hosts on the map against what your opponent is, that's a good way to try to maximize the amount of money that you have. But there are so many Hellbats in this army right now. The tanks are sieged, so in Dead Zone, Hellbat, you're going to get like one tank, maybe a second. And now there are 40 seconds where Cure can push, because what are we looking at? This is 14 Swarm hosts. This is so much of this army. And now Shin's going to lose what is effectively his final remaining base. He's got a little bit of money here on this bottom middle side, but this is the last true mining base that he had. And Cure, the one he's been able to take, he's been muling the hell out of it, but this is fresh. So, losing a bunch of mech armies doesn't feel great, Nate, but given all the damage, the economic damage that Cure's been able to get, kind of feels like he's in a great spot this game.
Yeah, it got super messy. Really for Shin, it's the efficiency of the swarm host that keeps him in it, because defending these bases is really hard. And as long as Cure can get his army somewhat reasonably close to where those are, then he can do a lot. But blinding clouds do hit the tanks and the Hellbats. Locust wave drops on top, and again, it's hard because Shin doesn't have much money, but a lot of what he's trading no longer costs money. He bought stock 10 years ago, and he's just paying all his expenses with the dividends. That's what the swarm hosts are. But if the climate changes and you lower the expectations and they're not putting out as much, then you start to run into a concern there. There's not a lot of other capital for him to work with in this position.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm looking at this as well, and those blinding clouds were fantastic, but it looked like Cure got his Hellbats forward enough that they soaked all the shots and you should have been fine, but even still, supply plummets for Cure. And part of that is, of course, that he wasn't mining from this one base that he has. So it was lifted, you lose out of money just a little bit. And now we got another attack, right? So this is the problem. Tanks are a little bit better spread this time, but that also means that friendly fire can kill them off that much more. The Hellbats are not there, and as much as I'm saying I kind of like the spot for Cure, he's been able to shut down the last mining base. These Broodlords, these Swarm hosts were just a brilliant move from Shin in this game. And at the end of things, even with the Ghosts running away and the SCV is trying to form a little bit of a citizen's arrest, feels like Shin, I think I said this about 10 minutes ago, but feels like Shin has finally done it. What a game one.
That, again, we're looking at a best of 5 here. We start with a nice 23-minute game one, and I'm just gonna harken back to what I said earlier. Playing mech it's all about patience. There's a direct contrast with the traditional play styles of go, pedal to the metal. When you're playing mech, The idea is that your win condition is later in the game when you have an army that's more or less unstoppable. Like, you have a bunch of Thors and tanks and Hellions supported by Ghosts. Like, if he actually had ever gotten to that army maxed out at any point, I'm terrified. I'm terrified for Shin, right? But instead, he had all these SCVs. He tried to move out because he did max out, quote unquote, reasonably fast. But he had a lot of SCVs and a lot of Hellions and tanks. And yeah, the Broodlords, they eat that first army, and then the Swarm hosts knock down his base while the top base gets sniped. And all of a sudden, you're trying to expand to either end of the map at the same time. And you've got mech, which is it's just not conducive to that play style. So he trades probably more than he needs to. And when you've got swarm hosts, I generally don't like them against those maxed out armies. But when your opponent is willing to trade and spread out those mech forces, that's really where the swarm hosts are going to give you the most value.
Yeah, and by the way, Nate, we're not going to spoil it because, again, it results a little bit too soon. But I just saw an incredible result from another part of the bracket that I think is going to excite a lot of people. So that's insane. It's a great day. We're going to have the playoffs after this. Very excited for that. But again, to get into the playoffs, you got to get through this stage. And for now, that's a Shin. That's a Zerg player looking up 1-0 on Cure. And we move to what is perhaps the weirdest map in the pool. Dynasty, map 2. Let's see. Can Cure tie it up? We're right ready. In the upper right, in the blue, down a game in this series. Multiple times looking pretty good with his mech play, but just wasn't quite there. It's Cure.
And facing off against him is the red Zerg player in the bottom left. I just gotta give props to him. That's not an easy game or opponent to come out on top of. He is Shin. You know, those channel point bets, you looking back, you seeing where chat is looking, who they're cheering for, and there's obviously a lot of confidence for Cure, not just because he's obviously a good player, but anybody who tunes into online tournaments, he's just a name you're very familiar with. He's just one of those guys that seeks out every opportunity to improve, to practice against people, and I won't lie, definitely a surprise to see the mech come out of him. I liked what you mentioned about the fast blue flame because at least it seemed like Shin was going for this greedy style that would give himself a lot of Zerglings. So it was like maybe a soft counter in terms of the opening. He got onto 4 bases so easily, and that's really what kind of blows my mind. Is I'm like, if you're a mech player, you get on 4 bases without taking any kind of economic harassment. I don't know. I feel like from that position, it should be a little bit harder to lose. Like the whole point is that it's tough to get up to that base count with the slow army. So I do expect Cure to shift back into something more traditional, less traditional mech though.
Yeah, that's fair, but I don't think we're going to have to talk about mech, traditional or non-traditional in this game, because we saw this build early on. I don't know if it was... No, it was Lambo that did it. No, maybe shouldn't. Anyway, we saw this happen in the last 2 days, where this is a Roach Ravager timing. 100%. This is a Roach Ravager timing. You take the gas like this, we should see a Roach Warren go down soon. This is too hard to defend. There we go. There's the Roach Warren going down. So,
Nice call.
If you take this base, and specifically if you take the base on this side of the map, it is far too hard to defend once the Terran gets going. So now the question, Nate, does Cure know that this is going to happen? You've got to assume that something's going to happen. There's the Reaper is in the main base, and he gets a drone, actually. Maybe even going to get a second one, having to build a gas port, but at the very least, sees the Roach Warren, gets a drone, knows that, well, there's not anything on the low ground natural. That probably, and he has, okay, he knows exactly what's happening now. He sees the creep. Cure, you know what's happening. How do you choose to defend?
Yeah, right. It's like, yeah, it's like you killing one drone would normally be a big deal, but getting the ones on the gold, those are the ones that are going to power this. I think I was gonna say we won't see the mech for sure because he got the second barracks, right? Stim is on the way, and if he has the awareness of this, I think denying the defense of the gold mineral line, that's hard. That's really hard if they poke from the other side with like Ravagers or whatever. But he is getting the bunker, and he could make a Marauder. He has a Tech Lab barracks. He's still making Marines. Marauders are not cheap. I get it, but they actually are cheap. So, you know, just one in the bunker would help a tremendous amount against a Roach Ling, Flood, or whatever. But there are Lings. There is Ling speed. So if it's Ravager Ling, then Marauders don't really do that much for you. So.
By the way, I love the wisdom of the Nathanius. Marauders aren't cheap, but they are actually cheap.
All bio units are dirt cheap. The only thing that makes them expensive is how fast they build. You know, it's like it's like one of those paradoxes or whatever.
And yeah, and look, I'm not judging. Like, it's true on both sides. Yeah, they cost gas. They can be expensive, but also, I mean, the context of building like a cyclone
It's kind of
or
like
something.
how making one worker at a time is one of the most expensive production cycles that you run in the game. But it doesn't feel that way because it's only 50 minutes. Anyway, top bunker gets smacked down a little bit. One depot is down, so the Ling Flood I think is going to come in.
Yeah, so when we saw this happen earlier, it didn't work because, well, we saw the Overlord go down very quickly. Shin has done a much better job of defending that. Even still, Ling's showing up right here. Well, they are going to show up into the third base, and that does make life a little bit more difficult, even though Kieran technically has 2 bases. He's only mining from 1. Ling's dive on top of the Cyclone as well, and that gives actually a lot more power to the Ravagers on this side. The Cyclones are your ultimate answer, right? Although, even as I say that, Nate has a ton of Marines here.
Yeah, Stim is just about to finish, and it's Ravagers off creep. This is exactly the kind of situation where this build falls off super hard. So he wants to kind of do this flood. And if I was gonna say one thing that I love with this play, it's if the gold base, right? The Ravager from the other side, it's just super tilting. If you don't have something to deal with that early, it's so annoying. But any roach-based composition is gonna limit your anti-air capabilities and also your tech. So the lair, it's maybe almost halfway done now. He's got the third, but still needs to saturate it. And of course, we know there's a timer on the gold base, but if you're Cure, now you are into your bio setup. Really, the only thing he's missing is at some point he's going to want to get that third command center and some engineering bays. But otherwise, he has what he needs to play bio, and he's ready to already go into his composition.
And this map all of a sudden gets very awkward for Shin because I don't think he got enough done. You kill off a couple army units, you deny mining, it's not enough. And look at this base setup. So yes, maybe eventually Lings can kind of filter through once these mineral fields go down, but this map, and we saw this happen in Lambo versus Spirit actually, where the game goes in the mid game. Defending all the bases on this map as a Zerg player, especially if you're playing roaches, which are just not the mobile units that you need, it's so hard to defend all your bases. So yeah, Shin goes for the timing, doesn't really get enough done, and now Cure, stimmed bio combat shields. No eBays, no +1, but stim bio combat shields. This is already a pretty tough row to hoe for Shin.
Yeah, he again, you want to drone up behind this because if you immediately make more fighting units, then you're just not recovering from your own attack, right? That didn't deal enough damage, but the army dies anyway. All the gold base drones just up for grabs here, and that's an unbelievably brutal drop off for the income now, and that's gonna give everything Cure needs. Yeah, GG is called, and not a surprising result there. I think for Cure, what is the game-winning move there? Is just kind of getting the read on what's happening, build the bunker, and that Link Flood is it's just hard to do a build like that up that small main base ramp, you know?
It's almost like losing the supply depot was a bit of a bait. It's like, yes, run.
He's like, yeah, come in, you did it. He's like, don't wait for the rest of your lings. Come in now.
Yeah, and it's like, well, you get handled. I think part of it is, first of all, he recognized that we got a bunker up in time. Also, he went for a 2-1-1, and you have, I know you mentioned Marauders.
Yeah, that second
nice,
racks,
but
I think that second racks helped a lot. Good point.
Yeah, just let him, also, not just the extra racks, right, because it's a bunch of Marines, but Stim was done so quickly. So the moment that it's like, okay, generally maybe round 2 of this timing might happen. You stim down the ramp, you kill all the Ravagers, and then, I mean, that's 500 gas or something that's been spent. That's very hard for Shin to come back from.
Yeah, well, we are tied up, so I mean, Shin did a great job of handling that maybe less common type of strategy that we get to see at this level in the mech build in the first game. But I think when we talk about why it's kind of interesting to have these maps and make these changes, it's that we want to kind of see different types of games. So having a base that you can take like that enables that strategy to even exist viably for Zerg. Doing that on a regular base or a regular expand, you're just going to have less and it's going to come later. So it's cool to see that opportunity, but it also, again, it can kind of create that trap for the player where they say, I'm going to take the gold base and do this build. But, you know, Cure, that's something he's going to see a lot because he's also playing the game. He's also practicing. He's studying his opponents.
That he is. And now, effectively, we're in a best of 3. So in the upper right for Team Liquid, in the blue, it's Cure.
And his opponent in the bottom left as the red Zerg player, he is Shin. Okay, I need to get something off my chest, Bayo. You don't have to forgive me. I don't mean anything ill by this, but I I eat so much of that Shin ramen. I'm so addicted to it, and I just keep thinking about I have some in my pantry. I'm probably gonna have some after we're done casting today. Now, that'll be good for the throat too. But I can't stop thinking about it.
Nate,
I just had to apologize for that. Just had to get that off my chest. I've been holding it in.
That's been burning a hole in my chest for like. Okay, let's be clear.
I love Shin Ramyun, and you know what? I'm gonna say I love Shin. He's great guy, picked a great name. I'm not sure if it has any other meaning, but I just, I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's his last name. His name is Shin Kibyam.
There you go.
But don't worry, Nate. That's been burning a hole in my chest too, and I would like to clarify that what I mean by that is that it's been trying to burst out of me. Not that I have heartburn. I think this is important to point out when we talk about
like
spicy
alien
food.
style. Yeah, more like alien style, less heartburn. I understand.
Yeah. Gotcha. Well, I mean, Zerg players are alien, or Zerg are aliens.
You'd be more accurate. You could just say you got turned into an infested Terran. Right?
There we go.
So there you go. You play Zerg. I mean, it checks out.
I'm gonna head over to the venue after this and just put on my Admiral Stoikov uniform and.
Exactly. It's like, what's that? Is there like grape jelly everywhere? It's like, no, I'm just spreading some creep. Don't mind me, right? It's just one of those things I do.
What a
just super casual, just super casually. It's just like,
You just have jars of grape jelly with your like. You spread this on the floor.
Some people they leave trails of breadcrumbs, but at least when this one goes bad, there's still some kind of stuff you can follow. I don't know. Anyway, the SCV is patrolling outside the third base of where he would expect Shin to potentially go to, and out of Cure, we've got it's a pretty straight up opening so far, right? Nothing super crazy to report back. We go back to a more normal map, right? The gold. Not something that typically comes into play super early here, as it's very easy to check if your opponent has gone for it with the mineral patches from that third.
Yeah, not in this matchup. Shin loves to go for the gold base, much like Dark does against Protoss players. That actually happens very often, but yeah, no, it is far too easy to punish in TVZ. So for now, the Reaper, okay, so he's gonna try to deny this third base as much as he can. It's already about 3 supply behind. Generally, you want to get it at 32. But with the Reaper damage it's taken from the Queen, it's annoying. But, oh, yeah, there we go. Gets them a little bit longer. Now you got to back up. But, hey, anything you can do to slow the Zerg player down, you're pretty happy about it as Cure. And behind this, what do we got? It's 1-1-1, quick third base. It's Alcyone. It's a great big macro map. This shouldn't surprise anyone, Nate. But the question is, do we get those third and fourth gas very quickly? Does this turn into mech?
Right? It's not a question that I would have brought up myself at any point in probably these 2 days that we were going to cast together, Bayo. I just don't expect it. I just didn't expect to see it. I as you know, is not a super big surprise. I think that when you execute a well thought out strategy and you have specific goals and targets that you're aiming for with this type of style, I do think it is crazy strong, and a lot of people underestimate it because it's not that popular. But yeah, I wouldn't have thought we would see it, but I guess I'm just gonna have to keep my eyes open for that now for the rest of the series from Cure, because we have that Banshee again. Notice this time he doesn't start the cloak in view of the Overlord. He probably wants him to think it's like, oh, I'm going Viking first this time, but because he did go Viking first before, but not this time.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how that goes for that. Meanwhile, Shin, it's not that big of a deal. He's probably just gonna get roaches, but he has hidden the roach horn a little bit. That is behind the mineral line, and granted, these are most likely defensive roaches. We're on 43 drones. That's not like any standard roach-based timing, but he is denying a little bit of vision on Cure to try to figure out exactly what's happening. So second Banshee on the way, speed done, factory going over, but the barracks going down. So this does mean, I don't know. Nate, do you feel like being Apollo? Do you feel like calling the additional barracks into mech? Is that what's going to happen? Are we?
No. The coolest thing about Sean was that he didn't try, right? He just had that unbelievable level of swagger. But at the same time, it's also like, there's a very tight range of like where the British accent goes from being like, oh, it kind of sounds like it's more regional, or it sounds really handsome, and you don't want to overdo it, right, on some level. And Sean just kind of had that perfect balance. Like everything he said, it's like he was whispering sweet nothings to you. So I wouldn't even dare to suggest I would be capable of making an equivalent move, even in my prime.
Nah, I think Nate, we've seen you in the broadcast. I think you're in your prime right now. At least telling me that I should go. We're in Texas, so I should go get a prime rib. That is falling on its face. Let's talk about the video game.
You could get that at the barbecue place. You could get that at your Texas barbecue. It's a good point. The lair is finishing up. Ling speed is only just starting. So we've seen this a little bit. Shin, he likes the queens for the opener. He's going up to 8, but he's in a position where he can kind of defend it. He's just mostly playing around these banshees, right? So he doesn't need to be out there, but he still is going to end up wanting to be. And he also starts up 1-1, so not as much of a focus this time on the Roach or the Ravager, perhaps.
Yeah, what I'm tracking here. So this is this style is defensive roaches. You get roaches to keep yourself safe against early stuff, and then you get bio or you get a melee afterward, because it's better as the bases go bigger and it's easier to defend. But the question I was going to ask is, how quickly do we get our infestation bit? How quickly do we get our hive? Because hey, that's what this enables, and it's going to be a 6-minute infestation bit. Shin is going up the hive insanely fast, and this is a build that we saw Cyril use back in Masters Coliseum about a year ago at this point, when he was first debuted. And when he did it, well, his hive was done at like 7 minutes. Ultras were popping on the field at 8:15, and he smashed Maru on Neo Humanity. We're not quite that fast. Shin is not quite that on top of things, although he could start his hive before 7 minutes if he wanted to.
And there it is. I couldn't agree with you more. It's a really good style, because a lot of Terrans will take that perspective of, okay, my opponent is going to kind of macro up. They're going to build a lot of queens. They're going to focus on keeping their units at home to defend what I'm going to do. So the Terran might say to themselves, okay, well, let's just get up to this army so that he can't have enough Ling Bane and make this attack. But when you get to the hive fast enough, if it works out and you can get like that surprise ultra, etc., while they're trying to push on to creep, then the game just gets weird, because they have that kind of catch-up ability with anabolic synthesis, but it takes a lot of time to get those upgrades. So Shin is still going to have to put in some work here to get to that hive tech we're talking about, and it's going to begin with defending right here at this gold base.
I think he's got enough. I mean, there's a lot of roaches, a lot of ravagers. 1-1's going to be done very soon, so even though the Terran has this timing, 1-1's done. Well, actually, as I say, that reinforcements are starting to arrive, and this looks a little bit dicier. I mean, even if you have to keep the gold base away, but for now, Biles are going to try to land again on Medivacs, but not really on the Marines. And as the Lings continue to fall down here, roaches, though, they're going to join the fray just a little bit further forward. Biles on the tanks, and yeah, absolutely, Shin's got enough to handle this. Maybe it's a trade, certainly, but the base stays alive. His hive is now done. 2-2 on the way, roach speed, and we should start to see that hive tech. That's the important thing.
That is, I think you called it. You called it perfectly, and he makes the defense. It's so nice. Like, even with this lower tech versus like a somewhat more developed Terran army, Cure is not doing that huge, oh, I'm 7 racks all in, I'm skipping everything. No, he's getting his 2-2. The 4th command center's building on location, and he's got all these other things going on. So it's not that huge dedicated push to just shove everything off. And now by the next time he goes for that attack, maybe the Ultras won't be ready yet, but the Vipers will. We have 2 on the way. 2-2 is coming. Banelings. The Ultraless Cavern is on the way, but remember, guys, we need 2 upgrades for those bad boys to be, for them to reach their adult state or whatever.
That is true, but realistically, even chitinous plating ultras with
at
plus
least
2
on
armor.
creep, yeah. With chitinous will be really good defensively, but for everything they want, yeah, I think the ultra, it just takes a little bit of time.
That it does, but for now, I mean, this quad drop is doomed. Oh, well, sorry.
He tries to land the Biles on it, but I mean, the other side of this too is, while he is on his way to the Vipers, which can try to pull stuff or parabomb, he still doesn't have that much anti-air.
No, he really doesn't. When I say doomed, I mean, I didn't think it was going to get a lot in that base, but he's just going to try to target the hive. Oh, no way he's not going to get the hive here, but he kites away. It's a bunch of Lings going down. Banelings don't have speed, so, I mean, what are you going to do with that one? You force him away. And for a second there, I thought Kier was going to get the hive. It's like, no way he pulls that rabbit out of a hat.
Yeah, it's like such a hard call to make, because if he steps forward enough for the spawning pool, denying Adrenal, to me, would be maybe the biggest value move there, or getting the Ultraless Cavern, but it's tucked a little too far back, I think, so he doesn't want to risk the Spore Crawler hitting it or getting abducted, being too far in. So that hive, it is the highest HP building in the game, so tragically it does take a little more time to snipe than everything else, and he kind of bites on it a little bit. But Cure does get that drop back in. He's going to try to finish it with just these 8 Marines. There are some Lings and Bane. Baneling's speed actually is still on the way with Adrenal, so they're going to line up, but it's a little bit tricky for him to actually make the dive onto these units, even on creep, that he was wanting.
That it is, and meanwhile, this attack from the front from Cure, it's nice, slow, it's steady, it's measured. But the question is, okay, so we know what's happening. The hive is done. Cure should understand that Ultras are going to be on the field, but we talk about timings, we talk about everything else. Chitinous plating's only halfway done, Nate. These Ultras are powerful. They're 500 HP, 450 HP of beef. But they don't have that additional armor that makes them so hard for Marines to take down. So here he's been pretty happy for now to go and sit on the map and knock a lot of creep spread down and get damage done with this drop before the Vipers knock it down. But at the end of the day, he is going to have to back up here because Chitinous plating, everything else is ready. Ultras, Lings, Banes running on the other side of the map. And now Cure, he's got to batten down the hatches here. Ghosts are not ready. And this is the timing Shin's been building up for the entire game.
Yeah, he's got the blinding clouds available. He immediately gets 3 of the tanks. Some of the Marines are going to get caught up in that as well. Some of the other tanks trying to stagger in the back, one of them into a blinding cloud, and now the Ultras get on top. And this is the beauty of the style. Like you said, it was a little bit of a game, but you're trying to get that hive as fast as you can. There is some counterattacks, though. Drop is in the natural. He has a little bit of a push. Double drop hitting the south expansion. Drones are on the way out, but Cure's natural is now where Shin has relocated. But I think the biggest thing is he needs to get into the main base, right? If you're in a situation where you might be base trading the Terran player, they're gonna, if they hunker down in that main, it can be a very dicey spot. He has a lot of Lings, though. He's actually going to be able to get some of those Marines out of the natural. He's buying himself some space, but Behemoth, another hatchery is going to get popped. There goes the third.
Yeah, it's really only that one. Actually, there's only one mining base for Shin right now. He has got to win with this or just go home. And the Liberator, this last second Liberator on the high ground, means the Ultras cannot find themselves there. And the problem on top of everything, Cure lifted his bases. He's a Terran player. While Shin lost bases, Cure lost SCVs. You don't want to lose it. You don't want to lose supply. Absolutely. But you can drop the mules. You have the bases there. You can, the moment the aggression's done, you can drop those bases back down, make something happen. And now Shin, this was a power. I thought Shin had killed Cure. I thought Cure was dead. But Cure with those ideas to go just across the map, drop things, it's put him in an incredible spot in this game.
It's kind of stunning too, because it felt like some of those plays, those pushes where he went in, he was even surprised that he was like, okay, he has a lot of units here, but they're missing a couple of upgrades. Like he's trying to do maybe if we think backwards a little bit of this game, or retrospective for Shin, just he did go for a lot at once, and that was the gamble. He defended the first push. The second one looked a little bit tougher, but I think not having that Bane speed, not being able to try and go out onto that small, it wasn't that big of an army outside where that gold was, but not having everything lined up to go for it at that time really made things difficult for him. But now he has all of those upgrades. He just needs to get back to that economic position where he can build the units that can use them, and that's just tough because he's retaken 2 of his previous expansions right now, and he still hasn't even restarted his natural.
Yeah, that's a big problem. So meanwhile, Cure on the other side, he's got 4 bases fully set up. He's got Liberators done, mech armor on the way just to make everything that much tankier, drilling claws, because he understands that this is not a world where more Ultras can be easily afforded. So it's going to be Lings and Banes and well, Lings, right? I don't know of a better unit that handles everything than, handles a bunch of Lings than Widowmines, right? You have to split against it. There's this 3-3 file that's now here, and I mean, you put yourself behind a corner like this, and what exactly, eventually this gets cleaned up, but not before the trades again for Cure. They get better and better.
Yeah, that's the hardest part about this, is like for Shin, he wants to get more of what he has, and for him, he's like trying to reach a tipping point where he can overwhelm Cure. But for Cure, he's like, okay, Ghosts counter all of this, and I know that you're not in a position to really get like infestors with this. You're trying to just get you're not trying to get more of the beef, as you put it. So he feels comfortable moving out on the map. He's got Liberators to back him up. There's no threat of getting hit with Corruptors. The Vipers are all off the field. There are a few infestors now, but unless we're talking about some huge highlight play compilation, they're going to be asked to make up for a lot of this deficit.
That they are, and again, this Venn diagram of death that Cure's got going for himself is it's such a significant problem. Really hard to run through. So Lings on the other side are going to try to make this counterattack happen, but Liberator keeps the mineral line alive. Reinforcements, for the most part, are going to clear this up, and I mean, a bunch of Lings to not get a lot done as Shin loses another base. I love the idea. Getting Ultras down that quickly would have been incredible, but Chitinous plating was late. It was about a minute later than it should have been, and that slowed down the timing by about a minute. And then, well, the window where Shin had this nearly unbeatable army was just not as wide as it should have been. And of course, Cure as well, running across the map with like 7 medevacs worth of stuff, dropping down, killing every base was just miraculous. Now that's a good fungal. He's going to get on top of the Ghost, chaining him in as well. But the problem is there's just not enough there to take advantage of it. So even though Cure eats 2 of the juiciest fungals we've seen all day, it's not going to be enough.
Infestors are going to try to come from the east side again here. He defends the Ling run by back at his base. The rest of the Lings are going to try to flood out onto this. I think he's hoping to try to get the fungal onto the Ghost so the Lings can clean them up, but the tanks are holding the backline very well. The snipes all come in. The fungal lands on the Ghost, but they're going to be able to barely step out of the corrosive bile. And again, there's just not much to deal with the Liberators. GG is called. Cure goes up 2-1. And I don't think there's too much that we really missed there, right? It seemed like a pretty well thought out strategy by Shin. I'm going to go up to Hive. I'm going to get all my upgrades. And, you know, now that you mention it, I really do think that first drop, or that big drop where he kind of tried to target the Hive, I don't think he even had chitinous started yet. He was trying to deal with that, right? He was trying to deal with the siege up and the drop. And you're precisely right. That upgrade comes out a little bit late. When he first has his Ultralisks, the chitinous is still really far. And never even was able to make it, I don't think, to that Ultralisk speed either. So it's just a very difficult position to play out of.
Yeah, really hard. The entire point of this build is you're not gonna have 3-3, but you're gonna have 2-2. You're gonna have chitinous plating. You're gonna have like 4 or 5 ultras maybe, depending on how you've been able to spend money elsewhere. And you're hitting it like before 9:30, 10 minutes, maybe a little bit earlier. The Terran's gonna have maybe 1-1 if you've been perfect. Otherwise, and depending on the build they go for, otherwise it's 2-2. And without Liberators, without Ghosts, they cannot fight your army. It's just impossible. The Ultras are far, far too strong. So you sledgehammer them. You're trying to end the game with that. And we saw that almost happen. Unfortunately, if you forget chitinous plating, these Ultras, instead of being +4 or 4 armor Ultras and Marines are doing like, 2 or 3 damage a shot, they got 450 HP. Now they're doing twice that. They're doing that much more. You actually can take them down.
That's like once upon a time, chitinous plating used to be worse too, and it was like, but people with Ultralisks, it was, well, when they have chitinous, they're kind of, it's kind of like a Terran building with building armor, and when they don't have chitinous, it's kind of like just killing a building. And then you think to yourself, how many units in StarCraft, like armies deal with buildings pretty easily? They're just big damage soakers, and they've gotten a little bit, they've gotten some changes, right? They got a little bit, they were on that slim fast diet, they got a little tinier, they came like slightly more mobile, maybe. You had that, I think, that minor cost reduction, but at the same time, they're still big and chonky, and unless you have those armor upgrades for them to really soak that damage, units in StarCraft do a lot of damage. So that's, you gotta have everything lined up if you want to win those fights.
That is their blessing. That is their curse. You know, we talked about how time to kill may be a thing, may not be a thing. But for now, Cure got a lot of bio. He can shred things very, very quickly. So, Nate, we got maybe one more game, hopefully 2. We've had a lot of 5-game best of 5s today. But we got at least one more. It's Amphion. It's a weird map. Let's see what our players have in store for us. Game 4's here. And in the upper left, his tournament life on the line in this knockout round 3. He desperately wants to move on to playoffs, give himself that much closer to hitting top 4, getting that EWC qualifying spot. It's Shin.
Yeah, but he's got to do it against this guy who has, I mean, we've had things mixed up a little bit. We've already got a little bit of a mix up on the production tab now. So let's just say it in the bottom left, looking to punch his ticket to the next round. He is Cure.
All right, Nate. I don't think this is aggression coming out of Shin, because I know you're pointing out, hey, this is a quick pool. This is not aggression coming out of Shin. This is, I'm down a game against a Korean Terran that is the Terran.
Oh, he might be doing the build.
What is
the one that nobody's, I believe, the build that must not be named, right? The one that we've never really seen lose on a big public broadcast. Although it is the B stream, it's possible that the 2 Racks Reaper has less power here, so we could keep that in mind perhaps. But yeah, that's a good point to make. He goes for the pool first, but he's droning up. He's not making a ton of lings, and of course the slightly faster queen timing can still be macro-ish to push the Reaper away whenever it arrives.
Yeah, I think this is safety. This was like this is what a 14-15 pool, something like that. Just very safe, making sure that you are, if this is a proxy 2 racks, this proxy 3 racks, you're gonna have enough stuff out. You can go and have a couple lings on the other side of the map and maybe force the Reaper to stay at home. If you're lucky and the Reaper doesn't stay home, now this is gonna happen because Cure saw the lings running across. You can maybe delay the natural a little bit, but this is safety. This is just making sure that Cure, or that Cure doesn't go kill him with a cheap game. He wants to have an opportunity to go and play the game that he wants to play, because we saw in game 1, Shin does have that ability to play these crazy long games, play well. It's been a little unfortunate in the last two.
Yeah, some things getting tough, right? It's like you look at the overall way the games go, and the gold base map, right? You can't glean too much from that. He tried to do a build specific, tailored to the map, and he tried to kind of just go for it regardless of what he was up against. I don't think you can fault him too much there. He tried to make the most of the situation that he was put in, but the first macro game, he does a great job of baiting the overextension by Cure when he plays out the mech style. Like, I really felt like Shin's level of patience was great. Remember, he gave up like the third or most of his natural, and he was still able to grind that out like 7 or 8 minutes longer to beat the mech. So we've seen him be able to really just power through some difficult situations, but when it comes down to it, seeing Cure just go back to playing just straight up regular bio and getting in his face, that is never going to be an easy thing to play against.
No, it really isn't. But there's a reason that Shin's at this tournament. Shin has been peaking so high in the last couple weeks. He won his first EPT Korea in, I think, about 40 weeks. He won, it was like 228, and he had last won, no, it's 100 weeks, right? He last won in like 120, 138. So he wins an EPT Korea over a bunch of really good players. He's been doing really well, pretty much since he got knocked out of the GSL, actually. And this is his time to show just how hard he's peaking, because, well, he was signed to Gaming Gladiators. He was signed to one of these teams that are not traditionally a StarCraft team, and let's be real, part of that is they want to get access to StarCraft points for the team challenge for the Esports World Cup. He is so close. He's 2 best of 5s away from qualifying into the Esports World Cup to justifying Gaming Gladiators signing him. And of course there are going to be qualifiers, I think June, early July for the last couple slots. But as hard as it is to hit top 4 here, Nate in Dallas, so there are still more slots available than like the 1 or 2 regional slots available for the online qualifiers that are happening in a month or so.
Yeah, the biggest thing about StarCraft especially is that the talent is so condensed at the top level that you're talking about. It's like, oh yeah, finish at the top of this event and qualify. But a lot of us are not really mentioning that we're already in the back of our minds thinking about the players that are going to be, some of them that'll be outside of that top 4, because somebody's going to probably make it into the top 4 of this event that is already qualified, right? It's not a surprise or rocket science, really. So that opportunity, even if you don't quite get there, getting close enough can still be enough for some of these guys.
Well, Nate, I think it's also important to point out as well, I think we can probably, the result is final enough at this point we can talk about it. There is at least one player that has qualified for the Esports World Cup that is out of the tournament already. Clem won Atlanta. He qualified for Esports World Cup that way. And also, he qualified through Katowice as well. And he is out. Hero 3-0'd him. So there's at least one slot there in the top 4 that is unaccounted for that will go to potentially someone that has not already qualified. So, there is
awesome.
that.
That's the cool thing, right? Because I think you see people step up their game because they recognize, like, hey, some of these guys have already qualified. I feel like even though they want the money, I'm still playing for a little bit more than that, because it's more than just, hey, I'm trying to get this placement. But if somebody that's already qualified had squeaked in, of course, those are the kinds of things you're like, look, maybe if I get 5th place, am I gonna hate it? No, but will there still potentially be a chance? Like, these are all the different things. So I think that's the coolest part. And as you said, of course, the team factor of it for that event is just so big that these guys are all getting essentially talent scouted now, which is like a wild concept for a game. We've been playing StarCraft 2 for almost 14 years now, and you've got teams looking for players that can lead them to success and lead them to victory on a global stage. You love to see it.
Oh yeah. And you talk about things I love to see as a fan of StarCraft, as a fan of good StarCraft. We got Mutiling Bane on the way here, game 4, and first of all, this makes me happy again. Mutiling Bane is probably the purest distillation of really good StarCraft. On the other hand, this is not a style I think of when I think of Shin. It's going to be Roaches, right? It's going to be kind of what he did that last game, what he's done earlier in this series. He absolutely can play Mutiling Bane, 100%. He's a very good Zerg player, but he's kind of playing against his image right now, in part because it's a good map for him. We talked about this in the Spirit series. Amphion can be a very good map for Mutiling Bane. But now the question is the bios across the map here. Even before the mutas are out, can you defend this 4th base?
Yeah, he's got the Banshees poking the gas mining on the 3rd as well. So that 4th that you're talking about, we see the drones there cooked, 9 total picked off, and that actually completely equalizes the worker count between the two of them, right as those mutas are building. And oftentimes that can become a tricky question. If you have enough Banelings, he's going to just load up the Marines and leave everything else behind. I like that move by Cure, especially getting the 4th. Banshee still trying to poke a little bit on the natural, but that delicate balance, by the way, before you make the mutas, good call. Shin had enough Banelings, but that's always one of those things as a Zerg player you want to keep in mind, like, oh, I'm going to go into the mutas. If you spend all your gas and you don't have any Banelings and Marines show up, then you're in for a bad time.
I mean, you say he had enough Banelings to clean it up after the damage was done. He still lost 9 workers. He still lost his 4th base.
Yeah, that window. Yeah, it's true.
And when you're playing this Mutiling Bane style, I mean, you got to be careful. These medevacs have to be careful here, but you need, if you're playing Hydroling Bane or Ling Bane or something, you're fine with 5 or 6 gas. You're okay. Mutiling Bane really wants it wants as much gas as possible because you're pumping gas into your upgrades, into the mutas, into the Banelings, and you're trading a lot more. So it's not like, well, I got Roach Ravager and some of this gets maintained over and over again. My gas heavy units get maintained. You're trading them out quite a bit, and that does mean that losing this 4th base is maybe a little bit more painful than, say, if he was playing Hydroling Bane or something like that. And by the way, Cure's multi-pronging here. He's got a drop in the main base. He's got pressure on the right side as well. Mutas are going to deal with the drop in the main base, but maybe that means the right side undefended. Banelings for now. Target fire down there by Cure. And with the Widow Mines on the backside, target fire all but one. Last Baneling makes a great connection. Cure, he's trying to make something happen here, but he will be forced back. And that means the drop on the left side, I think it went down as well. That's the problem with dropping into mutas. So all of a sudden here, it's a 20 supply gap in Shin's favor.
He's kind of been brutalized a little bit by some of the air maneuvering over the course of the series, so it's a really nice adjustment to see out of him. And that heavy Ling style, yeah, the 2-2 is a little bit behind, but he has the, look at the mutas coming through. This was actually really fun to see earlier today as well. We had some other muta play from Lambo that was just really exciting to watch, and I'm glad we get some version of a redux here today, because watching Marine, Mine, Medevac versus mutas, I mean, if it were up to me, this would be every game would be funneled towards this being the most best way for everybody to play. We love watching these games, or at least I'll just biasly admit I love watching these kinds of games.
And it's like, you know, I will agree that in general, like, and obviously this is 8 years ago at this point, but I will agree in general that Legacy of the Void is the best version of StarCraft we've ever had. It is there are many improvements made over Heart of the Swarm. But the one thing that does make it a little sad is, again, just how the economy scales and how things were changed and units were added and removed. Mutiling Bane is not as viable in general as it once was. Man, oh no, this is gonna be a dead Thor. Knocking down the missile turret to try to get his way out because he's trapped in the main base. What mine's great, wow. Sure. But even still, oh man, you would have loved to have the
300, 200. That's 6 supply. You're talking about 6 supply evaporating in the Protoss matchup, and here it is, just gone. That Thor snatched up right as it completes. That's painful too, because a lot of Terrans try to use that as the anchor to soak Baneling damage, since obviously they're not cheap. So he's got a lot of Marines to supplement them, and that just makes those Banelings all the more enticing.
And the wild thing about this as well is, like, the Thor had to go kill the missile turret because he was stuck in the main base. You could have just let the mutas kill that, and then the Thor probably stays alive a little bit longer. Maybe something happens. So it's just about the worst possible timing that Kier could ever have found. And now mutas, they're looking for the sensor tower. This Terran player is trapped at home, but he does have 3-3 on the way. And Nate, you know, you talk about this purest distillation of StarCraft, the best possible version of StarCraft. There is a very key timing that you talk about Mutiling Bane versus Bio. There's a breakpoint that has always been true across the matchups, and it's that 3-3 timing versus 2-2 there for the Ling Bane. It's a massive deal.
Yeah, the window before that +3 finishes up for Kira is going to be massive, since the Hive is not even done. He can't quite start it. So big Ling Bane trying to come up the ramp off creep. A bold move, but he does manage to avoid the first mine shot on most of his units. He gets the planetary. A lot of the Marines are still up, but Shin just says, I'm going to take the base and I'm going to dip. So not trying to force too much directly onto him. And that kind of plays into the methodology of this playstyle. You don't have to necessarily force it. You just need to frustrate your opponent into stepping onto creep against your mass Ling Bane. And he's got 100 Zerglings building. The question is, how many Banes does he have to try and stop the follow-up?
I mean, Nate, I don't think that was the play at all. Banelings are going to try to go down, but Mal Marauder is serving as a bit of a wall here moving forward off creep. That was so expensive. That was so insanely expensive.
Say just for the planetary, you didn't get almost any of the Marines there, isn't it? That's a huge amount of resources to toss to kill a base.
Yeah, he killed like 13 Marines, and it was 100 Lings going down, a bunch of Banelings going down. Now, the problem is 3-3 is not done. There are no banelings in this army right now. And yes, you had a timing cure, but now you stepped on creep just a little bit. It's a massive surround, and the Thor is going to do what it can, but it's going to get knocked down. The army of Cure gets chased back to the extents of hell. And yes, the supply is, oh, actually, it's remaxing, but for a second, the supply wasn't that bad. The problem is it's all in production. And here comes the Zerg Swarm Thors. Now they're going to get picked up. They're going to try to get saved, but here, Shin's on top of the rally at this point. It's just so hard for Cure to come back from.
This was just a great play by Shin, because the most important thing to recognize here was that he was respecting the Mutalisks too much. What does the Terran normally build out of that factory if they're not making Thors? I think 99% of people would say tanks or Widow Mines, and then maybe very, very rarely, nobody really mixes Hellions or Hellbats with Bio. But I would even accept that in this situation. What I'm getting at, there's just a lot of units and not a lot of splash. There's not any splash in this army outside of a couple mines that barely squeak out at the end, and that huge swell of Ling Bane. Even with that 3-3 getting so close, like you said, it almost became an anti-timing. He steps a little too far forward, trying to counterattack, and Shin he's completely in the driver's seat of this game now. He's trying to mass Marines, but you're not going to just outproduce Zerg. You need those efficient trades. You need those tanks or those mines, and just wow, love to see it. Thank you, Shin, for giving us a nice little bit of Ling Bane. I'm still mildly puzzled by the huge investment to pop the planetary, but it ended up working out. So he's just some 300 IQ. That's what I'm going to say.
You know, it's funny. I think that's important to point out. I was kind of looking at that fight around the 4th, and I'm like, okay, where's the splash? Where are the mines? Because it still got the planet. It was incredibly expensive. It was like 4,000 resources, 4,000 minerals lost to 1,000 worse in the gas. But without the Widow Mines, it's like, well, yeah, you don't have anything. And I'm with you. I feel like he transitioned into Thors too quickly. But on the flip side, Widow Mines got worse. Their splash radius went down. You can kind of see where the shot's going to go a little bit better. And I wonder how much of this is Cure making a mistake and just going into Thors a little bit too quickly, maybe, or maybe not saying. Ideally, what you're on is like double factory, so you have 2 Widow Mines and 1 Thor coming out on the map all the time, and maybe he kind of cut production on that. How much of that was just leaning into Thors a little bit too quickly, and how much of that is him maybe believing that Widow Mines are not as good anymore?
I think that when we consider, like, from the early game perspective, right, the gas investment between the Banelings and the Mutas, that choice does get somewhat made ahead of time by Shin, though. For him to make the Banelings to then push into that base, like, he's thinking about how many Mutas he can get away with, and maybe the Thors pushed him into the more heavy anti-ground earlier, but it still felt very reactionary from him. Like, I on some level, I feel like Cure did kind of bite that it was going to be a lot of Mutas early, because he has a lot of Marines. He can make turrets. A handful of Mutas is never really that hard to deal with, and it's not uncommon for, historically anyway, Zergs to go Mutas and then kind of do something else. But yeah, it was just a lot. It was just a lot that happened in that game, but without anything to deal with the splash. He got surrounded. The Lings kind of went all the way around the army. No, again, it doesn't really ever make sense to have Hellbats mixed into this type of army. It doesn't. But even a few of those would have gone a long way. So just a tough spot to get put in. And like you said, he tried to save the Thor with the medevac. I think the medevac died with the Thor in it, so he never even got an opportunity. He never really got to drop it either. So that's just tough. That's just tough.
Yeah, no, it's a problem. I think also you say, okay, maybe you don't add Hellbats. Cure's got an 8-racks build where he builds a bunch of Hellbats, and it's this Marine Marauder Hellbat 8-racks. You kind of hit with 2-2 and on all in. So it's definitely possible that you can make something happen. But by the way, Nate, as this is absolutely our final game of the day. There's no avoiding it at this point. I would like to take a moment to shout out our collective brilliance, because yeah, we had Stats Creator. That was a 3-game series. But for 3 straight best of 5s, we've had a 5-game series, and they've all been, I don't know how they compare to the other series, but they've all been really, really good. So, let's pat ourselves in the back a little bit, Nate. We got the right ones.
Bayo, it's been a while. It's been a while since I've been able to do anything involved with EPT or any of this stuff, and I just have to say it's been an absolute honor to get so many banger series with you. Yesterday was fun. Yesterday was back and forth. Yesterday the stakes were just a smidge lower. Today, again, we had Stats just show up and show out at the beginning, even though that series was still very weird. And then just game 5, 3 matches in a row. You can't I can't ask for more than that. That this job is easiest when the series are close, because then you don't have to make up anything to talk about. And I don't know what's going to happen in this final game, but I'm sure as hell excited to find out.
Well, you know, there's one way to figure out what exactly is going to happen, and that is to get into it. Site Delta, game number 5. And for the final time today here in the bottom right, at least for us, final time today in the bottom right, in the blue, he's for Team Liquid. It's Cure.
And his opponent in the top left, kicking it old school to get us here to the rubber match. He is Shin.
All right, Nate, it's game 5. Your playoff life is on the line. You're 1 map plus 1 series away from hitting top 4, qualifying for the Esports World Cup. You have 1 build to make this happen. Okay, we're gonna say 1 approach because we're gonna talk about both players here. 1 approach to make it happen. What are you going for?
I think when you look at like this map, probably, I don't know, I kind of like that expansive style out of Shin. Like when I think about what I want to see, I feel like the expectation for Cure has to still be something relatively standard, relatively straightforward. Like Terran players in general, you're not going to see as much range within those builds. Again, we did start the series with mech, but I did not expect to see it again, and I still don't expect to see it again. So this map, you're still going to be spreading out in both directions at the same time, so you end up stretching yourself very thin. I love the idea of Shin playing a big map control style. I like the heavy amount of lings into the mutas, specifically because this map is very large and there are multiple routes he can spread creep. So there's great potential for him to take big control, macro up, and just kind of eat whatever Cure throws at him, because that's more or less how I felt the last game went, and you pointed it out too. But the other big thing we didn't see in the other games earlier is that there was nothing to deal with the drops. So actually having those mutas, he smashed him down no problem. Maybe I am being a bit greedy to ask for 2 Mutaling Bane games in a row. Maybe that is too much, but I'm just going to put it out there just in case the universe is listening.
Well, you know what, Nate? The first start to manifesting something is letting your desires be known. So I'm with you there. Give us another one. And I think you're right. We talked about that last game where it all kind of went wrong. And, well, 20 supply of Cure. It went down off screen because we were looking at Cure putting pressure on the 4th base and trying to make that happen again. But losing 20 supply of drops for very minimal gain, that's how you get stuck back at home. In fact, Dark was playing a style a couple months ago before Infestors got nerfed a little bit. And before, yeah, actually, this was even before they got nerfed the first time. So before they lost the damage on the fungal, where he would just go kind of Roach Ravager and get 2 Infestors, double fungal off the first big double drop of the Terran, kill that off, and then Terran's like can't do anything on the map, and you get up to Hive and you smash the Terran. It just knocking down a double drop like that for very minimal trades. It removes so much tempo from the Terran, and we saw that happen in that game.
Yeah, and there was another thing you mentioned a couple series ago about Amphion specifically that I think affected that last game tremendously, which we don't talk about a lot. But something with these big expansive maps like Site Delta being a great example. Like look where the 3rd is. To get from where Shin's 3rd is to where Cure will take like that triangle 3rd is a pretty reasonable distance. Even the linear 3rd is still pretty far from that. But on Amphion, because you take that inside base, that sort of diamond pocket base, they're so centralized that the distance between the 2 bases where they fought at was maybe a full screen, maybe a screen and a half. So the counterattack potential was also accelerated by like that kind of claustrophobic setting, and maybe that's a part of what kind of caused the game to spiral out of control as quickly as it did. So for Cure, maybe you just say, well, at least his units will have to go further to try to counterattack if I push too far. So maybe he just feels more comfortable here in general. Amphion is a weird map. It's fair to say there's only so many vetoes you get. A weird map or 2 has to squeak through.
The crazy thing about that, Nate, that you're talking about, okay, the rallies are really short between, say, the 3rd base and the 3rd base. That's something that traditionally favors the Terran. It allows them to get their reinforcements across because, you know, stimmed bio is fast, unstimmed bio is not really. And it allows these parade pushes and these anti-muta plays. And traditionally, actually, quick rallies are bad for muta games. So I think it's really fascinating that we had one of those few games where that actually worked out really well for the muta player, because once the Terran lost their army, they couldn't recover. But Legacy of the Void, Heart of the Swarm, maybe different types of muta play. It's interesting to see how this rule that we have about how these games go sometimes it just gets flipped on its head.
That's the cool thing about time, right? Is just all the things that people say aren't worth investigating and like trying to figure out or do or try. Like eventually, it's 14 years. Hey, some people are gonna want to try a couple of new things. That's one of the reasons why we get some of these changes. That's why we still get these different types of maps. And we've been on, and probably I think one of the best things that this circuit has done is get away from just the 7 maps, right? We've really opened things up. There's so many more potential permutations of maps that can happen in a series, and whether you love them or hate them, you still have the VODs, but you've just got more options now. And I think that's never going to be something that hurts, to have more different ways that the game can play out.
Yeah, not only is it, by the way, more maps, the maps come up earlier, so it's not just like in a best of 5 you veto 4 and then you pick 5. It's no, you veto 2, then a couple maps get picked. So players have this opportunity to go and say, yeah, I want to play Dynasty, or maybe not Dynasty, that gets vetoed out a lot, but like, I want to play a weird map. I'm gonna get it into the first 2. We're gonna be able to open this series with that one, and it allows players to shape the map pool to what they want to do. But for now, Cure, he's on the other side. He's got these Banshees here. He actually hit them for quite a while, so they would pair up. Cloak is done, but you know, Overseers are already on the field. So these Banshees, they don't represent a ton of threat, actually. And behind this, Shin recognizing that, okay, it's Hellion Banshee. There's not going to be a big bio follow-up, not for a while. He's double expanding. He's got his 4th and 5th base on the way at the same time. Sorry, Nate, though. This is not going to be Noodling Bane. This is Hydraling Bane. But on a map like this, with probably the most wide open map in the pool, Hydraling Bane, that's just this great big swarm of Zerg units.
Sense.
Yeah.
Totally makes sense. I think you have a couple of narrow alleys that lead into somewhere where the bases are. And that just makes sense to have for the lurkers. You know, it is a bit more open. There are a few strategical chokes, and frankly speaking, almost all the games where we've had a reasonable amount of lurkers made, whether it was versus Terran or Zerg in this tournament that we've cast, we've seen the lurkers do some pretty fun stuff. Like we've had a good amount of, we've had like lurker nights, we've had some lurker drops. So you know, I don't feel like lurkers have made the games less interesting here. Not this weekend. So I'm down with it. In fact, I guess it'll be the first time we see them in this best of 5.
Yeah, certainly in this best of 5. We had Raynor playing a Terran, I think, that gave us some lurker games. So we have seen a couple lurker games versus Terran, but yeah, we're not really seeing a ton of it. The meta's kind of moved on from that for the time being. So for now, the 5th base of Shin is shut down, and I don't know, maybe no, he doesn't think this is the 4th base. He knows the other 4th base is here. Ling run by on the other side, but Banshees have been kept at home. And are Banshees oracles in that they shred Lings? No, they're not, but they do put a timer on this Ling run by. So it gets like maybe an SCV, but not much more than that. Meanwhile, Cure at the front of the base here looks to maybe target some Banelings down, but there are far too many Banelings and not enough Marines. So Cure knocks some creep down, kills off one of the bases, but Shin says, this is fine. I'm just going to expand north side. Let me flow like water around the map and just go where you're not.
The Hellions are going to find those Lings that hid in the bottom left corner. So he kind of does that pressure on the west side. But of course, stepping onto creep against this style, like what makes this really good, of course, Hydralisks can turn into lurkers down the line, but they're a little bit cheaper than the Mutalisks as well. You're not necessarily throwing them away as much. They're kind of helping you defensively, and then you can just have a crazy amount of Zerglings and Banelings, right? He's got 71 Lings, 28 Banes, so if you try to step on creep to push into this, then there's just that huge overwhelming force that can jump on you. But this is where it's going to get tricky, because the creep is not over here yet.
No, it's not, but the tanks are leading this. They're sieging up before everything is ready. So Banelings, yeah, sure, Banelings against tanks, maybe not the best. But you shut the tanks down. There's so much power removed from this push. Hydraling Bane on the rest of it. Yeah, this is not an opportunity that Cure has to push into. He's just got to back up, run away, maybe trade as well as possible. But eventually, this is a base that has to run away. And with the corners are generally a Terran player's best friend, but not in this game. And now, Shin on the other side, taking advantage of a short rush distance, just tries to get on top of everything. This feels like he wants to just make exactly what happened in Game 4 happen again, but this time, Cure's me? Oh, no, he's not. I was gonna say.
He's getting close. He's bowling him over. The Marines kind of coming out slowly on the downtrend. I think when he shifted the Hydras to the right to get both of the auxiliary tanks that were not kind of in the fight in the beginning, that was such a good move. It's just this one close Banshee. Of course, there's no detection here, but the 3rd base is forfeit. He's going to try and just get the tank. He wants to possibly push the win condition a little bit here, but the SCVs retreat. I think the only thing he doesn't have an answer for, of course, is that planetary in the bottom. But let's not forget, this was off the back of Cure trying to make his first big push towards that northeast base of Shin, and he's been able to secure the west expansion while all of that was happening. So he's got a great economy going, and For Cure, the upside upgrades are still close, but you know, Bayo, we just had this whole conversation about how the 3-3 typically finishes so much faster for the Bio Terran, but against this style, the way Shin's played it, the way this game's gone, that is not the case.
No, it's not. 3-3 honestly matters a lot less against Hydraling Bane than it does against Mutiling Bane, because you have these Hydras that they do a lot of damage at +0. You might generally go and say, okay, I'm going to get +1 ranged off of this as I get my Hive complete and get +3 Carapace on the way. You're kind of okay with being at a little bit of an upgrade weirdness for quite a while. Just again, because of how this army fights, because of the power of the push. Cure does have his +3 on the way now. At least +3 attack. He's getting mech attack. Going double tank, double factory tank against a bunch of Hydras is a great way to play. But Shin has done the thing he did in game number 4. He's pinned Cure back on his core 4. Yeah, sure, Cure's got 4 bases, but Shin has so much of the map right now. He's allowed to go and get his Hive done, expand twice over on the bottom side, take every base that he can realistically be expecting. He's got 1 more available, but take most of the bases that he can say belong to him. And Cure just got a turtle there, so is the game over for Cure? Absolutely not, but he's gonna have to sit on his heels for quite a while if he wants to make this his.
Yeah, it's such an awkward spot. We've got Paul, the Hydralisk, on patrol up in the northeast. He's just waiting for that 7 health medevac to attempt to go literally anywhere, and he's even going to take a hatch there. I'm assuming he's ready to build a support crawler underneath that bad boy if he has to. So it's been a lot of sharking around. Shin's like looking for these contingent forces that are taking out some of the bases, but at the same time, Cure he's not really poised to take a head-to-head fight against any of this. And really, where I think this strategy for Zerg shines is when you get the Vipers out, because it turns into a whole different ball game when you're trying to use those medevac boosts. We're seeing so many drops trying to get away because the Hydras can't chase them that well off creep. But Bayo, you just abduct them in, and those Hydras, they look real good.
Yeah, one thing I love about this that we're seeing from Cure, by the way, and this we've started to see Terran players do this a little bit more, is, well, they get around this Hive timing where, you know, Vipers are going to start to come out. They get like 2 to 4 Vikings, and you don't get it long term because, well, eventually, you know, Parasitic Bomb and Hydras and all these things, they handle them. But to deal with this first hit of Vipers, you get like 2 to 4 Vikings, and then you just kind of put them out with the front of your army. Yes, maybe there's some abducts and blinding clouds, but not a ton. And Vipers hurt a lot of gas. They're not cheap. And if you take a look at where Shin is right now, yes, he's mining a whole lot more gas, 1,400 gas a minute, but it's not like he's got a bunch in the bank. 340 in the bank. He's maxing out here for the first time in just a little bit. And if you take those Vipers out, you really slow this kill timing down from the Zerg quite a bit.
Yeah, it's the most important unit, I think. Like, there's a lot of different ways to play Zerg versus Terran, but I do think that if you're good with it, the Viper is just one of the best units to use to try and control some of these situations. Can use it on the planetary. The tanks, of course, is going to dive forward. Blinding Cloud hits the planetary and one of the tanks. He's had over 50 Banelings coming into this fight, now down to about 22, still trying to push towards that third. A lot of them actually get redirected towards the siege tank, unfortunately, so he's able to get a few more hits off, but Shin is able to maintain his supply behind this. We have 4 Ultralisks being added, 76 more Lings, and worth mentioning, chitinous plating is done. At the same time, double drop is going to hit the northeast. Cure is cleaning up that hatchery, and I think he might even go kill that Hydralisk to free that poor medevac of Marines that has been chilling there for the last few minutes. He's finally going to turn around, and there you go. We did it, Patrick. We saved the city.
Yeah, we did. We got 2 bases on top of it as well. This is what I'm talking about. The Viper runs in, gets like 1 blinding cloud off, but the Vikings, they target it above anything else in the air. You don't even have to micro it, really. They knock it down, and you say, yeah, absolutely. Sure, stuff went down. The base went down. Not a lot of 4 tanks went down, sure, but it was a three Vipers died in that fight. A bunch of Hydras as well. Yes, Cure did lose stuff. He lost position, lost his 5th base, but he killed 2 bases of his opponent. He killed off a ton of the gas tech that Shin was able to make, and you said, well, the supply is steady. Yeah, that's because he remaxed. It fell precipitously in that fight. Cure needs a 5th base. He absolutely does, but those are the type of fights, ideally, maybe you don't lose the base, but those are the type of fights he needs to just start forcing Shin into, because they are just not cost efficient for the Zerg player.
Yeah, for Shin, it's about maintaining the resource, differential that he can have the less efficient trades, but still be able to overwhelm him. And I think you draw a great point. The main base, it's cooked on minerals. Natural, there's 18 SCVs mining out of 4. That's what the natural is for Cure at the moment. But it's also very risky to move all of his SCVs he has left to that base. I don't know. He still has 82 total for about 3 mineral lines. It's hard to understand. A lot of Banes and Ultras are going to come through this base one more time. Big Blinding Cloud put onto the tanks once again. And he's just going to go for that bottom planetary. Just pops that. And, well, I think we've kind of talked about this a few times, but he does still have the other orbitals to reposition. But he is just making it so difficult for Cure to get into a comfortable economic place. Those Ultras being super annoying. But given enough time, I mean, these Ghosts, we know they can really slow things down if he's able to get just one central bulwark to defend everything from.
Dude, 5. I granted this trade was a lot better for Shin than previously was, but 5 Vipers going down in this setup, Snipes going down on the Ultras as well, and getting on top of this position now without a bunch of Banes just to force the Ghosts out. It's not great. And even when you talk about Baneleys versus Ghost this one, Ghost is going to go down. He's going to try to pick up and save a lot of them, but there are only 4 slots in a medevac, so a lot of these Ghosts getting caught out here. Cure very much overstepped himself. He thought he had the Ghost count. He thought he had an opportunity, and this is the disaster. Yeah, sure, you lost Vipers, but you take down the tech of the Terran. These Ghosts, really the most important thing. That and knocking the base down is always really nice, but taking down those Ghosts is by far the most important thing that as a Zerg player you can do. So now Cure, 48 workers. He's got his 4. He's got these orbitals, sure, fine, but only 48 workers. The Ghost count going down. Ultra's getting on top of things once again. We're starting to see Liberators go down. Cure played an incredible late game against Raynor in the winner stage, but Shin is absolutely taking it to him here. Cure's going to lose the 5th space once again, and this time it's an orbital. This is mules. This is scans you want to have access to anymore.
Yeah, losing that command center is going to be very painful. It's still, well, it's one of those things where it's like, if I drop the mule, there's no way it'll get there in time. Sad. Yeah, it's a great pickup for him. And I was gonna say, it felt like Shin was kind of stepping a bit deep with his Ultras. Those Ghosts were getting some value snipes, but you know, there's an angle for that. And here's a fungal that's going to land with it. These Marines having a hard time getting away. The Ultras are trying to creep up close enough. If the fungal can deny the snipes to buffer, that will help tremendously. But there's a little bit of a choke created by that orbital command. So he's going to have to step off a little bit. And I think if you're Shin, maybe at some point you think about, okay, I don't want to overextend too far. Let him take the base again and stop. You know, do I have enough to push through the entrenched position? I don't know 100% that he does. So I like where your head's at, though. He just needs to keep waiting for Cure to try to take the 5th. Deny that. Oh, and there it is. Wow.
Yeah, no, Cure was very dead in that game. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, I'm looking at the traits. 14 minutes in, Shin is traded about 7,000 resources worse. Great. That doesn't feel good for the Zerg player. That's starting to hit the point where it's like, okay, Terran's in a great spot. And then we pulled up resources lost about 18 minutes in, and it was about 8,000 resources lost. And it's like, well, okay, over the last 5 minutes, Cure loses this 5th base over and over and over again. The Zerg's only traded about 1,000 resources worse, which is totally in a situation where you're okay with. And
that's giga efficient for Zerg.
Yeah. So man, go ahead.
You're good. Yeah, I was just excited. I'm feeling it, man. Like it was just crazy too, because it felt like Cure was trying to play that patient style, but I really appreciated it. I think the biggest adjustment Shin made was kind of recognizing that Cure was actually overstepping in a way. The best callback I think I have to that is maybe not as passive as Spirit, but a little bit of that patience goes so far with moving the Ghosts up, not having the planetary set, not having any kind of wall in front. Sure, you're off creep, but you know, if the Zerg is on the Ghost, if the Ghosts get hit with the fungal, you can't use steady targeting. As a Terran, you just have to be aware when you have that sort of army that taking that 5th base is not only important for you, but for the Zerg. That's the only thing they're thinking about.
Yeah, it really is. And man, fungals at the end of it too. We talked about how fungals were changed a little bit, but while they were nerfed for Cyril, they were kind of buffed for everyone else. As
they still hold units still, I guess.
Yeah, well, +1 range makes it that much easier to go and hit the fungals and make that happen. So I mean, shout out to Shin as well. Cure lost to Raynor 2-1 in the winner stage, but that game 3 went about 45 minutes. Cure's against the ropes, but he almost made it happen like 3 or 4 occasions. And it's like, great, okay. You know, Cure's late game is really, really good. So to see Shin go and take him down in that late game, in that situation where, you know, 14 minutes in wasn't looking the best for him. He's a dangerous playoff opponent. And I believe, by the way, taking a look at things, I saw someone talking about it. I want to check this out. I believe we might have a Katowice rematch. Back last year, Katowice round of 4, where Shin, or Katowice round of 8, Shin takes down Cyril. And I believe Don't quote me on this. But I'm going to quote myself on this. It's Shin versus Serral in the round of 8.
You're quoting yourself in real time. This we are pod racing. We are pod racing here, Bayo, and that should be. Anytime you say the word Serral, my eyes just kind of gloss over, and I'm in my happy place, Happy Gilmore style. So I'm with you. I'm with you 100%, man. It's just my last statement on this series is that if you told me at the beginning that Shin was going to beat Cure, I would have guessed that he would probably do some cheeky stuff. We would have seen, maybe some interesting kind of cheddar thrown in there. But Cure, he just beat Cure straight up. And I think that's extremely impressive. And it's a reason why you guys should keep your eyes on Shin for the rest of this bracket.
It is extremely impressive. And by the way, talking about just Katowice, the best Katowice that we've ever had that happened, the last World Championship. Not only is the Shin versus Serral Katowice round of 8 rematch, Oliveira, assuming Raider beats Spirit, which is not a guarantee, just to be clear, but assuming that happens, Oliveira and Rainer is going to be our third quarterfinals, because right now, as we've been bathing in this incredible series and this really awesome day of StarCraft that we've had, playoffs have already started. The first quarterfinals has already gotten started. In fact, they're playing game 4. So Nate, what do you say? Let's send everyone over to go watch the mainstream, to go watch some of the best stories we're going to have. And those of you that are at the venue watching this, I'll see y'all in a couple hours, because I'm going to head over after this. But Nate, final thoughts as we put a pin on what has been truly a special day of StarCraft. These series have been good.
It's been awesome. It's been awesome. It's my first time doing this in a while. I really don't know why I'm here. I'm very grateful. I appreciate being allowed to be a part of something related to a game that I care very much about and hold near and dear to my heart. I hope you guys had a great time watching, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the main show. I'll be there and watching and chatting with all of you. Have a great time.
All right, so that's done for us today. The B stream's done, but the playoffs, they're only just getting started. The games get even better. I see a really exciting result in quarterfinal number 1. So we're sending you on over to that one. Stay safe, friends. We'll catch you next time.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.